Okay, I know this is gonna sound super weird to all the gringos out there, but listen to this. Yes, you can call us mi amor, you can call us bebé, mamacita, but this is overrated. If you are dating a brown skin Colombian woman, baby, you can call me mi negrita. It can't get any better than that. You can't call me mi negrita.
Dear black man, can you forgive us for becoming bitter? Because we couldn't stand the fact to see you all become the men that we wanted you all to be with somebody else?
Nope. We got to taste the foreign. Going overseas, dealing with women over there. Some of the most beautiful women on earth, and we saved on money. We got peace of mind now, right? We learned about discipline. We learned about the ins and outs of the globe. And you want us to come back from that? Never going to happen. For too many times we've seen them on talk shows and stuff like that disparaging us. All on talk shows, and I could go back to the 80s and 90s, Ricky Lake, Sally Jesse Raphael, Oprah, and the list goes on and on and on. We don't measure up. We're not good enough. Fire! The kosher clinician.
Yeah. You know, even try to, nobody can match you. Don't you for life, sexy mind and body. You already got me now. Loving you madly, girl, you might be matching your body. She no even trying, she got it. I'll be here beside you, anything I got you. You know play. All you do is shut down the runway, looking dangerous like a gunplay. They all wanna grab you, on you like a tattoo. Hey, don't you fall like, you don't even try to. Nobody can match you. Don't you fall like, sexy mind and body. You already got me now. Hey, just wanna get it. Ellos no la quieren. Body moving, quiere. She can do it, quiere. Ooh, so wild tonight. Waist beats are emotion round our body. When you do it slowly, you take me for a ride, yeah. See you through together, baby. You scatter the streets, your vibe is so divine. Don't you fall like, you don't even try to. Nobody can match you. Don't you fall like, sexy mind and body. You already got me now. Ellos no la quieren. Ellos no la quieren. Body moving, quiere. She can do it, quiere. Ooh, yeah.
Jag minns ju den tid du gav mig life villa, yo. Nu vill jag kunna ge tillbaka allt jag inte kunna ge förut. Det finns ingen annan där som kan stå här by my side, oh why. Sättet du rör på det får mig att dö för dig, baby. För de här yardis, de vill ju bara dra ner oss. Men du är fett och vanlig. Och det jag lägger all min tid upp. Jag vill ha det. Du får mig känna safety. Det kan nog leda, baby. Och jag kommer aldrig ändra mig. Aldrig. Kommer aldrig känna så här för någon annan än dig. Aldrig. Kommer aldrig känna så här för någon annan än dig. Varje gång jag bak på dig, jag tänker vilket kap jag har gjort. Jag skulle gå tillbaka till tid, göra om allt igen och Förstå. Ser det som ett allt, det är det jag vill wifa. De här yardis, de vill ju bara dra ner oss. Men du är fett och vanlig. På det jag lägger all min tid. Jag vill ha det. Du får mig känna safety. Vi kan nog ner det baby. Och jag kommer aldrig ändra mig. Aldrig. Kommer aldrig känna så här för någon annan än det. Aldrig. Kommer aldrig känna så här för någon annan än dig. Jag vet det bara life om igenom. Jag vet det bara ta din tid. Jag vet det bara life om igenom. Stay with me please. Jag vet det bara life om igenom. Jag vet det bara ta din tid. Jag vet det bara life om igenom. Stay with me please. Du lägger till, du är där för mig. Jag svär mitt liv kretsar runt dig baby. Du bär på mina bebek så att när jag visionerar vår framtid. Låt mig hålla dig baby. Kommer aldrig känna så här för någon annan än dig. Aldrig. Kommer aldrig känna så här för någon annan än dig. Jag vet det.
I got the itch in my palm. My girl, she know she the one. I put the ice on her hand. I put some ice on her arm. See me shining in the light. Know you found me in the dark. Talking how you wanna leave. Girl, you made this far. Taking trips overseas. No, I won't be long. We came up from the weeds. Now it's top floor. All these big gets on her wrist. VVS is on her neck. Make it spinning, I don't stress. When I make it stretch. Double back to back then. Down broke, now we rich. Spend it on her, let her spin. Down with me to the end. That my best friend. That my best friend. That my best friend. I'ma spend it on her, cause she all mine. Spend it on a challenge, cause she all mine. There for my first cake, then we hit on a cake. $500,000 on the way, then $1 million on the way. Eating good full plates, eating good say grace. Eat her up, get thanks. She got cake birthday. I can't waste no way, I can't waste no play. My girl, whoa, sounding like the baddest chick. My girl, whoa, came from the rags to rich. Hit the road running, I had to tell her I had to get it. She understood, but she spoiled, so when she get mad, she dip. All these big gets on her wrist, VVS is on her neck. Make it spinning, I don't stress. When I make it stretch. Double back to back then. Down broke, now we rich. Spend it on her, let her spin. Down with me to the end. That my best friend. That my best friend. That my best friend. I'ma spend it on her, cause she all mine. Spend it on a challenge, cause she all mine. All these big gets on her wrist, VVS is on her neck. Make it spinning, I don't stress. When I make it stretch. Double back to back then. Down broke, now we rich. Spend it on her, let her spin. Down with me to the end. That my best friend. That my best friend. That my best friend. I'ma spend it on her, cause she all mine. All these big gets on her wrist, VVS is on her neck. Make it spinning, I don't stress. Spend it on a challenge, cause she all mine. That my best friend. That my best friend. That my best friend.
that American women are being raised to be masculine? Was T.D. Jakes hinting that black women in America are being raised to be masculine instead of being feminine and submissive to their husbands? I told you guys in the past that needs often drive behaviors, and when men are not getting their needs met, the human conscience and the human condition will seek resolve and outcomes outside of itself. In this last part of the show of Senorita, Mamacita, and Afro-Latina, we're going to have a final wording or final warning to those that are listening about why men are beginning to leave the contextual frameworks of America and beginning to find women in other countries that are suitable for them and their masculine needs. What is the allure about a Latin woman / Afro-Latino woman? Is it that they were raised to be honorable to their husbands and loyal? Is it that they put family over careers and put family over their own individualized selves? You know, the Stylistics wrote a song in the past called "Betcha by Golly, Wow, You're the One That I've been waiting for forever." And there's a cadre of men that are saying the same thing, that they are frustrated and they're looking for women that can give them that betcha by golly wow moment. Sit back, relax, and enjoy this show as I bring it to you live from the greatest state in the union, the Tar Heel State. And I need you guys to remember this as I have Andre from Love Crossing Borders, Luke Casley, and a special guest that you're going to love. If it ain't 7, it ain't kosher. If it ain't kosher, it ain't right. There are 7 steps that a man must go through in order to become an optimized male, and understanding female psychology and how female psychology can give you or cause you to have what's called a psychosomatic response is important to the long-term sustainability of a man. Be well. All right, guys. All right. We got a powerful show on tonight, a very powerful show. And we're about to drop some fire for your mind. I got Dre with Love Crossing Borders in the back. I got Luke Casley. And also I got a special guest that's going to be on tonight. And you guys are going to love it. We're talking about in this last show of Senorita, Mamacita, and Afro-Latina. And we're going to continue the discussion. So many men are not only defecting and going abroad to find love, but what's so alluring about a spicy, hot Latin woman? What's so alluring about an Afro-Latino woman? So, without further ado, introducing the pilgrim, the Moses, I call him Moses or Morpheus of the next second migration. We got Brother Dre in the house. And then we got it from a woman's perspective. What's up, everybody? What's up? Yeah, man, we got it from a woman's perspective because, you know, many times in these YouTube streets, you know, they assume that men hate women, but we don't hate women. We love women. We just don't like the behaviors. So sometimes it's good to hear from a woman. And we got the beautiful and the lovely Luke Casley in the house all the way from Venezuela and also Nicaragua. So how you doing, dear? What's going on?
Hola.
Hola.
Okay.
Yes, can hear you. Can hear you very well. So, Dre, you know, this is one of the most comprehensive shows that I've ever done. And, you know, it gives me great pleasure and honor to have you and Luke Casley as part of the stream to talk about the importance of not only men beginning to travel abroad, but while so many men are lured about or in the state of allure when it comes down to a Latin woman or an Afro-Latin woman. And before you answer that question, man, I want to give a special thanks to the guys that have sponsored the program thus far. I'm shouting thanks to, I can't think of his name, what's the brother's name? Ray Johnson. And also a special thanks to the brothers dropped some, showed me some love. I can't think of his name. Alton Prayer. Alton Prayer and Ray Johnson have been awesome guys. And thus far, guys, you are the sponsors of the stream. All right, Dre. All right, Luke Case is having a little bit of issues with the mic, but
You know, we're going to let you take it to promised land because, you know, you said something that was very profound on the very first show in this trilogy. And you said that your mother and your father were migrants, meaning some migrated from the South to the Midwest and the North, and others migrated in other directions. And I would say that you are the last pilgrim from your family lineage. Is it safe to say, Dre, that there's going to be a second migration of black men and all other ethnic groups of men beginning to go abroad to start families and start relationships? Because sadly, many men in America have been under the microscope to the point men have been shamed and not given the reverence and respect that they deserve. What say you about that?
I don't think that is going to be a new migration nation of people of different ethnic groups, black, white, others. We are in the middle of it, at the beginning of the migration. Just as I mentioned before, for those that weren't here, the last migration of African Americans was between 1950 and early 1970s, when many of us decided or our grandparents decided they no longer want to be sharecroppers in Alabama, in Tennessee, in Mississippi. And so they decided, you know what, I'm heading up north to what they have as far as the factories are concerned. You had the big three, Chrysler, Ford, and GM. They were hiring. And so individuals started to realize, like, wait a minute, why should I stay down here in the South when I could migrate up north? And so what happened was the last great migration of African Americans, especially, was to the north. Now, that's how many of us end up in Chicago. We ended up in Detroit. Many of us were the first generation of family members in certain areas of New York, the first generation in Cleveland, in Indianapolis, because of the migration that took place with our loved ones. Now, it's our turn. It's our turn to take what they started to the next migration. This is bigger than just guys looking for women, the mamacitas and the Afro-Colombianas and all the women of different cultures, whether they be African. This is a migration of black men and women that are actually taking advantage of their passports, whether it be over the last 5 years or the last 5 days. Also, it is the great migration of individuals that are taking their American dollars and their American currency and realizing the value of it, because the one country in the world that black people cannot take advantage of the American currency, and nobody can, is America. You cannot take advantage of the American currency in America, even though the American dollar is strong right now in regards to, it's like $1.05, $1.10, $1.12. But yet and still, you can't take full advantage of it because of the rate of inflation that's taking place in the recession. But those that are taking advantage of their passport and the U.S. currency, and you combining it, these are the individuals that are seeing that are part of the new migration that's taking place right now, even as we speak.
You know, and it's so powerful and alluring, Dre, that when men have the power to make decisions for themselves, you know, I always like to add the clinical and inculcate it with social trends and urban trends, because many times when you talk just technical jargon about clinical stuff, it bores people out. You know, a lot of times when we like to be entertained. But the second migration is powerful and consistent with Dr. Wim Glasser. As I always use Dr. Glasser as a model, Dr. Glasser did say that needs drive behaviors. And it sounds like to me, Dre, that part of the migration that many black men and also other ethnic groups of men are beginning to be part of is the need for power, fun, freedom, belonging, and survival. But I will argue that power, fun, and belonging are the three critical elements that's causing a lot of these men to consider traveling abroad. What's your take on that? And before you give me your take, shout out to Luke Casley. She is back in the house. She's going to break it down from a woman's perspective. And shout out once again to, I can't think of the brother's name, Alton Prayer, for that $25 super sticker. I appreciate him and the other brother, Ray Johnson or Charles Johnson. I keep getting confused. But anyway, and then also shout out to my man Top Gun. He said that salute to me hermanos at the Kosher Clinician and brother Morpheus, as well as me hermana at Luke Casley, freedom fighter. That dude crazy. Freedom Fighters, and that's on my mama. You may proceed, man. And
That's a
that
bet,
is
right?
a deal,
That's a
right? I
deal,
appreciate
right?
Top
That's a
Gun,
deal,
man.
right?
You know, this is going to be a great
That's
stream,
a
man.
bet,
You know,
right?
this is
That's
a
a
trilogy.
deal, right? That's a
And
deal,
I
right?
count it an honor and a joy to see men liberated, and I count it an honor and a joy to be with you and Luke Casley as we do what's called a cross-reference point, where we compare and contrast Venezuela and Nicaragua with what she's seen, and you guys give a comparative analysis of what you've seen leaving America coming to Colombia. And so let me ask you a question, Dre. How do the natives treat men or gringos?
The natives?
Yeah.
The natives, you make it sound like I'm all in the indigenous jungle somewhere.
No, okay.
How the Amazon and the
how do Colombians treat?
There we go.
How do Colombians treat gringos, or ADOS black men and white men and any other group of men when it comes down to partnership, relationships, husband and wife? I don't like that word partnership,
okay.
but husband and wife. How do they treat them? I'm like much mouth, man.
Gringos is mainly centered around predominantly white people for the most part. You don't see too many people of other ethnic groups here in Colombia being called gringos, but you can get gringo price no matter who you are. But how they treat people is just like how they treat everybody else. One thing that you find down here in South America is that you'll find standards.
Right.
I'm going to repeat that. Standards. Cultural, historical, engraved standards. Now, the United States has traditions, but we don't have standards. Certain things that we stand on as a unified front. There are certain things that here in Colombia they stand on. For example, women enjoy being feminine.
Right.
Not necessarily girly all the time. You could be the most athletic person, but at the end of the day, they enjoy being feminine here in South America. And many parts of Central America where we've gone to. That's their standards. They're not asking you to accept this. This is who they are. And if you can't handle a woman being feminine, then you're in trouble because you don't want to come to South or Central America. She enjoys being who she is. Here's the second part of the standard. She has expectations of you to be a man about yourself. And I don't mean bombastic and rude and I'm the man and punching your chest. But when it comes to responsibilities of the family and of the community, she's not looking to step out her femininity like women do in the States in the name of, well, since it wasn't a man there, so I had to start acting manly. That's the United States. Remember, I said traditions, no standards.
Right.
But in Central America and especially in South America, unless, as we were talking about Colombia, women expect you to be a man. And if you cannot be a man about yourself, it will showcase and she will move on to where she can find a man. And that's one thing I noticed about down here. They have standards of expectations.
No doubt. And when you hear the word señorita, mamacita, that word mamacita is an endearing term. Why is that so important for men as it relates to assuaging their egos and also making them feel whole as a man? What is so powerful about the Latin woman or the mamacita? Because some might see it as a pejorative term, but it's really a term of endearment. But what's your take on the Latin women? Why are they so alluring to so many men, and so many men of all ethnic groups are beginning to consider Latin women as potential wives and also in potential relationships?
Well, I think what it is all that I find that in Latin women that are indigenous to their countries bring to the table. There's a difference between a Latin woman that's been raised in the States compared to a Latin. So let's give some clarity to that.
Yes, sir.
There's a completely difference between a Colombian or Colombiana in the United States and a Colombiana or a Brazilian woman outside of the United States, because they still hold on to their standards to where once they get to the States, certain traditions of the United States take place. So back to what you were stating in regards to why individuals are attracted. Well, outside the United States, I can say that they bring forth certain behavior, Like I said, they have expectations and they enjoy being feminine. They enjoy being the fact that they're fertile, and many of them can be mothers. They enjoy parenting and family. Not saying that they got to walk, they're running around barefoot and pregnant. Not saying that. But what I'm saying is they enjoy the dynamic of the family unit. And that's what I find in Latin families. Everybody's involved, from the oldest to the youngest is involved in the unification and the enjoyment of the family. Second thing that they bring to the table that guys love about Latin women is culture. We really do love the food, the empanadas, the arepas, all those different recipes that we haven't grew up with. So it is attractive to see a woman that can make new recipes and introduce you to things, to new languages, to new music, whether it be bachata or whether it be merengue or whether it be salsa. It's beautiful, and that's attractive to men. The newness, not necessarily like, oh, it's different, oh, it's a niche or a clique, but it's what you're seeing, like, wow. And then what the third thing is the familiarity, the fact that there is a historical connection between of Africa, between the Latin population and the Black population. Now, mind you, when I say Black population, I'm really not talking about in the United States, even though I know your audience is United States. The reason why I say that, because when you say Black population, people in the United States automatically think that you're the majority. I'm about to tell you something that's going to bust a bunch of y'all heads, and I've been saying this for a while. Only 6 to 9% of all transatlantic ships went to the United States. 6 to 9% of all of those that were captured in Africa and came across the Atlantic, only 6% went to the United States. But if you're raised in the United States, they try to treat everybody else as if 80 to 90% of all ships went to the United States, and nobody else had an African experience except for the United States. 70 to 80% were Central America. 70 to 80% were South America. Cartagena was actually the New York, here in Colombia, was the New York Stock Exchange, where you actually came to order your ships. You didn't go by the people. Oh no, you came to Cartagena, Colombia, and you negotiated on how many ships you wanted to get. And then those were delivered. You have more people that were delivered in the Caribbeans, from Cuba all the way to Trinidad, all the way to DR, next door Haiti. And all these people are taken for granted because measly little 6% of Black people in the United States have not taken the time out to learn about the other 94% of Black people that are actually more indigenous and still hold on to their African roots, because many of them came from the Congo and from other parts of Africa, and we take that for granted.
We take it for granted. I agree with you.
That's why, back to my third point, that's why that familiarity or that connection between the Latin population, who has an undertone of African history, and those of us that are Black have a direct connection of African history, and we can relate to each other, whether it be salsa music, like I go before, whether it be some recipes, whether it be cultural experience. Latin people can relate to a lot more of the Black experience than Black people in the United States. I repeat, the United States give them credit for.
Yes, man, that is powerful, man. I want you to expound on it in a minute, but we're going to hear it from a woman perspective, because you love crossing borders, going across the United States to Colombia. But Luke Casley is a woman coming from Venezuela, Nicaragua, coming to the States. She's going to give a comparative analysis of what she's seen leaving Nicaragua and also Venezuela coming to America, and also the impending issues that may occur if a change doesn't happen. Now, Luke Casley, some of the brothers probably want to hear you speak in Spanish, man. So if you could say it in Spanish, and then I'm let Drake do it. If you could say in Spanish, why are Latin and Afro-Latin women so alluring? Please do it for the audience, because they want to hear that fluent Spanish of yours. Well, you got that fluent Spanish. I can't hear you. You got to mute yourself. We can't hear you.
¿Cómo me escuchan?
There we go. Muy
Bien, ok.
Bien, bien.
Bueno, no sé lo que decir, pero la experiencia que he tenido como nicaragüense y venezolana aquí en los Estados Unidos es muy diferente que cuando uno vive en nuestros países latinos. Do you want me to keep going, or I just said that the experience is very different than living in our Latin countries.
Absolutely.
Right. Now, Dre, I did an awesome show with Luke Casley last week. She did a phenomenal job. She's a little shy. I put her on the spot a couple times, but she did a great job. But, I asked Luke Casley the question I'm going to ask you. We talk about the allure and the beauty and the femininity of Afro-Latin women. They are women of the diaspora. They are from West Africa. They are with mixed bloodlines like we are. Most Africans have like 5 or 6 different countries in Africa within them. I'm 42% Nigerian. 42% of my ancestry is Nigerian. So my roots go back to West Africa. Then from Nigeria, it goes to Cameroon, Congo. From Cameroon, Congo, it goes to Ghana and the Ivory Coast. From Ivory Coast, it goes to Senegal, Mali, and then it goes to 5% British. But what's so alluring, Dre, about the Colombiana? I think that's how you say it, the Colombiana. What's so alluring about them? Why do they bring so much joy and flavor to the life of men? And, and what does it mean to you, or what does it mean to them to be wife ready and also wife worthy?
I think one of the things that men are allured by with Latin women of all backgrounds outside of the United States, I continue to emphasize that, because the Latin women in the United States, I've dated plenty, and it is a completely different dynamic. And I will be insulting Latin women outside the United States by actually putting them in the same pot as women in the United States. No offense to my Latin sisters in the United States, but you know what I'm talking about. Ask your grandmother back home. So now, the one thing that I find that men are allured at with Latin women, other than beauty, other than the Venezuelan. Come on, you always winning Miss World, Miss Universe, Miss All Planets, Miss Stratosphere, Miss y'all win it. And no matter who comes along, we already know as soon as the commercial go off, and the winner is Venezuela. We already know what it's going to be. Right,
but it's usually Colombians and Venezuelans at the same time. It's funny because it is competitive.
Yeah, absolutely.
No doubt.
And what gets beyond that part is Latin women have such an emotional intelligence that is very rarely seen in women in North America. No offense to my ladies from North America.
Yes.
Emotional intelligence means that they can empathize and sympathize with people that they don't even know, as well as people that they do know.
Yes, sir.
They can invite you into a family picnic, and in 15 minutes, you're part of the family. You all on the dance floor. And here in Latin America, they got 1 bottle of rum and 1 shot glass and 50 people. And that shot glass is going on. Am I telling the truth? That shot glass is going to go around to all 50 people that whole night long. And that 1 bottle is going to be, you will not ever see that in the United States. 1 shot glass, 50 people. Ooh, I ain't gonna, We don't have emotional intelligence like that to sit back and see what it is unifying the people together. We don't, in North America, it's rare you can walk up to a woman, give her a kiss on the cheek, and it's just a part of the greeting of hello. In Central and South America, you better not walk out the door without giving I'm just walking around on tour, giving kisses on the cheeks just to say goodbye. It's a part of the emotional intelligence. When you get off the plane at the airport, the person who's coming to pick you up, they ain't the only person at that airport. Grandma it's 12 o'clock. I'm telling you, if you want to see a concert, go to the airport of any Latin country. It's 200 people, 11:30 at night. You like, all these people, it's kids, adults, balloons, flowers, banners. I remember my first Christmas, and Andrea family was out there 20 deep with a giant banner, Feliz Navidad, Andre. That's emotional intelligence that they bring to the table. A lot of guys can attest when they get ready to leave South America. and the girlfriend is, or the young lady that they met, been probably knowing them maybe 3 days, right?
Mm-hmm.
Get to the airport and she just break down in tears.
Wow.
She just start, and dudes in the comment section can attest to that. Andrea, she cried, her mama cried, dad trying to walk away because he's trying to keep from crying.
Wow.
They have emotional intelligence. Colombia ranks number 5 in the world for emotional intelligence. And that's what kind of like sparks guys' attraction to Latin women. The fact that these people can relate to the heart of me as a man. To where in the United States, I can't get anybody relate to the heart of me unless I'm doing something for something.
Talk to the
United
people.
States is sitting around for me if you ain't bringing something to the table. Car, house, fertility, something that you can bring to the table. Money. You gotta showcase something tangible. You can't be a person with feelings and a person with happiness and peace and joy. Not in the United States and just bring that to the table. Oh no, you got to bring all the bells and whistles with your Jordans. You showcase everything because we've been programmed to do that. And let me stop babbling. But at the end of the day, well, my point is, outside of physical, the first thing that most men are attracted to with Latin women, and Latin women know this, is that they have a sense of connection, emotional intelligence to human beings that most men in the United States have never, ever experienced, except for maybe with their mother.
Man, that's sad, but not only sad, it's probably. Go ahead, Lucas. Go ahead, dear. Go ahead.
And it goes back to also having that affection for people, affection for strangers, affection for our relatives, affection. It's just in us, just to be warm and welcoming anyone that comes, within our friends and family environment. So Andre is absolutely right. You're not, when you go into a family, you're not a stranger. We are going to say hello to you with a kiss, with a hug, and then the party starts, the fun starts. About the airport, he's exactly right. It's not only one person waiting for you, it's the entire family. Even the dogs come to welcome you. So it is like that. It's everybody is part of, we welcome you with open arms. There's no questions. We don't ask you what you bring for us. We just want to see you, the person.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to the American Brazilian. He's going to give you guys something comprehensive as well. I never thought in a million years that I would have the American Brazilian on with a story similar to Dre, but also a Venezuela and a woman from Venezuela and Nicaragua. But in the meantime, shout out to Jim Brett 08 for that $9 super sticker. He said, shout out to you, Coach. You're ready to see you and the Angry Man discuss some talking points as well. No doubt. It would be great to have Angry Man come in and we chop it up. And that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? We got the American Brazilian in the house. He's going to add to this train. That's because, many don't believe that the fat meat is greasy. And basically what that means, Dre, is this, and Luke Casley and American Brazilian, there's a saying in the South that, you don't believe that the fat meat is greasy. And basically, many don't think that men are serious about making change and making radical change. Luke Casley, you said something that was very profound. I created a term called affection deprivation. And affection deprivation is synonymous to Dr. William Glasser. One of Dr. Glasser's key components as it relates to getting needs met is belonging. You and Dre did an awesome job pontificating the importance of belonging because watch this. T.D. Jakes talked about men are light givers and men have to pour into their women. And I do agree with that. But on the flip side, if the woman was made for him, and if she's not charging his battery, if she's not orbiting around his son, he can't pour into her. Teddy said it better than me. He said, it's so good to love somebody and somebody to love you back. That's what Teddy Pendergrass said. And see, men of the past, they knew what that felt like. But, this brother went through affection deprivation. The American Brazilian was singing the song by James Ingram, and he said, I gave my best, but I guess my best wasn't good enough. No doubt. So what, American Brazilian, I want you to speak in some Portuguese, man. Why are, Afro-Latin and Latin women. So, Allura, I want you to break it down in Portuguese. Luke Hayes and Dre did it in Spanish, but you need to break it down in Portuguese, man. Break it down in Portuguese for the people.
Well, let me break it down in English first, because I don't want to do it so much in Portuguese and mess myself up and end up cussing somebody out and get the channel flagged. Aprendendo muito rápido. I'm learning very fast, though. Cool. You know, when I saw the title, I definitely was just kind of like, wow, you know, something just kind of stood up in me, because I think concerning Latinos, one of the things that stuck out with me when I first got introduced to the Brazilian community back in 2017 is they understand, meaning the Latino women, they understand the power that is in their femininity.
Say it again. Say it again for the people in the back in case they didn't hear you. Say it again.
They understand the power that is in femininity. So a lot of times people think, you know, of course, you know, we of the Western world here in America, you know, we deal with a lot of the feminist talking points, you know, the strong, independent, I don't need no man type of moniker that we hear chanted all throughout everywhere we go. They say, well, you know, we need equality in a sense. We need to be just like you, do everything you do. And women in Latin America saying, no, you have your place, we have ours. But what they understand is they understand that they hold a lot of strength within the power that they have, and that is femininity. So the things that the people that ascribe to the feminist talking points would try to fight and argue and protest to get men to do, femininity can just show up and we will do anything that you want us to do and stuff that you don't even ask us to do, because they understand that is the main attraction outside of beauty, that a man is attracted to a masculine man that honors and likes like traditional values. We gravitate toward femininity, and they understand that. And that is why when you have brothers that go over there, they come back different. I mean, Dre, listen, bro, you hit the nail on the head. And you know what? I was chomping at the bit. I was like, ooh, let me get in.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Bro, check it out. When I left in 2017, she wasn't the only one crying. I cried more than she did. You know why? Because I understood the reality of what I had to go back to. You know, I so often say this on my channel, and as I talk to different people, the part, you know, people always talk about the American dream, you know, the white picket fence, the 2.5 kids, the car, the house, yada, yada, yada. Well, I've added something else to that. My new portion of the American dream is leaving. And so that is on my list of things to do, planning to create something where I can have me another residence in Brazil, because, you know, I've gone to Africa, liked Africa, was good, but I fell in love and I felt alive in Latin America.
You feel alive in Latin America. Yeah.
I feel alive in Brazil. So, brother, that's why I want to be. So, but yeah, man, femininity, they understand the power of femininity. And I think here in the Western world, they just kind of like throw it off as being weak, but they understand in Brazil and in other parts of Latin America that there's so much strength in femininity.
Yeah, you know, and let them see it as being weak. You know, the gospel said, let the wheat and tare grow together, and during the harvest, he's going to do the separate. But also, you don't plant dirty seed on fallow ground. You got to plant your seed somewhere where it's fertile. And I think men are beginning to plant their seeds on the fertile plains of Brazil, the fertile plains of Africa, the fertile plains of Venezuela, and also the fertile plains of Colombia, because they are trying to get their needs met, because we live in a world similar to what they said in the gospel. How can we sing when we're in a strange land? That's what they said in the Old Testament. The Israelites were saying, how can we sing in a strange land? And I think that's what many men are saying. But in the meantime, let me send a special shout out to the people that are inside the building. Shout out to DA Dreams in Action. He said, shout out to the panel, brother Kosher, shout out. I'm 33 years in the military and retiring. I take my clinical exam at the end of the year, open a private practice. I'm moving overseas. Keep rocking, Kosher. No doubt, brother. Let's do a show at some point. Because these shows are beneficial as it relates to male empowerment. And also shout out to my man Malaka. He said, awesome topic and great panel. No doubt, man. We got an all-star panel. Because, you know, I wanted to bring Luke Casley because Luke Casley has been an awesome contributor of male content. She's been an ardent donor, when Kevin Samuels was alive. I thought she was a big broker or something. She was dropping big money. I was like, man, I was like, damn, I wish I was Kevin Samuels because she was dropping some big money, man. I mean, she would do it right back to back. I mean, she was showing a lot of love. She's shown the lead attorney some support. She's shown the angry man support. She's shown me support. She's shown Dre support. She's shown a lot of people support. And see, women don't understand that there is power in being intimate, but there's also power in trust. But see, so many women, Dre, American Brazilian, and Luke Casley are often ruminating through vicarious trauma. They're ruminating because they believe the lie of westernization as it relates to feminism, but also they believe the lie more or less promulgated by some of their mothers that your daddy won't ish until they get an opportunity to hear it from the father's perspective. And then they realize that daddy really was not a bad man. And because of that, men are beginning to see that there are better outcomes. These shows are powerful because this is the first time in human history where I can connect with the American Brazilian, a brother that I didn't know, but I consider him a real brother. And Dre, me and Dre, we chopped it up behind the scenes. And I feel like I've known Dre for years. And Luke Casley, I mean, the same way, awesome lady, awesome sister. I consider her a sister, very awesome woman. And these shows are powerful because they need to hear it from a woman's perspective too. Some will argue, well, we don't need to have them women on your strings. But I said, no, you don't understand. If a woman is supporting an agenda as it relates to male empowerment, whosoever will, let them come. But if women think they're going to come on this panel and change the trajectory of this conversation, it ain't going to happen. I don't care how pretty you are. That doesn't faze me. We're looking for women that can speak to the needs of men, that can understand the needs of men. And Luke Casley, you say that Kevin Samuels got you more or less enlighten your cognitions to why it's so important to pour into men. Tell the audience what Kevin Samuels meant to you and what did his toolage do to you as it relates to you introspecting and becoming a cerebral woman as it relates to male empowerment.
Well, for me, he made me realize that our men are important. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me? Okay. That our men are just important and we need to appreciate them. And every time somebody would call in, they would blame the man for everything, for all their mental health issues, for all their wrong choices. And it's incredible because it seems like the women here in this country, they don't want to take ownership of what they have, of their bad behavior that has caused the men to just push back, to say, I don't want it anymore. I don't want to be part of it. I'm leaving. Because again, we talked about it the last time. All men want is peace. What man wants to get home to a woman that starts just nagging them and just doesn't stop? And, I have seen in some panels where there's these women that, how we have this conversation, you give make an observation, you speak to American Brazilian, and then you speak to Dre, and then I stay quiet. In other panels, these women want to take the attention for themselves and they want to run the show even though it's not theirs. So and that's in real life too. Right. You see them out there. Mm-hmm. So one of the things that Kevin Samuels taught me was that we need to reclaim our femininity. I don't know if that's going to happen in this country because I think that we're pretty lost now.
Right.
But 1 second.
Okay, no problem. No problem, Lou. Just take your time. Shout out to my man, Malika Maben. He said, awesome topic and great panel. And we got a special guest, the American Brazilian on, and we might have another one coming on as well. But, I want to ask you guys a question. Senorita, Mamacita, afro-latina. When you hear that coinage, American Brazilian, what ruminates inside your head when you hear the term Senorita, Mamacita, afro-latina? What does that mean to you when you hear it?
Melted butter. I'm sorry.
Right.
Like, it makes my heart melt. I'm gonna tell you something interesting. So today, my wife and I, we took our son. We have a few parks in our housing community. So we went to the park, and there was a couple, and there was a few people playing soccer. There was a guy and a little kid, and there was a couple of ladies and another guy sitting down. And they said something, and our ears perked up, and my wife said, "They are Brazilian." And before you know it, we're in a full-blown conversation. And the lady, she was just so feminine, and she was just so, you could tell she let her husband take the lead. But then, of course, women are just kind of talkative by nature. That's just kind of who they are. But she let her husband take the lead, and he didn't say very much. But her and my wife, they were engaging, and we were just kind of sitting down there as men just looking. And I said to myself, everywhere we go that we run into a Latino here in the Brazilian community, it is the same exact thing. I think they understood, and this is something that, Kevin Samuels talked a lot about, order. They understood order. And that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. But they understood that. And you can see it in their interactions. So when I think of señorita, a mamacita, a Latina, it makes my heart melt like butter, man, because femininity, it attracts me. It does something to me. So that's kind of where my mind goes, man, when I hear those words.
No doubt. That's powerful. And I can't read that. So I'm gonna need Dre or Luke Casey to read that super sticker. Read it for me, Luke Casey.
He says, good evening, everyone. In the way that things are going, the American dream has become out of reach.
Wow.
Well, let me say this.
Okay.
There was a comedian, George Carlin. He's no longer with us. Mm-hmm. And he did a skit. I don't know if any of you guys saw that. And he was talking about the American dream. And he was just talking about how a lot of it is a facade. A lot of it is a lie. A lot of it is just like a dangling of a shiny object just to kind of lure people. And he said he ended his skit by his set by saying this. He said, the American dream exists. The thing is, you have to be asleep to believe it. So whatever that the brother just said, I wholeheartedly agree. It exists. You just got to be asleep to believe it.
Yeah.
Okay. So you got to be asleep to believe it. Okay. Right. Okay. I think I see your point. Shout out to my man Teddy KGP for that $10 super sticker. Thank you, brother. And that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? And also thank you to KS.
That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
Dre, you did a word on another channel that I needed to hear. Thank you. And that's why I do these shows. I'm more like Barack Obama, even though I don't agree with his politics, but I'm like Barack Obama at the point that he's a community organizer. I like organizing, getting good content creators, and unifying the people as it relates to men getting their needs met. I believe that men, I'm talking about righteous men or good, hard-working, decent men. I'm not talking about the derelicts. I'm not talking about men that are exploiters. I'm not talking about men that are abusive. I'm not talking about men that try to use women. I'm not talking about those type of men, because Tavis Smiley said it better than I could say it. Tavis said that, my skin folk ain't my kinfolk. And the angry man came up with something called Bino. He said black in name only. And that's a very powerful term. But, we're talking about the allure of the Latin woman. And what I'm going to do, Luke Casley and Dre, I'm going to show you guys something. In the meantime, guys, I need you guys to get the likes up. Share this stream. Listen, if it's 120 people in the house, if I get 10 people to share this stream, you could change the lives of so many men and also women that are trying to change. There are some women that are listening and they're trying to learn because they want to change their behaviors as well. But it would be a travesty for you guys to hear this message and not to share this stream. So I'm going to ask you guys in all kindness, and also to my panelists, share this stream. But before you share this stream, go check out Love Crossing Borders with Andre and Andrea. Excellent content creator. Go check out Luke Casey. She's like a soft voice, a soft hurricane, a soft wind. Go check that sister out. She's doing God's work as well. And go check out the American Brazilian. The American Brazilian is dropping gems as well as we seek to bring balance in these very turbulent times. But in the meantime, guys, the robot got to eat too, and I need you guys to get those likes up. And so, guys, get the likes up and smash that like button. So where's the robot at? Because the robot said he can tell her. Y'all, Negroes not smashing that like. All right, guys, get the likes up. Go feed the robot. When I get 10 people to share the stream, I need all 10 people to hit 10. I need those 10 people to hit 10. If I can get 10 people to share the stream, hit 10. Go check out Luke Casley. Go check out American Brazilian, and also go check out Andre and Andrea with Love Crossing Borders, because your next love might be abroad. Your next love might be a flight away, because Dre says something that's very powerful, and also the American Brazilian. It's something powerful about the allure of a feminine woman. And once you feel it, man, once you get that feminine energy, man, it will drive you crazy. Listen, if you suffer from erectile dysfunction in America,
go to Brazil.
Tell them. Preach.
Anywhere in Latin America, and you won't be cured.
You'll be cured overnight if you go abroad, man. If you suffer from erectile dysfunction, get you one of them Afro-Latin women or those Latino women, man. You know, you'll be like what the book of Ezekiel said, can these dry bones rise, man?
Breathe.
Yes, you will.
Look at Luke Cage blushing. All right, let me show you guys something real quick, man. Let me read through some of these comments, man. It's like, it's so many. Shout out to my man, James Turner, and my man Tapan. He says, send a stream to the brother that can use the information. No doubt, shout out to him. But we got a number one sponsor in the house. This brother's always showing me love, and I think he's gonna get his wife at some point too. Shout out to my man James Turner, and he said that kosher, you're doing the damn thing. And salute to the all-star panel. And no doubt, and James Turner, right now, you are the number one sponsor of Stream. All right, so far I got my man Top Gun. He said 10 already. Okay, if 10 people have done it already, let me know. I appreciate it, Top Gun. Top Gun is an awesome moderator, him and Tim Howard and Gail at night whenever she comes through. I appreciate Gail for all the work that she's done. But we're going to get right into it, guys. You guys are doing an awesome job tonight, and hopefully my second panelist will come on at some point. But this is an all-star panel. This is, oh my God, it's almost like it's prophetic, man. But I want to show you guys something, man. I want to show you guys something. And check this out, and you guys tell me what you think about it, because this is very powerful. The question is, it goes back to what I was saying. Why are Latin women so alluring? Why are they so caliente? Some will say muy caliente. So the question is, why are Latinas so attractive for men? Beautiful Latin women are attracted to men from different parts of the globe for a myriad of reasons. Pretty brides are desirable for lonely guys. Exotic ladies from Mexico, Colombia, Brazil, Argentina, Venezuela, Brazil, Dominican Republic, Costa Rica are searching for their perfect partners on the Latin websites. Now, Dre and American Brazilian Luke Cage, this right here is powerful. They love their husbands and kids with all their hearts. Family values outweighs career ambitions. They become loving wives and caring mothers. They earn respect as they always help and support their beloved. Don't miss the chance to become a fortunate husband of one of these pretty Latin girls and make their dreams come true. Now, Dre, I'm starting with you because you are Morpheus. What have you seen with Latin women that are career women? Your wife is a career woman. Luke Casley is a career woman. But they tend to put family first. What's going on, man? What's going on that they put family first, but here in America, women put their career first?
Because I don't think for the most part, and Luke Casley can correct me if I'm wrong, they don't use it as a tool of competition with their husbands or with their spouses. It's when they say it's part of the family, it's their success is part of the family's success. One thing that I notice about down here, I often say this, that the Latin population are like when you see birds in flight and they're all doing that dance, almost like a ballet dance together. There's like not one bird just leading all the birds. It's just all of a sudden you just look in the sky and you see all these birds just like thousands of them doing this dance, right? Mm-hmm. That's what I see in the Latin population. Not saying no one has any individuality, because each one of those birds, of course, has individuality, individual nests, individual goals, individual amount of young chicklings or hatchlings that they've had. So they've all have individual lives, but they still have the ability once they're in flight to be unified. That's the one thing that Latin women, especially outside the United States, I'm going to continue to emphasize that because that's very important, have the ability to take their success and it's a part of the family unit. I'll give you a perfect example. Just left my dentist office and we were celebrating with her the opening of her second office. When we first started getting work done by her, she was in a small room and her daughter was maybe 4 years old, 5 years old. Now she's in a strong, stable relationship. He's an interior decorator, a world traveler. They're happy and married. The daughter now is 10 years old. She's fluent in English. And the woman, my dentist, has opened up, and I'm talking about a beautiful, and shout out to some of you guys in the panel that have gotten work done by her. So you know who I'm talking about. She's opened up her second office as a successful businesswoman, and yet and still all this success, she was able to not only get a man, keep a man, and get a well-rounded man, and a man that was able to be there for her in regards to all the interior decorating and design and the hard handiwork that need to be done for the office to make it look like one of the best dentist offices I've been in, even including the States. At the same time, made sure her daughter got an education enough to where her daughter now is bilingual. And she wants to start a YouTube channel as a young person. All this took place because she did not look at her man or men before she got a man as competition. And women in the United States, because you're so busy listening to Essence, you're so busy listening to Vogue, you're so busy watching the television shows, the Go On Girl, you could do it, you Miss Diva. Go ahead, be Miss Diva, because the one thing that men are doing now that they didn't do before, and women cannot stand this to the core in the United States, we're ignoring you.
Right.
We're no more arguments, boo. I'm not gonna convince you to love me. I'm not gonna I'm not Kevin. I'm not about to tell you to go therapy. I'm not about to tell you nothing. All I need from I tell guys this, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. The only thing a woman in the United States can do for me is point me to an airport. That's it. Can you point me to the nearest airport? And that's all you got to do for me. You don't got to convince me or nothing. What, ladies first? Cool. You want to fight for your rights? Cool. You want to say that black girls rock? All that. Have fun with it. We're gone. We are not going to fight you anymore. There is no more standing in front of the door and you trying to argue me down while you blocking the door. Them days are done. Men have met women that have said, hey, I'm a good woman. I'm feminine. If you want to be with me, cool. If you don't, there's another man that will come along and he will appreciate me. And those are Latin women. They are not going to sit back and just put up with our mess. They barely want to put up with it from Latin men. And so if you come to South America, you just halfway act like you got some sense and you're not machista. Man, I'm telling you, the most beautiful women are with some just regular dudes that just treat them with respect, with love, and with support. And that's why these women will go extra mile for you in regards to anything. And the one thing that I can say that men love about Latin women is this: they enjoy seeing you develop as a man and being a man. Latin women got pom-poms that women in the States ain't got. She's celebrating you being a man. And I'm not talking about walking around with that male bravado, but then you still act like and dress like a child. I'm not talking about you dudes. You know who I'm talking to. I'm talking about real, authentic men of responsibility, men that have standards, men, like I said in my live stream last night, men that know how to say no to pretty. That's what Latin women like. They love a man that can look them in their beautiful faces, in their curvy bodies, and if they are wrong, you are man enough to say, babe, I love you, but in this case, you are wrong. You ain't that pretty to where you got everything right.
Right.
And men are starting to say, thank you for allowing me to walk in that type of manhood. Because when you get back to the States, the prettier the face, the least, let you tell a pretty woman no. You can't tell nothing. And don't tell a pretty woman that got a career and got money No. And don't tell a woman that got a career, money, and she got a little network or notoriety or connections in her community. You can't tell her no. She acts like she's replaceable and she's ageless. That's the other thing that Latin women don't do. They do not treat themselves like they're ageless. Latin women enjoy each state. Latin women outside the States, once again, they enjoy each stage of womanhood. I noticed that Andrea's grandmother enjoys being a grandmother in her age among all the older ladies, just like she was enjoying her 20s when it was that stage of life. Andrea's mother enjoys being a mother, a wife, getting older, getting closer towards her retirement age and things like that. She's been with the company almost 30 years. She's enjoying each stage. Women in the United States only want to enjoy one stage. The hot girl summer stage, or I'm the Miss Beaver with the money stage. That's it. Women in the United States have yet to learn each stage of life that God gives you. You're supposed to enjoy each one of those stages, not just one of those stages. And then y'all sit back and y'all get depressed. Yeah, baby. Ceramic. Okay. we got some advertisement we're doing, so she helped me out. But that's some of each stage. Women in the United States, 20, no other country talks like that. 50 is the new 30. 40 is the new 20. Only women who created that mess in the United States. Am I lying, brother? Am I lying, Brazil?
You're
only women.
on
I have yet to hear a woman in Colombia talking on or women in South America talk like that on a regular basis. Talk about this is the new. No, they realize I am in this particular stage of life, whether be married or single, and I am going to enjoy this stage. And I have expectations of you, sir, to be the man. Here's the deal. This Latin women out here, I will be the woman. But I have expectations of you to be a man. And if you can't do it, you will be replaced.
Right, no doubt.
Don't ever think that Latin women think that you so handsome and that your little US dollar and currency won't get you replaced, because you ain't the only brother that's getting off them planes.
That's true.
Professor Don Omar, Habla Camingo TV. What does that say? Salute.
Shout out to Don.
Salute to you, and good morning. Read it for me, Lou. I can't read it. I need to get my Spanish.
Okay. Saludos y muy buenas noches a todos. ¿Qué tal? Salutations, I guess. Hello and good evening, everyone. How are you? How's everybody?
Okay. And then he said, how about them Hills, the class of 90? No doubt, shout out to the Tar Heels. I'm the class of 2012. But let me get to the core of it. Let me shout out some of these cash outs real quick. Alton Prayer is showing a lot of love. I appreciate Alton Prayer. And Alton Prayer, I believe we got a Cash App alert. And thank you, Alton Prayer, for the $25 that you sent earlier and the 20. And Alton Prayer, now you are the #1 sponsor of the stream. Thank you, brother. And thank you for those Cash Apps.
It's the money.
Shout out to Rock the Den for that $2 super sticker. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. And also shout out for Tapan. Tapan said that the women from the most traditional cultures, Arab, Indian, and Chinese, have the best careers. Western women use career as a false dilemma to justify actions. That's powerful. Shout out to you for that $5 super sticker. And also shout out to this one. Let me see if I can find them. I'm trying to go through all this list. Shout out to my man Sean Whitehorn showing love. Sean Whitehorn said, I'm 56 and I travel to Colombia, DR, and Brazil. I prefer Latino women 45 to 50 years old. I've tried all of the Cupid sites, no success. Do any of you matchmaking, coaching, etc.? My goal is to marry, so any advice is welcome. So Dre, reach out to Dre or Luke Casley. They might can give you some perspectives, but especially Dre, because he lives there. And Dre, actually, Sean Whitehorn was with me when I went to Brazil the first time. The movie is about to drop, guys. Get ready for Frustrated 3 with Al Grease. We're going to be doing a show on that at some point. And shout out once again to Sean Whitehorn for that $20 super sticker. And it is a deal, right?
That's a
Thank
bet,
you.
right?
I appreciate
That's a deal, right? That's a
Thank
deal,
you, sir.
right?
Thank you very much.
That's a bet, right?
But
That's
in the
a deal,
meantime,
right? That's a
guys,
deal,
continue
right?
to feed the robot. We got 6 people thus far that shared this stream. I need 4 more. When I get 4 more people, I want you guys to hit 10. I need 4 more people to share this stream and then press 10. Thank you to the 6 that have already done it. Guys, I really appreciate it. But listen, I want to continue to look at what they say about Latin women because this is very powerful. And, some don't believe, as I said, that the fat meat is greasy. But Latin women are becoming a second choice for a lot of men. So here's the next part. It said, why are Latin women so beautiful? Is it the secrets of the genetics or looking after themselves? Let's find out what make Latin women so desirable. I noticed something that you did, Lucchese, on your channel, and it was very powerful. And you were using skincare products, and you were using some type of face mask. I noticed that women in Latin cultures take their appearance and take their figures, they take it serious. Some of the women that I work with are Latinas, and they take keeping themselves attractive for their man and keeping their bodies on point. They take it serious. Now, in America, I hear women saying that I'm not losing weight for him, I'm gonna lose it for myself. But in your culture, you women lose weight for your men. Why is that?
Because we love our men. Because going back to what Dre said about talking about women knowing their age and understanding that there's an age for everything, you don't see 50 plus women getting on top of tables and doing some nonsense because, first of all, the community will just say, no, that we don't accept that here. Sorry about that.
It's okay. She got to feed the babies. But Dre, and then I'm gonna ask the American Brazilian. In Latin cultures, the women believe in taking care of their bodies. They believe in working out. They believe in keeping their men keeping themselves looking good for their men. And Dre, if you feel comfortable at some point, whenever your wife is finished, I would love for you and her to talk together as a team. And also you too, American Brazilian, if you guys feel comfortable. If not, no sweat. But why? Yeah, go ahead.
She's Andrea Wood, but Andrea's gotten ready for bed. We've had a long day.
Okay, no problem, brother.
So
no problem.
Here.
That's why she just like, do you want a bottle of water? She said, because I'm about to lay down.
Okay, no problem, Dre. Why do they keep themselves looking so good for their men? But back to Lucchese. Go ahead, Lou, and then to Dre. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Unmute yourself there. Unmute yourself.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
The way we look is just, we want our husbands to be proud of us. And also there's competition. I mean, somebody looks at my man over there and it's like, no, I'm going to be the prettiest one here because that's not going to happen.
It's competition.
So we fight for it. Right. And even though we could be married, anybody looks at my husband the wrong way and it's on. So
it's all for you, not sweet Lucchese. Lucchese is so mild and
never,
sweet.
No. But yeah, I mean, it's we want our husbands to see us as as the beautiful wives that we are to them, and we're not gonna allow ourselves to just look to not represent them well out there, So when it comes to the weight and when it comes to just caring for ourselves, it's in our blood. We just do it. We've learned how to do that from our grandmothers, our mothers, and we'll continue doing it. So I'm not sure what else to say, but it's just we value having our men next to us, and if we need to look more beautiful than the rest over there, we will do our best to do so.
No doubt. Powerful. Dre, and then the American Brazilian. Why do the women in Colombia take care of their shapes? Why do they keep themselves looking so good?
Answered it.
Okay, she got it. Okay.
That's why I was clapping, because Colombian women, or just Latin women in general, really understand the term, the competition is deep. They do not take that for granted. You are living in freaking Venezuela. You was raised with with these other cute girls from kindergarten. They were raised with you when you were cute too. These women were raised around beauty, not like the United States, where a certain percentage of almost over 50% of all black women are obese. And let's not even talk about black children being obese. So when you're the one or two cute girl in kindergarten, everybody knows it. Mm-hmm. But when every girl is cute in kindergarten, every girl knows it. So they were raised knowing that in high school. They realized all the way through college and all the way into adulthood, the competition is deep. So I better listen to what my mom and grandma's advice saying, because you will never see a Colombian walking around in a bonnet. That not now. You can go to certain hoods, yeah. Hood people might try to pull that off, but that's rare of the rarest. You won't see somebody in Exedo or see somebody in PriceSmart in pajamas and slippers. First of all, people in South America could be wearing slippers outside the beach, so they ain't gonna be happening at all anyway, unless they're in the house. But for the most part, women know that there are other women. And Andrea remind me, Andrea tells me all that. She say, listen, I know my husband is tall. I know he's dark. I know he's handsome. He's got pretty teeth, pretty smile, clear skin. He takes care of himself. And I know what's out there. These women in Colombia, and I don't know how it is where you guys are or have visited in Brazil. I have never seen so many couples in the gym of all ages. You will see single people in the United States, maybe a couple of couples every blue moon. But here, oh, you got couples in their 20s in the gym together. You got couples in their 30s, in their 40s, in their 50s in the gym together. Booed up. That's, you know, they booed up. People know me. They like Andrea said, me and Andrea be in the gym. And Andrea just say, hey, have you guys seen my husband? Oh, the big black brother. Oh yeah, he upstairs. He go by the other. They know her husband. In other words, couples know the competition is deep. So they're not doing it in the sense of like insecurity. So I'm gonna go to the gym with you because somebody might want to. No. He knows I got to look good for my boo, and she knows I'm representing him too. So why don't both of us go together, since she's cooking healthy meals for the family anyway, since she likes to be active anyway, and they like to do things together as a unit anyway. And so you see this all the time. These women know it. Women in the United States don't realize your competition is, even Kevin told him, listen, while y'all too busy working at Becky, it's Magali who you got to worry about. It's Maria who you got to think about. But black women still so caught up on Becky with the good hair, the white girls. He's dating a white girl. Brothers are saying, go and keep thinking it, sister. We're done arguing with you. You think that's what we're thinking? Okay, cool. And dudes are watching these very feminine, and a part of femininity is how you take care of yourself. And that's what Latin women know. And they know to take care of themselves because it represents them and their family. But now we're not saying everybody's walking around looking like supermodels. We're not saying that. But we're saying statistically, compared to the United States and UK and Canada and many other countries, Latin women take care of their bodies and their health and their diets and their families a lot better and more often than not. And that's all we're saying.
No doubt. Let me redo some of these super stickers. Hold tight. Let me shout out to Jay Oler. Thank you, brother, for that. Let me read through, and I'm going to get right back to it, guys. Thank you. Hold tight. What is this? Jay, you sent some. I can't see what it is, but anyway, okay, yeah, he said a blessing for educating and the like the men worldwide. I believe that's, what is that, $60 or 60 cents? I don't know what it is. I think it's 60 cents. But thank you, brother. I appreciate it, Jay. Shout out to my man Moonwalker for that $4 super sticker. He's my experience outside the Matrix was like a baby tasting adult food for the first time. I never wanted enjoyable food again. Shout out to him. And also shout out Shout out to
I like that.
shout out to Andrew.
Oh man, that was nice.
No doubt. Shout out to Andrew Baker in the panel. He says, "An international travel, I love women outside of the U.S. for their peace, inspiration, and good spirit. Next month, I will be in Colombia. Can't wait to see and be around feminine women again." Shout out to Andrew Baker. And that is a deal, right?
That's a
I
deal,
appreciate
right?
Andrew
That's a
Baker.
deal,
That's
right?
what it's all about.
That's a
It
bet,
goes back
right?
to
That's
what
a
we said
deal, right?
earlier,
That's a
Stream.
deal, right?
Power, fun, freedom, belonging, and survival. And also, I got another cash out in, guys, from Gregory Scotland. Gregory Scotland sent a cash out, guys, and I appreciate it. And Jay, not Jay, but Gregory Scotland, thank you, sir, for the money. Thank you.
It's the money.
All right, we got a question for the panel, and that's coming from Top Gun. And then I want the American Brazilian to add some insight. But hold tight, guys. Feed the robot. The robot is hungry. But in the meantime, guys, let's get these likes up. I got 2 more that I need to do. I need 2 more folks to share this stream. We got 8 thus far, but feed the robot and like the content. Hold tight.
Hit that like button. Go ahead. Do it now before I reach out into that screen and twist your hand like Esther. Hit the like button. Thank you.
Destroy.
All right, so Top Gun said, and I'll let Dre or American Brazilian take it, or Luke Casley. I'll probably start with American Brazilian. Can you guys share things that those women appreciate from us through men in comparison to the native guys? You're being funny, man. So I'm going to start with the American Brazilian. Can you guys share the things that those women appreciate from us through men in comparison to the native guys? I'm gonna let you take it, American Brazilian, and then Luke Casley, and then Dre. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry. Could you repeat that? I did something today, and I think I snatched something out of the wall.
It's okay. It's okay. So the question is, do you see the question about Top Gun? He said, can you guys share the things that those women appreciate from us through us in comparison to the men from their country? So what do they appreciate in American men and compared to the men in those countries? Go ahead.
Well, I think in those countries, specifically Latin America, a lot of the men, they operate under the banner of machismo. Some of them are not necessarily as friendly in a sense of, like when it comes to being a companion, being warm and being kind and just kind of cozying up to their woman. Whereas when we come over there, we bring that dynamic of, we're kind, hey, we can help you do this. Hey, we can help you do that. And for them, it's culture shock because women in Latin America, they are kind of like groomed that they do everything. And the man just kind of, he has his role, they have their role. Where here, we can kind of do two or three different things. So when we bring our culture into their culture, it's like a breath of fresh air. And they think that we're kind. They think that I've had people tell me this. They think that we're kind. They think that we're funny. They think that we're very gentlemanlike. They think that we have home training. They didn't use those words, but that's kind of what they alluded to. We have home training. We're very helpful around the house. I go to my mother-in-law house and they trip out when I try to wash dishes because it's kind of like, what is he doing? It's kind of like, well, I'm just helping out. And in their culture, it's like, no, that's a woman's job. You do that. My job is to do what I work, bring home the bacon, and you do everything else. Wherein we don't mind helping. I guess I can say it like that. And that's a breath of fresh air to them.
No doubt. Luke Casley, what does Latin women appreciate about American men that's so alluring? What do Latin women appreciate about American men? And there's sometimes women in the West take for granted. What do you guys appreciate about the American men and how they treat you guys and how much attention they give you guys?
Okay, mainly is the masculinity. We love masculine men. Mm-hmm. And when we see American men coming into our countries, there's a level of sophistication that is not with the people with the men within the country. So there's that level. It's it's just something. It's you're not the same man as having a Colombian or a Venezuelan or a Nicaraguan man. So you come in, you're something different. Again, you're very masculine, and that's what we see. Masculinity to us means protection. And then, of course, everything else that comes with that. But that's mainly it. We see, we love manly men, and we see you as more traveled and more exotic and sophisticated.
No doubt, no doubt. So when you think exotic, let's say Luke Casley, when it comes down to skin hues, what's considered more exotic? Like they say in Thailand, chocolate man, caramel, tall man.
I think it's all depending on what your desire is. But again, as long as you are masculine and have that knowledge, traveler knowledge, somebody from the outside, and of course, you come in with good intentions and want to know the family and the culture. That's all it takes.
That's it.
Okay, Dre, give me your point of view to that question, brother. Go ahead.
So one of the things is that we give them the sense of being needed again, not just a part of. A lot of guys come to Colombia, they don't know Spanish. The Latin the young lady that they met or the woman that they met can show them here and that. And they like that sense of being needed in that particular way, not just earning of clothes or just cooking a meal, but the fact that someone needs my intellect as a woman. And these women appreciate that here. Someone wants to hear my opinion about, well, what's the history of salsa music? And now Andre can run down the history of something. And she likes that sense of being valued for her intellect, not just for her beauty. Her beauty attracts us. Their beauty attracts us, but they can show you. Some brothers have never tasted homemade arepas, where you open it up and you put the rice and the beans and the cheese in the middle of it. And it just tastes so good. It tastes almost like the closest thing is like the Jiffy cornbread in the States, but it's like you can't describe it. You got to have it for yourself. Or some of the dances that some of you guys, I've seen guys that are wallflowers in the United States will not get on the dance floor for nothing. But there is something about a Latin woman that will cause him to get on the dance floor and do a two-step. And he's our height coach, 6'3", 6'4", 6'5", and he got his big butt out there and just having a ball, knowing that in the States he wouldn't do that. And these women appreciate the fact that you would trust me with your vulnerability.
Right.
They appreciate the fact that you trust them with. The other thing that I noticed, that they appreciate our experience. I've had women, when I got here a few years back, I've got, let's put it like this, I've got females associates that I've met here that have asked me about, I've heard about crypto. Could you explain how that works to me? They want to know about that drive. They want to know about how we look at investments compared to how the average Colombian man may not have never invested in his life. So there are some experiences of life that they want to say, listen, I heard about and I would like to, but I don't know how to. So could you? And they love to be vulnerable to you. The last thing is that I noticed that they realize that, and she attested to this, there's an energy or essence or aura that we have when I walk into a salsa club, you'd have thought that either somebody's star or somebody, who is he, or is something about. Andrea sat back just from a photo, and they was like, well, this is my husband. He's not from here. Even though all these brothers and sisters walking around Cali all day long, they're like, he ain't from here. Yes, he is. And Andre will be teasing them. Yes, he is. No, there's an energy that we even give off in a photo that says that, like she says, there is an air about the American man if he's doing it in the right way. Notice, I ain't talking about all you brothers. And she's not. None of us on this panel was talking about all you brothers. You know, Andre's gonna come straight. Andre gonna come straight to you with it. Some of you brothers, you ain't about the right, and you represent the rest of us you got a passport, but you are embarrassing with a passport. So I'm not talking about you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about the good guys that go down. I don't care if you a dude that's 5'10", you gonna get some love. I don't care if you're a big boy, you gonna get some love. I don't care if you slender and you ain't got no muscles. If you carry yourself in a certain respectful way and respect the culture and the people of the community, you will be embraced by the women in that community. But if you come through and everything that you do is pay for play and party, you've never met the type of women that we're talking about. So you can relate to us. I've been to DR 10 times. Did you do all pay for play? Yes. Well, you can't relate to the women that we're talking about. You can't relate to Luke Hazley. You can't relate to Andrea.
Mm-hmm.
So what we're talking about are women that can relate to the type of man that American Brazilian is, the type of man that you are, the type of men that carry themselves in a particular way, knowing that we represent not just the United States, but we represent also the Black culture of the United States. And that's what we do.
No doubt.
Man, y'all got passports and you embarrassing.
Shout out, we're going to talk about that too. Shout out to Model International Mango Lover. He said a good mango is better than a combative matrix woman.
That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right?
And
That's a
also
deal,
shout
right?
out to
That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
I can't argue against that when you're right.
And also shout out to James Turner again, and he's correct. He said, Kosher, T.S. Johnson has already stated this for his African Studies program, that there are more Latino women attending to understand how to deal with a Black man. It's amazing, right? And they're learning and trying to study and trying to understand Black men because they find Black men alluring. And that's a deal,
bet,
right?
That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
I want to ask you guys a question.
Bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
Starting with the American Brazilian. Your wife, Thalita, is from Brazil. She is a Morena. She's from Sao Paulo, I believe, or in that area. And
Aracatuba, Sao Paulo.
And so, what is the allure? Even though we know that, Africa is right beside Brazil, why are Latin women so enthralled by Black men in general? I mean, they love German men, white men too. But if you had to look at it as far as sexiness, which group of men do you think they find to be more alluring? And then I'm gonna go with Luke Casley, and then I'm gonna go back to Dre.
I hate to use the word, and I only believe I'm saying it, is swag that Black men have, or the aura that we can.
Right. I think you froze.
You look like he froze with that Brazilian Wi-Fi. that's how it is in Brazil sometimes. You freeze fast.
Right. Okay, Luke Casley, you're from Venezuela.
Go ahead, brother.
There we go.
Okay,
we didn't hear a word you said, brother.
Okay, I'm sorry, man. I don't know what I did today, man. I apologize. I snatched something out of the wall, but I think that they understand that we're not threatened. Like our masculinity is not threatened by us being gentle. You know what I'm saying? And I think they know that we can keep ourselves up. They like our swag. I hate to use the word swag, but they like our aura. They like how we do things. They like how we talk. They like how we walk. And I think they're just kind of enthralled with us as Black men. They're curious about us, but it's not like, and I hate to use that, you know how a lot of people say like some Caucasian women are just kind of curious about Black guys. It's not that type of curiosity. I think the curiosity they have for us is to genuinely know us as people. And they want to find out, is everything that they have heard and seen true? So we're not really, those of us who are sure of ourselves, our masculinity is not like, we're not threatened by certain things. We can be nice, we can be kind, and our masculinity is not threatened. And we keep ourselves together. I know you had mentioned about, Latino women keeping themselves together, but we keep ourselves together. It's important. Our appearance is important to us. When we go places, even, sometimes to a fault when we go in foreign countries, sometimes we overdo it, but for the most part, whenever we step out, we're clean cut, we're together, our hair is nice and groomed, we smell good, we look good. And so, I think that they just are attracted to our appearance as well, man. So I don't want to say we're the total package, but we kind of the total package.
I want Luke Casley to answer this, but I don't know. This young lady seems like, I don't know why she's upset. But Luke Casley, she's saying the lady up there looks like her family don't look nothing like Negro. I don't know what she means by that. Maybe it's the Latinos here in the U.S. Well, Lucchese has Afro-Latin roots as well. Probably more Spaniard, but she does have Afro-Latin roots. But I want to show you guys something because the word negrita is something that Colombian women find very alluring. And Dre, I got this from Dre. Actually, I stole it from Dre. But I want you guys to see this. And, and guys, tell me what you think all day.
Okay, I know this is going to sound super weird to all the gringos out there, but guess, like, listen to this. Yes, you can call us mi amor, you can call us bebé, mamacita, but this is overrated. If you are dating a brown skin Colombian woman, baby, you can call me mi negrita. It can't get any better than that. You can't call me mi negrita.
Dear black man.
Okay, she said mi negrita. Negrita. But hold on to that. Hold on to that, Dre. Hold on to that. Well, actually, I'm gonna let Lucchese take it as well. Mi negrita, and then Dre. Why is that so caliente for Colombian or maybe Venezuelan women? Why do they love being called negritas? Because people here think it's a pejorative term, but it's not. It's actually a term of endearment. But go ahead.
No, mi negrita, we know that term from Mexico to down to Argentina. That is a term of endearment. It's like, it tells you that we all have that negrita in us. So this lady that says that it looks like I don't have any kind of black in me, she needs to do a little more research.
Right.
Look up Nicaragua, look at the Atlantic coast, and then she can come back on the next chapter and tell us that there's no black in Nicaragua or Venezuela.
Right. And you know what? That's why, guys, that's why American men are moving abroad. This young lady, I'm not mad at Godiva, but this is what she said. She said, I'm leaving soon, dislike and unsubscribe. And, this is what black men are saying. Let me play back that clip real quick, and we're fine. The brothers, they're not bothered. But every time people are clarion callers or tell the truth, they get in their feelings. Now, I'm going to play this clip back real quick, and this is the reason why black men are beginning to go abroad. Let's play it back real quick, and you guys can see what this young man is talking about. Hold tight.
Okay, I know this is going to sound super weird to all the gringos out there, but guess, like, listen to this. Yes, you can call us mi amor, you can call us bebé, mamacita, but this is overrated. If you are dating a brown skin Colombian woman, baby, you can call me mi negrita. It can't get any better than that. You can't call me mi negrita.
Dear black man, can you forgive us for becoming bitter? Because we couldn't stand the fact to see you all become the men that we wanted you all to be with somebody else.
Nope. We got to taste the foreign. Going overseas, dealing with women over there. Some of the most beautiful women on earth, and we saved on money. We got peace of mind now, right? We learned about discipline. We learned about the ins and outs of the globe. And you want us to come back from that? Never going to happen. For too many times we've seen them on talk shows and stuff like that disparaging us. All on talk shows, and I could go back to the 80s and 90s, Ricky Lake, Sally Jesse Raphael, Oprah, and the list goes on and on and on. We don't measure up. We're not good enough. So always getting triggered anytime men or men in general, say something. This Lucchese was attacked, the shaming language like Kevin Samuels talked about. But men in general, sign language, right? They have what's called cognitive dissonance. They can't hear, and many of them, Lucchese, Dre, and also American Brazilian, they have a condition. They have a condition called this. And that's called egocentria, which basically means delusional. I created an acronym called DEAF. They deny the evidence when you present it to them. I got 3 clarion callers, a black man that's in Brazil, a woman from Nicaragua and Venezuela by the way of California, but also a brother that live in Detroit. Now he's over. So they deny the evidence when you present it to them. They become enraged when you present them with the evidence. They argue through ad hominem attacks, meaning they attack the messenger.
instead of attacking the message themselves. And they do two things, what this young lady did. They fight you or they flee. It's deaf. They cannot hear you because there's a cacophony going on inside their head that precludes or prohibits them from hearing what we're trying to say. And it's okay. You know, the evidence does not lie. That's why men are beginning to leave, because no matter what they do, they can't hear what you are saying. And they prove themselves over, Drake, and over again, Luke Casley. They prove themselves over and over again. That's why men are leaving, because of comments like this young woman attacking Luke Casley. And, you know, I didn't do anything to her, but you unsubscribe from me. I didn't disrespect you, which I'm fine with, by the way. But what do you guys think about that? Starting with Dre and then Luke Cage and then the American Musician. What do you guys think about the incessant?
Oh, I love her. I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to her and other women like her. Right. They are the epitome of confirmation. I was watching Kevin Samuels mostly for confirmation, to let me know that I was doing the right thing. I wasn't just watching Kevin for lessons. I watched Kevin for 5 years for the lessons as a man. So when I sat back and watched him talking to women, I was like, yep, that's why I got my passport. Every time a woman came on, I was like, yep, that's why I got my passport. Every time it ain't make any sense, yep, that's why I got my passport. And this young lady just confirmed for me exactly what that one young brother just said. This is why men, and this is not just a black man issue. It's not a black man issue. You got white brothers, you got other brothers, Latin brothers. Latin brother said, you know what? I came here, I stacked my money. Now I'm going back home to I've been sending money back for the last 20 years. I got everything stacked up. I built me a house. I built my mama a house with all the money I've been sending back. Now I'm going back. It's Latin. Do not think everybody that's Latin that comes to America want to die in America.
Right.
That one twisted at all. They trying to come up. Listen. It's Latin people that some Latin people don't even want y'all coming up to their country. Y'all chest stuff up so bad. So my point is that at the end of the day, with the young lady, she actually confirms for us, and we need confirmation sometimes. We need women that will say and do idiocy to let us know, you know what? For a second, I was gonna give them women a chance. But this woman let me know, hell to the no.
Hell no.
Thank you very much. So I appreciate her. I want to say, if she put her address or email address in the comment section right now, I want to send her a Christmas card, a birthday card. I want to send her some flowers, some roses. I want to say thank you, because I never will want to make the mistake to come back to the United States and have to deal, or let me put it like this before I let somebody else speak. The problem in the United States is this: you got women like that in bundles.
Yes.
Then you got the one Luke Casley. But this the problem. You spending years sifting through trying to find this one special woman, but you sifted through this muck of muddy water of dating and relationships with all the women that are like that. And so women like her mess it up for good women. And so us men have said, you know what? Where's Luke Casley from? I'm going there. Because I'm going to who taught her how to be her. Instead of trying to find her in this muck, let me get this passport. I'm going to go ahead and be in the country that made her her. So now I'm in the country with with Luke Casley's mothers, aunts, grandmothers, with her classmates, with all these women that are successful. One of the things that my Colombian friends in the States told me when I got to Colombia, it will amaze you how many women have educations and have degrees. Don't get it twisted.
Yes, that's true.
A lot of I can't stand when they say y'all only going down there messing with them poor Latin women.
Right.
Girls. They got y'all only mess with the young ones. They only want you for a green card. I'm sitting up here looking I'm looking at all these women, black women becoming vice president of Colombia. All this going on. Women are doing some amazing thing around the world. And the part of it is they ain't letting American women mess their minds up like their minds are messed up. Girl, you're a vice president. You should be a diva. Oh, no.
Right.
I'm going to focus on my family and my people and my community, because that's how I was raised. Because after this election is over and after this term, I got to go. See, one thing I love about Latin women, they know they got to go back to the family reunion.
Right.
You can be a woman that's a pay for play in Cartagena or Medellin, selling your body to everything out there. But when you get back to that finca, you better come through the door like this. Nobody knows what's going on because they respect their unit. It ain't gonna be a rumor like, girl, you know she'll pay for play, girl. You better not let grandma hear that. In the United States, women, no matter what culture, don't care that how their behavior patterns impact the rest of the family unit. That's what my point is. So when it comes to that young lady, she doesn't even realize how her statements are impacting other women of color. And that's why if 50 other women never made that statement, they might as well had because we following your lead with that idiocy. And so the next 50 women, we prejudging because of what you just said. And so that's the mistake that so I say, me personally, I appreciate it. Thank you very much for letting me know that my passport stamps were well worth the investment.
Lucas, I want you to parrot that, and then I want you to answer the question by James Turner. Listen, guys, we are 15 away from 4,000. Let's make it 4,000 tonight. It's 140 people that are watching. If you have not subscribed to the channel, go hit that like button. Go subscribe to the channel. Check out Dre with Love Crossing Borders. Check out Luke Casley. And also go check out the American Brazilian. Listen, I do these shows as a clinical therapist to empower and also to enlighten you gentlemen. You know, consistent with what Dr. William Glass, as I said earlier, when you're not getting your needs met, you suffer in silence. It's not my desire to see you guys suffer in silence, but it's my desire to see you empowered, similar to the women that we talked about. They are deaf. They don't want to hear what you're saying, and that's fine. There's greater later on the other side. But in the meantime, shout out to, I think it's Gregory Scotland, and Kamingo, Professor Don Omar of Kamingo TV. Brother, listen, let's do a show at some point. Maybe me, you, and Dre will do it again. And Dre, we got another show, Dre, for you. Oh, I got another one, brother. Gonna be extremely comprehensive. We'll talk about it, but it's about that second migration. But we'll talk about it at some point. But let me send a special shout out to, I don't know who this person is. Hold tight. He says shout out to the troll in the chat. Keep losing. Shout out to him, and then also shout out to. Let me see, who's it for this $20 super sticker? Let me see if I can find it. It's so, man,
I just don't know. She yelling at the rearview mirror. she that's the part that she ain't getting. You ever leave somebody and they still running off at the mouth, yelling at the top of your lungs? You 2 blocks down. You still going, the arms still waving. That's her. Goodness. She yelling at your rearview mirror right now. She don't even realize it. She's doing it subconsciously. She been programmed to do that. I ain't mad at you, baby girl. I ain't mad. I'm gonna keep you my prayer tonight, but I'm gonna see you that Christmas card.
Like the old folks said, bless her heart. But anyway, shout out to
bless her heart, Lord, bless her heart. Look at that thing still yelling while I'm driving on.
Shout out to my
bags
man,
packed.
my man
Griff. To the
airport. Shout out to my man Griff, 615 for that $20 super sticker, brother. I appreciate it.
That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
Thank you, Griff. Yeah, this is a very powerful and comprehensive stream. And people like that are continuing to prove us correct. Now, back to Luke Casley. James Turner asked a question about masculinity, and I hope you didn't forget the original question. But Luke Casley, what say you about masculinity and why it's so important? Let me see if I can find the question from James. Do you remember what he said, Lou?
He wanted to know what it meant to be masculine, I think. And I don't remember the second part, but for me, it's being ready to be the man of the house, the family man, the man that will take care of, the wife and the kids and the family and the grandmother and the entire community. A person that will take leadership and we will follow. And going back to that other person, unfortunately, she showed a feminine woman would have never come in a masculine space and showed her disagreeable essence. So again, she proved why a lot of these men are leaving and looking for femininity in Latin America.
Right, and that's and like this brother said, that's why they're leaving in the first place. And you know, she attacked me, and that's fine. I would never be her therapist. You're correct, sweetie. You have cognitive dissonance. You would never be my client because I don't deal with goofy people. But in the meantime, Dre, I'm going to ask you guys a question because this stream is going very well. What does duty and service mean to the Latin woman? Starting with Dre, then to the American Brazilian, and then also to Luke Casley. What does duty mean to the Latin woman? Because many want the ring, they want the ring, Dre, but they don't want to serve the man in the beauty of righteousness. What does duty mean to the Latin woman, Dre?
In regards to her duty or his duties?
Her duties. What is her duty to him, towards him? What does it mean?
See, that's almost like a trick question in a sense, because Latin women don't look at it as duty. It's culture.
It is culture.
In the United States, we don't realize a Latin woman in the United States feel like it's a duty, it's a chore, it's culture. I'm gonna tell you what I mean by culture, and I mentioned this before on our live stream. Dudes will sit back and see Andrea bring me a plate of food. I eat it while whatever I'm doing, and then she'll come back and get my plate. And then, oh man, Andre, man, you spoiled, you got it good. No, bro, no. She does the same thing for her brother, her dad, little nephews, all the males, any male that's close to the family, uncles, the same behavior of a plate and a drink, and then comes back and get it. All the males get that. I'm not special. So when we sit back and we say that it's like duty, in the Latin culture, it's not a duty, it's the culture. It's the makeup of anything that defines the family unity, that keeps the family together. That's why I have so much, I have more respect when I see a woman on a curve holding a baby, and her man is out there trying to sell non-laters or trying to wipe down cars or something, and she right there, compared to women in the United States that got her little mansion and got her nice job and got the biggest mouth and the worst attitude. I have no respect. And you diva. You got your little weave, your hair helmet going down your head. You just rock your little hair helmet. Can't nobody tell you nothing.
Hair helmet, right.
You wearing a hair helmet like you Beyonce. But this woman right here is like, listen, I believe in this man and our family dynamic so much that I know we ain't gonna be like this forever. And I'd rather be with him during a hard time. So when times get better, I was there through it all.
Right.
It's part of the culture.
It's the culture, right.
So when we sit back and say how important it is to them, I can't say that, well, this is important, that's not important. It's almost saying, it's almost telling a Latin woman to cut off her eyebrows or now I want to use something more dramatic. It's like telling a Latin woman to walk around with one arm tied behind her back. It's a part of who she is.
Yes, sir. Right.
And I think we being so Americanized, we kind of like overanalyze what's in other cultures naturally. It's not naturally to see women doing certain things. And you saw how soft-spoken Luke Casley is.
Yes, sir. Very soft-spoken.
Andre is the same way. Mm-hmm. When us Americans come to town, do you know Colombians look like, oh my God, why are they so loud? Why is this loud? It's because Latin people outside of maybe sports are not naturally or party or togetherness are not a natural loud people. We are. So a part of their culture is kind of like even men. Men know when to be bombastic, when it's time to protect the family, or when it's time for sports or something that's funny. Mm-hmm. But for the most part, you get a group of Colombian men, you won't hear what they saying, and they stay right next to you. You get two Americans, they can hear us down the block. It's a part of their culture to be there for their men because they realize the value of the culture creates the family, and the family dynamic creates the future. We talk, let's just use our Black community. We talk family. We talk togetherness. Hey, brother. Hey, sister. We use terms, but we don't have anything entrenched in us that if we never use the word brother again, and we never use the word sister again, and we never talked about Black issues, there is nothing about us that says unification. But Latin people don't have to have a word that says brother or sister, or they don't have that. No matter what color, that's the crazy part. No matter what color you are in the Latin community, you are the goal. It's almost like the goal is the survival of the family over everything else. It's like you got God, and right up under God, just right under his toenails, is the family. It's not like God and then the family right here and then the husband. No, it's the family right there up under God's feet. But in our culture, we don't have culture. And so we can't psychologically relate to people that have culture. We have traditions in the United States. We traditionally do certain things. We robotically do certain things. We're programmed to do certain things, but we do not, and I repeat, have culture in the United States.
Yeah, I totally agree. You know, and Cortez Smith said something real powerful. We're going to get to it in a minute. Let me get to Sower Seed. I think that's his name. But he said that the poor Latin woman is greater than Keisha. I've heard guys say that as well. But hold tight. Let me get these super chats out of the way. I think I did Griff 615 already. Let me get to KS again. He said, I need somebody to break that down for me. My Spanish is bad.
It says, ¿qué cualidades necesito poseer como hombre? What characteristics or qualities do I need to have as a man? I'm assuming for a Latin woman. You're seeing them right here. Both. I mean, it's just, just have a sense of coming to the United States, knowing that you are going to be expected, that if you are with Latina, and if you have the intentions of marrying her, that you are going to be expected to be the man of the house. That's it. Okay. Everything else for us, and it's funny because that word duty and all that stuff for us, that's why I don't understand it, because it's not in our, we know what it means, but we don't use it at all because it's within us.
Yes, ma'am.
It is like Dre said, it's the culture. It's with us. It's we wake up with the culture. We go to sleep with the culture. It doesn't change.
No doubt. And you're right. They don't see, even though marriage can be a duty, but you don't see it as a duty because it's part of your culture. Shout out to my man, Asora C. He said what Bruce Lee say, be like water. Let it be like water off your back. You got it, fellas, no doubt. And that's what I say all the time, brother. I tell the men, they got to, and they must be like water.
Rack it up, I gotta build up the bank to make me a safe house. Shake it up, she got her hands on her knees.
Yeah, they gotta be like water. They gotta be fluid when it comes down to comments like water, women like Godiva. But they gotta be like, yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna have to get going. I need to get dinner ready.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I have a hungry man over here.
Thank you, I appreciate
having me.
Thank you, dear.
I'd love to see you, Dre, and American Brazilian. Nice to meet you.
Thank you, dear. Thank you.
Adios.
Thank you, sweetie. Adios. No doubt. Adios. Thank you, sweetie. And you guys see how lovely Luke Casley is, how respectful she is. You see how she honors and respects her husband. Some of these hyenas would have been up here arguing and fighting, instead of taking care of their husband. But she said, I got to go cook for my man.
Don't worry about it. They're going to be fighting in the comments section.
I got rid of her, man. I let her talk a few minutes, but it is funny, man. It's really funny now when you hear them arguing and raising hell, because I didn't do anything to her, but it's true to form. They always telling themselves because they are deaf, and it's okay, man. It's okay. It's okay. Like Dre said earlier, who your people is. From the first show, who your people is, and like they used to say in Atlanta, Georgia, bless a law, bless a little heart, bless a little heart. but I'm gonna ask the American Brazilian something, because we're gonna let the fellas do it now. Can a man win with a Latina American Brazilian? Then we're gonna go to Dre. But can a man win with with an Afro-Latino or Latin woman? Why can a man win? Tell the men. Why can they win? Why can't they win instead of dealing with women like this young lady, Godiva? But also, is a poor Latin woman greater than a Keisha in America?
Yeah, because they again, I'll say this ad nauseum. They understand femininity. Something that Dre said in regards to, his wife serving him and how they basically do things. And how his friend says that he's spoiled. I've heard the same thing, and it's like second nature. It's like breathing to them. As children, they are taught a woman should serve a man. They are taught that, and they understand the power and the honor in that. It's almost like it bolsters and strengthens that femininity. I think a poor Latin woman. How can I say this? Let me say this right here, man. And I'm gonna try not to go off on a tangent, but I have to say this because I was amen in Detroit. Everybody's not trying to get to America. Everybody's not trying to get a green card. In fact, more women there are 109.1 million Black people in Brazil. A lot of them are educated. A lot of them utilize their educational system, my wife being one of them. A lot of them go to private colleges and private schools. America's not going to tell you that. They are not hungry and chomping at the bit to get over here because they understand the trade-off. You come over here, you work hard. Yes, you can get all of this, the American dream, but you're going to have to put family here. And for many of them, they're not willing to do that. So if anything that is going to cause family to be below money, it's not going to happen. So everybody's not poor. Everybody's not a prostitute. Everybody's not trying to get over here. If most people who use those talking points, they have never even been outside of America. They've never even been outside of America. Most of the poorest places in Latin America are postcard, picture perfect, beautiful. And the women, even the women that, that we consider poor or whatever, they're still very feminine. They're nice. They're likable. They're kind. They can treat a complete stranger.
He froze. We got that Brazilian.
I think what he's about to say, that they can treat a complete stranger with respect.
Right.
Because that's probably one of the things I've yet to get used to with my wife.
I know. Before y'all said I broke up, I saw it going down.
She treats strangers with so much respect, and it's just part of who she is. Go ahead, brother.
If you go, I was when I went to Brazil in 2017. I was standing on the corner, needing direction. My Portuguese, I'm still learning, but it was like nowhere close to where it is now. And there was this lady, and she was wasting her time or using her time to try to help me. And she was just so nice and so friendly. And for me, it was culture shock because we're just so used to the opposite. You go to a lot of the bigger metropolitan cities, people don't even have the time of day. They won't even say hello to you, let alone look at you with any type of compassion. They just roll their eyes and keep going. Everything is just moving. But, you can even tell how they honor family and how they deal with strangers. So it just, I don't know why, man, when I hear that, it just does something to me, man, about the poor women and the green card, Go ahead, Dre. That just does something to me.
No.
So go ahead, Dre. Go ahead, dog. Go ahead, Dre.
The one thing the question that you asked was, what is it about a Latin woman that will cause can a man win? In other words, can a man come up and win? Can he succeed or in life by having a Latin woman on his arm? And I'm paraphrasing, and I hope I did that correctly.
You did a good job. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Because she helps to take away the distractions of life.
Yes.
I like that. I like that.
Now, I'm not talking about all Latin women. I'm talking about some good ones. She
Jesus
helps.
peace.
You know how much money I have made just based off the fact that Andrea takes away the distractions. I don't have to spend the hours in there. Okay, I'm hungry. Let me go make me something to eat. Oh, I need a drink. Oh, I forgot to do this. Oh, I got a doctor's appointment. Let me go. I got a schedule. Let me call my bank. Andrea takes care of all that. So now I get to be the man who I'm supposed to be, the hunter. I'm supposed to be going out there getting the woolly mammoth. So I'm doing what needs to be done, and I'm dragging the woolly mammoth, the whole thing, tusk and all, back to the cave.
Right.
Because she's allowed me not to have to deal with the distractions of life that in the United States, the other distractions of life, the woman's mouth in the United States. I don't have to worry about. Do you know how much women don't realize how much time a man can be sitting there minding his business, writing the next American novel. Here you come, boom, bust in the room. I thought I asked you to take the chicken out the freezer. What? I thought what, babe? Listen, my mind is distracted. I'm writing a great American novel.
Right.
Plus, I'm a vegetarian. I'm supposed to forget to take the chicken out the freezer.
Right.
She will argue you down for 30 minutes. That's 30 minutes of writing that didn't get done. 30 minutes of creativity that didn't get done. 30 minutes of marketing or whatever it is. You know how much time this just BS she doesn't bring me. And so if you're a guy that you, even with the argumentative Latin woman, you need to ask yourself what type of Latin women you dealing with. Because at the end of the day, most Latin women want to see the family win. That's right. At the end, not just you, the whole family win, not just her, the whole. And if it's just you and her, like in Andrea and I case, she wants to see the whole family win. So she knows one thing: I got to keep my man from being distracted from BS, or if I'm having a bad day, I don't take it out on my man. None of that. Andrea keeps the distractions away. And a lot of black men cannot succeed in life because a lot of women are distractions. That's why in the United States, we can't date and succeed sometimes. Sometimes you got to say, you know what? For the next couple of months, I ain't dating nobody because I got to get my money up. How many times you heard a black man say that? Right. I got to get my money up, so I ain't dating nobody. I ain't spending no $300 or $50 on a date. I ain't about to go out here and deal with no female that got this, that. We got to tell women I can't be around you and make money at the same time.
Yep.
But Latin women, you ain't got to deal with that. Not the good Latin women, not the ones in the States. I'm talking about women outside the United States. If you got you a decent one outside the United States, she want to see the whole family dynamic win because she feels like that's her calling from God, the success of her family, not just the success of her business. That's for the family, not just the fact that she got she finished off her degree. Andrea's got degrees. That's for the family.
The family, right?
All of this is for the family. If the family does succeed, now she's mad. Now she's wondering what's going on. She expects the family, and that's what calls a man to win. The last thing that I'm going to say is this. The reason why a man can win with a Latin woman because she makes room for your manhood.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In the United States, you got to battle for your manhood. You got to battle this group of people that got alphabet. You got to battle the sisters. You got to battle the government. You got to battle whatever it is that's coming your way that's trying to tell you I'm more of a man than you are. Nothing got male DNA in it, and everybody want to claim manhood. Exactly. Women want to be men. Government want to be men. The alphabet kids want to be men. Everybody want to be us, but yet they don't want us to be us. And so when you come to another community, in South America, the first thing that she says, just like Luke Hazley was saying, listen here, hold up, player. I'll cook for you. I'll set you down. I'll clean. I'll keep the distractions away. But you better write that great American novel. You better put the responsibility of manhood on your back and carry it. If we're going to move this family to another country, you better be able to handle carrying a family to another country. They are expecting your manhood. And some brothers, and that's one thing that we don't talk about, culture, is the fact that a lot of men that got passports, this is sink or swim of your manhood. See, in the United States, they took your manhood away so you can hide and not be a real man. You can hide behind your Jordans. You can hide behind your money. You can hide behind, I got all these ladies, I'm a player. You can hide behind your car. You can hide behind your real estate. Not in South America, player. That don't mean nothing. It's cool, but it's going to be seen if you're going to be living in South America or Central America, if you're a real man or if you're a pretend man, and you can't hide behind your car and you can't hide behind your money, because she's going to be looking at you like, okay, cool, and what else you bring to the table? Because if you argumentative, jealous, insecure, you're an insecure brother, but you got a nice car in South America, you getting cheated on.
Yes, sir. Right.
You know, you were a real man.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't got no car. He got a motorcycle.
Potion.
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Let me say something real quick. I apologize, man. I just totally butchered that question because my mind was on that last thing. I think one of the things that would make an African American man win with a Latino woman, and I'm gonna use a biblical term, is because they know how to remove burdens and destroy yokes. There is so much peace that can be added to a man's life when he knows that he doesn't have to come home and cook or wash dishes or clean clothes or tend, to just a lot of the menial things. Listen, after a hard day's work, the last thing you want to do is come home and go to work again. When you come home, that should be a haven of peace. And they are skilled. They are gifted. Their acumen for making home heaven is very strong. And so a brother, he can win with somebody who knows how to run a house. That's
no doubt. Yeah. No doubt. Shout out to Barry Hamilton for that $5 super sticker. He said, I really appreciate everyone in the panel. Great conversation. Dre's, man, they call him Morphins for a reason, man. Dre is the new version of Hank Robinson. He been hitting a lot of home runs, man. Shout out to my man, Green Beret. Green Beret says, shout out to all the speakers as they love the conversation about family first. No doubt, I appreciate the brother. Thank you. And then also shout out to Top Gun. He said, a woman winning is suffer to these services. yeah, you're right, Top Gun. You're 1,000% correct. Listen, guys, we are 12 away from 4,000. Go check out Dre of Love Crossing Borders. Excellent content creator. He had a powerful show last night, man. Dre is like Harriet Tubman because he got a lot of courage, and I do too. But I can't always say what I want to say as a therapist. But but Dre is very courageous, man. And we're gonna get to that point. A show I saw on Dre last night. I was checking it out, and go check out the American Brazilian, his beautiful wife Talita, and that little handsome boy. What's your little son name, man? He froze again. He froze again, man.
It's all right.
But let me continue to read through some of this. And also, Professor Don Omar, we'll definitely do a show at some point, man. Let me know. We'll definitely do want to chop it up. Let me see, make sure I got all these super stickers, man. I'm so far behind, man. Shout out to DA. DA, he said, Dreaming Act. He said, I'm loving it. I'm 6'8". Oh my goodness, 260 pounds, an educator. I'm looking forward to leaving. You dig, no doubt. Shout out to Dreams in Action. Shout out, brother. I'm 6'5", 6'6". You got me by about 3 inches. But shout out to that brother. And also shout out to, let me see, so many brothers and sisters saying stuff. Okay, all right, so that's good. All right, so why are Latin women, Dre, so loyal in general? Why are they so loyal in general? Why are Latin women so loyal in general, starting with Dre and then going to the American Brazilian? Why are they so loyal? Because not only do they have an allure, but why are they so loyal?
One thing that I found is for those that are loyal is that they know that, once again, the competition is deep. Mm-hmm. Latin women ain't like sisters or like white girls in the States. In the States, 80% of all divorces are filed by women. 80%. In the States, divorces are 50%, 51% divorce rate in the United States. Colombia is 9%. Mm-hmm. I said it. 9% of people in Colombia get a divorce. Mm-hmm. They realize that everything is not going to be milk, honey, and candy bars all the time. There's going to be some problematic moments in the marriage. They realize that. Mm-hmm. B, they realize family comes first. I don't come first. When I decided to have a family, I don't come first. My husband don't come first. We all come first. So that's the second thing that makes them, kind of like stand out. But the one thing that most individuals don't understand is that their mindset or the blueprint of what they see for the family is different from what women in the States sees. And that's why the women stay so faithful or don't want to rock the boat, because they don't want to throw away what they got. They work hard. Let's put it like this. Okay, here we go. Let's put it in my situation. I came here. My dentist said my teeth was salsa dancing. Andrea said my teeth was like they was in a dog fight.
Oh, really?
Now, I had decent teeth, but compared to Colombians, my teeth was doing salsa merengue moves. I said my teeth weren't divorced, but they were in the separation.
No doubt, no doubt.
And so I used to have a lot of freckle moles, a lot of them, right? Went to the doctor, got my skin taken care of. Andrea took me to the foot doctor. I got baby feet now. I came here looking like I could like a gargoyle at the feet. Now all of a sudden I got these baby feet looking like I just got born yesterday. Mm-hmm. She got me in the gym. I didn't know that high blood pressure ran in my family. Now I'm on a high blood pressure medication, make sure I'm healthy.
Yes, sir. Right.
She's made sure that every year that now I'm I was six figures in this. I was get to the point where I was making 75 to 80,000 a year in the States. Now I'm making 3 times that much.
Oh, wow.
So my point is, this woman has put in all this work. She didn't help me get my visa paperwork filled out, make sure I had everything that I need. Negotiation with the purchase of a vehicle, a truck, all this. And so to sit back and for her to sabotage all her hard work and lose it so another Latin woman can get it, mm-hmm. She knows, and other Latin women know, they put in too much work with their man to throw it away so easy.
Yes,
women in the United States always think the grass is greener on the other side.
Right.
Becky will throw a man away just as fast as Keisha Lawanda will.
Right.
Mei-Ling, she'll do the same thing to you, United States. All you brothers that think you little Asian chick United States won't throw you away, she will throw you away and put you on child support and take half of your 401k and half your military pension just as fast as anybody else. Don't just think it's white girls and sisters that's breaking backs economically. But women down here, they realize the value of family, and they realize I'm not about to throw away my family after all this work I done put in. These women have put in work with some of us knucklehead men like it was going to 4-year college. You think they'll throw away their degree for you? No, and they're not about to throw away their man, and that's why they're so faithful to the dynamic of the relationship. And even I'm gonna tell you how faithful they are. And I know American Brazil can attest to this. Man, men in South America, them some cheating mother. I'm talking about, bruh. You think brothers, sisters complain about, you know how when you back in the day in the South, you just say, we found that granddaddy got 3 families. That ain't nothing here in South America.
Nope.
These brothers cheat and don't have it at all. They forefront. He got a harem on the side. And she is not about to throw her family away just because he got a harem. She is not about to throw it away. She says this: don't bring no babies into this marriage, and don't bring no diseases, and do not have my family see you with them heifers embarrassing this family. If you can follow those 3 rules, no babies, no diseases, and don't let my family see you, it's not even don't let me see you, because I already saw you with the heifer. But do not let my family see you. Once again, the woman is thinking about the family first. Don't let my mama and cousin see you booed up in the mall. If you can follow those rules, I ain't gonna say what I don't see, what I don't know, don't show. That's how they look at it. Now you got dudes like us, the American dudes that come along and say, baby, we're gonna make this work, and you got love crossing borders, right? But the dudes that live here, oh man, they'll tell you that you ask them, why do they cheat? It's too many beautiful women.
Yes.
They'll tell you straight up. Ain't no because my wife did me wrong, because my wife don't give me good sex. They'll tell you. It's too many beautiful women, bro.
Right.
I love my wife, love my kids, love my job, love my house, love my car, love my truck, love my dog, love my city, love my country. But I love these beautiful women. If you think that they don't see what we see, and they were raised with them from kindergarten,
right.
If they speak the same language, if they know the mindset of these women, man, listen, these dudes cheat on a level that we ain't even thought about. Am I lying, brother?
Brother, you hit the nail on the head. That's why I'm throwing up my hands. I knew what you was gonna say when you said you think, brother, man, they cheat like crazy, and the women they just like, no, that's my husband. No, he's gonna come. When you go, you need to come back home. I'm gonna come and get you. But no, I'm not leaving you. I am gonna stay married to you, and you're gonna stay married to me. They just not leaving, man.
Especially being in Catholic countries.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Let me read out these super stickers real quick, and I got some more questions. You guys are doing an awesome job. Shout out to Byron Hamilton, Harry TV. He said, enjoying your content. The men to belly themselves. Shout out to the panel. After that troll episode, the message is clear. Don't settle for mediocrity, no doubt. Listen, guys, 12 away from 4,000. Go check out Love Crossing Boys with Dre and Andrea, and also the American Brazilian. Let's get the likes up, guys. And go ahead and let's get us over to 4,000. And the robot needs to be fed. Yep. What you saying? It's a lag, man. I don't know why it does this. I don't know. But anyway, the stream is awesome, man. This is an awesome and a powerful show. And you talked about it, Dre. You talked about it also, American Brazilian. I was in Brazil last year with Frustrated 3 with Al Grease. And we talk about masculinity, machista, and machismo. What does machista and machismo look like in Brazil, the American Brazilian? And then, Dre, what does machista or machismo look like in Colombia? Go ahead.
I think in Brazil, it looks like it's kind of antiquated and it's kind of monolithic, if I can say it that way. It's kind of like, I'm the man. I'm gonna come home. I'm gonna work. I'm gonna come home. I need my food cooked. I need my clothes folded. I need sex on demand, and then I can go out and drink with the boys. And like Dre said, I can do whatever I need to do and come back home and don't question me.
Yeah. Basically, that's it.
So how's it in Colombia, Dre? How's it different in Colombia?
In Colombia, it is that don't question me mentality, almost like parenting. Don't question me. You know how our especially our mothers used to sit back and say, because I said so.
I am the man.
That is that machista mindset. We didn't even hear the last part of what you said, man.
Man, you know what? I'm gonna say this, and I might get because I like to listen.
No, you're fine. You're fine, Dre. I mean,
go ahead, finish it off.
So basically, man, my wife, she always talked to me about basically how Brazilian men are. She said a lot of times Brazilian men, they're very cold once you get them. They're very cold. They don't have a lot of them. They don't really have that caring, nurturing kind of bond, that connection. It's kind of like, when I want sex on demand. And you got to give it to me, because if you don't, the little girl at the barista, she looking pretty good these days. And so they're not necessarily as warm, I'll say it like that. So the machismo that she and a lot of other Latin women that I've talked to, particularly like my sister-in-laws and stuff like that, they just say like the man is just, they're kind of like rigid and not really like stoned, but they're not very, and I don't want to use the word emotional, but they're uncaring or non-caring, or they just can't seem to be a little bit, I don't want to make my Latin brothers mad. They just seem to be a little bit rigid, man, a little bit kind of prehistoric in their approach and how they deal with women.
What say you, Dre? Go ahead, break it down, brother.
He's absolutely correct about the coldness, and and the other thing is some of the traditions that they have. I don't know if they do this in Brazil. We won't be going until November for the first time. We're heading to Cuba next month. But for example, and I mentioned this last night, here in Colombia, you will see and 11 walking 2 or 3 paces behind her man. Is it like that in Brazil?
Not really.
It's like that here in Colombia. The hotter the chick, she ain't walking. They ain't walking holding hands. They ain't. I done seen some of the hottest, and she walking back there. Now older women, they get to the point where, listen, we walking together. I done earned the right to walk together. But the young hot chicks, you'll see the dude walking with his cell phone or walking through the mall, and maybe 2 or 3 paces behind him, miss hotness. And I've yet to see a chick that walked behind her man in Colombia that wasn't hot. Every single one of them was like, that's a 9, 10, or 11. Every one of them. And that goes back to an example of that machista or machisto behavior that they have here. The other thing is that, and you probably can attest to this, American Brazilian, these men are ultra sensitive.
Yes.
Where you at? Where you going? Where you been? What you do? What you do? I'm going. Andrea and them will have ladies' nights. Who's sitting right there on ladies' night? At least one of the boyfriends. It'd be 9 women and one of the boyfriends sitting there like a little spoiled little boy. These are because in Latin communities, and I wish Luke Hazley was here to confirm this. Latin communities, boys are spoiled. And I don't mean just spoiled. I mean boys are ultra spoiled. You'll see a little boy sitting up there crying like a little girl. Boo-hooing, like, boy, you are 10. If you're gonna get your, and you sit back and you watch this. Now give a spoiled boy a sexy woman as an adult. So now he's got a sexy woman, and these dudes are ultra emotional. Everything's extra with it. Everything's so extra with it to the extreme. Like, you're gonna leave and destroy the family. I'm just going to the store to get a loaf of bread. What are you talking about? That's how extreme that they do it down here. And so the women are like, I'm so tired. American man, can I talk to you for a minute? Because American men know not to be ultra emotional. American men are raised to be rationalists for the most part. We analyze. That's why we create and we build and we try to do our best to. That's why we create the skyscrapers and the great American novels and hip hop and all types of music and movies and things, because we're rationalists. We're analytical for the most part. We don't know how to walk 100% in our emotions, because American men already know if you see an emotional man, we need to clear the room because it's about to be something dangerous going on. Anytime a man gets emotional, especially in America when everybody can get something legally and harm people. So, get something legally and actually harm people. So emotional men in the United States is not something that we usually want. We usually want men to be rational. Opposite in South America. These dudes are sensitive about what you're wearing, what you're putting. Wait a minute. She was wearing them tight jeans when you met her. You only want her to wear the tight jeans when she go out with you. But let her go out by herself, she better dang near be dressing like a nun. Which one do you want, bruh? These dudes are so because I said so. Because I said so. Because then, but the cool part about it, the cool part is, here you come, kosher, getting off that plane, 6'6", oh so chocolatey, with a sense of humor and that U.S. American swag I saw in every music video, every American movie I ever watched. That's how I learned English. I ain't got Idris here, but dang it, you the closest thing I can get to Idris, and he ain't even. Listen, that's how you are my fantasy. You are exact. Most black men don't realize when they get off that plane, I don't care what size or look that you have, to them you are exotic. You're looking at her like you're exotic. She's like, no. You're my country now. You're the exotic one. No, baby, you sexy. No. You're the sexy one.
Right.
And most black men don't realize that because nobody ever told us we were sexy.
Yeah.
Black women tell you we're attracted to black men. I love my black man. Oh, I want my black man. Tell him he's sexy.
Right.
Ain't never heard it. Most of us on this panel ain't never heard a black woman.
Right.
I had one woman that was from Russia told me, she said, I'm glad that you on this earth. I ain't never had a black woman tell me that.
Wow.
I had women in other countries tell me, I'm so glad that I was alive to meet you. Never had a sister in the States tell me that. I've had sisters from other countries tell me amazing things, but not in the United Snakes of America.
United Snakes, no doubt.
So
Right.
that's what that's what our point is in regards to how they see you and how they see them in that machista behavior. It's a turnoff. It's almost like they tolerate it because listen, ain't nobody else around to be with but me in Colombia, so I guess we got to deal with them. But once dudes like us with passports start coming through, it's like, and that's why they don't like American Brazilians sometimes in Brazil. This brother coming down with education, gold, swag. He can even afford to get his own glasses. You got Afro-Colombians down there half blind riding bikes because they ain't got enough money to buy a pair. Go to the eye doctor to get some glasses. He soon as he get there, he say, "Oh, baby, could you show me what a dentist office is? I want to get my teeth whitened." He getting his teeth whitened. Colombia can't afford to get this teeth whitened like that. Afro-Brazilian ain't got it like that. He talk about knowledge and books and investments and politics and everything else. He's coming down here and he looking oh so delicious, that black man. And then they look back at the Afro-Brazilian like, yeah. And the only thing that they got about him is that we all went to high school together. Your mama know my mama. So culturally they connect. Culturally. But as far as like she want to tolerate him, they've been like, listen. These women in South America have been waiting for check it out. This is the irony of it about the dynamic. Women in South America have been waiting for men in South America to act like men in North America. Men in North America have been waiting for women in North America to act like women in South America.
Right. It's like the crossing of the ships.
Absolutely.
It's the crossing of the ships.
Guess who winning? Winning. Guess who gonna be out in the cold? Women in North America and men in South America.
Right.
You think you see some biracial babies in the States? Okay. Wait for the next 20 years. How many mixed babies? Babies gonna be born with 3 or 4 passports.
Right. I got a powerful question for you in American Brazil, but let me show you guys some. We need women that are like this woman. Her name was Shirley Brown, and I ain't gonna play it all, but Shirley Brown said she said it better than me, Dre. She said that where's she at? Come on, Shirley. Come on, baby. Come on. I can't even find you, Shirley. Okay. Shirley said, "I love that man."
Now you see, I don't want no trouble now. I hope you understand.
I don't always play it through because of copyright strikes, but
right, of course.
Dre, when you heard the word poppy, oh my goodness. And Shirley Brown say, "I love that man." She said, "I love that man." But when you heard the word poppy and then to the American Brazilian, what did it do to your psyche? Because I keep telling people, man, if you got erectile dysfunction here in America, you get your South American woman, man. You say, can these dry bones live? But when you first heard the word poppy, man, tell me the adjectives that you felt from hearing the word poppy. When you heard the word poppy, Dre, tell me the adjectives that you felt when you heard the word poppy.
See, I'm from Tampa, and Tampa has one of the country's largest Colombian populations. So I was already I'm like 90% of my friends in the States are Colombians. So I was already hanging out at the Colombian clubs. I was already dealing with Latin women because I'm in Florida, so I'm dealing with the Venezuelans. I'm dealing with the Puerto Ricans. I'm dealing with the women from Mexico and dealing with women from Central America as well. And so, which is considered Mexico including. But I really, when I got to Colombia, it really wasn't let's put it like this. I had a greater impact on them with my limited insight of Colombia and reggaeton and salsa music. And that's what made them wet for me, my limited knowledge, compared to how they impacted me. I can't sit back and lie and say, certain terms, hear me, that's term poppy. They said that in my ear, and I was like, oh, girl, it's on. No, it was the opposite for me because I already was in that world already in Tampa. So when I came here, I already had a leg up on a lot of dudes that's never understood Colombians before they came to Colombia. And so I'm impacted them. I mean, they throwing the panties like, oh my God, I got to give it to him just because he know who Nicky Jam is. You see what I'm saying? So that really, literally, dude, women would throw it at me because of just my sense of cultural awareness in Medellin. And so I never got a chance to be awestruck, in other words, because I already had experiences with my Colombian friends and communities back in Tampa.
Well, for me, I was awestruck. I'm from Jacksonville,
There you go.
and the Brazilian community is like very large here, but it's one of those communities where if you don't really know any Brazilians, it's almost like the Matrix. You know, you're passing by people every day, and you just don't know who's who. I think for me, when I went to Brazil, they don't use the term poppy, they use amor, which is love. So they call you love. And I think, having, coming to the understanding of what that was, the woman that I was dating in Brazil before I met my wife, it again, man, it just kind of made me melt. And then being a brother, it's like, how they say 50, knowing something is 50% of the battle. Well, being a black and being a brother going overseas, that's 80% right there. The other 20%, for me, what I discovered was, if you really want to make them blush, learn some of their culture, try to speak their language, let them know that you genuinely are interested in what they have going on. And they will just like open up completely in more ways than one. I digress. But they will definitely open up, brother. They will definitely open up. It's like it's attractive to them, man, when you try to speak their language, even if you like butchering it or whatever.
Butcher it, right.
But yeah, but if you go over there, brother, just go over 80%. That's half the battle. Getting off the plane. That's 80%. You're graded on the curve.
Right. Well, I'm definitely looking forward, Dre, to coming to Colombia. I would love to come and visit with you and your wife, and
anytime.
And then also
Dre,
go ahead.
I want to ask you a question, man. I'm a part of a few groups, and I see a lot of people talking, saying disparaging things about Medellin. In my mind, I'm thinking a lot of those guys that are getting taken and robbed and stuff like that, those are those guys, and correct me if I'm wrong, most stuff like that happen are those pay-for-play type dudes, right? Who are involved in that, right?
Yes,
okay, I thought so. Because usually when I see that, I always,
But this the funny part, that the situation is starting to get to the point where these ladies are thinking about the long game. It used to be they would try to get him in one night shot. Like, okay, he paid for it. We get him. We put something in his drink, and he out for a couple hours. We get him. We out. These ladies now playing the long game with these dudes. They'll meet him for pay for play, and let them pay for play for months. Month 8. Get him. You think you at that point where you thought this was one of my mains. Every time I come to Colombia, she make me a meal. I throw a few dollars, and we do what we do. The whole time she's a gang member. A lot of guys continue to fail to remember that Colombia is full of young gangs, and these males train these young ladies. Train them. I'm not talking about Medellin itself. I'm talking about the certain environments that guys keep walking into, and they train these ladies to talk to you a certain way, to use their femininity in a certain way, to where you pull your guards down, and they can sit back and say, okay, here's what we're going to do. If we get him for one night, we can get all his stuff, and he only paid you 200,000 pesos. But if we get him to pay you 200,000 pesos every time he come to the city, now we stacking up on that, and we gonna get him in 3 months anyway.
Wow.
So now she getting all, dude, I'm talking about dudes like over the last month, man, I know about at least 3 or 4 dudes that got by females that was like, I've been kicking with her for months, blah, 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 blah. I said, man, does she have anything to lose? What do you mean? I said, you had something to lose. I said, if you messing with a woman in South America and she has no job, no motorcycle, no goals, no family dynamics, no nothing, you just basically the sole provider, and she's all pay for play, and that's it. And there's nothing wrong with pay for play. But if that's your whole world when you come to Colombia,
right,
expect to get God. Put it on your list. Well, I've been going, and I'm talking about dudes, because I know some dudes in the audience that's like, I've been going to Medellin and Cartagena for 4 years, and I ain't never got. You know who been getting got lately the most? The dudes that's been coming here 4 or 5 years. Lately, it's dudes that's been like, that never got getting got. Like I said, these women right now being strategic, they like, listen, I'm going to go ahead and keep getting money off him until Christmas. Because I need to rob him 3 weeks before Christmas to sell all that he got right around that time period. Sell his computer, sell his passport, sell his cell phones, so I can go ahead and give my grandmama some Christmas gifts. So there are women that are being strategic with it now. Why should I rob him in July when I need to rob him in November? They being strategic here in Medellin, man. They serious. Now, mind you, all of Colombia is not like that. I would say 98% of women are not like that, just like women in Brazil. Most dudes don't realize statistically, there are less than 30,000 mangoes pay-for-play women in all of Colombia.
How many? Say it again, Dre.
Less than 30,000 of a country of 54 million people.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Less than 30. I've already done my homework. See, while you guys paying, I'm doing research to find out what's going on with this particular culture. And so come to find out, one of the stats that I found out is that there are less than 30,000 nationwide pay for play. Let's even amp it up. Let's amp it up to 100,000 for the ones that don't show. 100,000 does not equate to 54 million, guys. So when y'all sit back and try to say they all like that in Colombia, 54 million people. Let's just say half of them, because we know over half. Let's just say a quarter of them are women. Let's just say 17,000 of them, 16 million are women. That still doesn't equate to 100,000 pay-for-play women. In other words, most women in Colombia are not pay-for-play. Some of these women, and I've had men that own businesses and restaurants say this about men that come to Colombia, especially black men, will sit up there and ask the owner of the restaurant, how much for your waitress?
Wow.
That's why I'm saying you dudes are embarrassing. You so thirsty. Andrea says this all the time on her channel. Man, if you come into Colombia, act like you done had some sex before.
Right.
Please act like you done had sex before. Please act like you done seen pretty women before. She said, we cannot stand thirsty men. Some of you dudes would have got it for free, but since you're so thirsty, she gonna make you pay for it as an inconvenience tax.
Not only that, but I think a lot of guys don't realize how disrespectful it is going to these clubs, making it rain. It's like, man, you don't do that. Like,
we're
you
gonna
really
talk
want to
about
get yourself set up?
Yeah. We're gonna talk about. Hold tight. I got an incoming cash out. Shout out to Andrew Beck. I want you guys to answer this question. He says, salute, brothers. Since my upcoming trip to Colombia will be my first in the country, should I invest in a translator? I'll let Dre take that, but hold tight. Thank you, Andrew Beck. I'm gonna let Dre take that. Hold tight. And then also shout out to the model, the internal mango. He said we paid them to leave. Even swap, no swindle. And that's a deal, right?
That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
But also, guys, I got a $10 super sticker from Luke Casley. And in the meantime, guys, listen, we're about 11 away from 4,000. If you guys will go ahead and subscribe to the brothers that are listening, maybe you've already subscribed. Go subscribe to the channel. Let's get it to 4,000, guys. Dre and American Brazilian are doing an awesome job on tonight. And I'm trying to do like 12 things at one time. And Dre, you know how it is, man. When you're trying to read comments and go do all this stuff. But hold tight. Let me send a special shout out to Luke Casey for that $10 super sticker and incoming. Thank you.
It's the money.
Thank you, Luke Casey, for that $10 super sticker. But I'm gonna let you take that question, Dre, about the language thing. I'm gonna let you take that question, and then I'll let American Brazilian take the next one. Go ahead, Dre.
If it were me, and I'm getting on that plane for the first time, and I'm coming to Colombia solo, like I did. I don't know if you're coming solo or not. first thing I would do is go to Facebook and I would join any type of groups that had to do with the city that I'm going to. For example, all you had to do is just put in expats and put in Medellin expats, Cali, Colombia expats, Cartagena expats. They are right there, and you will meet. They meet up every week, so if you don't meet nobody, you'll meet them, and they can show you around. The other thing that I would do, I would reach out to groups such as Black Men's Travel. I will also reach out and become a member of Passport Bros. So these guys are in Medellin, and these guys live in Medellin, so they could tell you what's going on. What I did, I also put in the comment section of my favorite YouTuber at that time period. And so, for example, you're trying to understand Medellin, Colombia, Kings and Dreams channel is not too big to where if you put something in his comment section, he'll see it, and then he can give you some advice because Kings lives there part-time in Colombia. So I would hit up Kings and Dreams email or his comment section. I tell you how I did it. First thing I did before I even left, hey, I know you're a new YouTuber, but I'm coming to Colombia, Medellin. Can you show me around? And end up being one of my closest brothers to this day, Ace Live, when Ace had only 200 subscribers. I hit him up in his comment section, and this dude showed me everything everywhere. Was literally right there every day. So hit up some of your favorite content creators. But to say I need a translator, no, dude. I'm telling you right now, I've been living here 5 years, and even my Spanish is trash. And so if I can get around and I ain't got my wife on my hip all the time, I got to go to the restaurants. I got to go to the grocery store. I got to go to the bathroom. I got to be able to say el baño. See, I got to be able to say escuela or derecho, dereche. I got to be able to say straight, forward, left, right. But at the end of the day, I didn't let the fact that I didn't know Spanish, just like I don't let it hinder me now, hinder my trip. And I didn't, don't imitate what you, lastly, don't imitate what you've seen dudes on YouTube or what your boys said that they did. Define your first trip to Colombia or South America in general by how you want to do it. Your boys, they went down to, what was it, Parque Yeris? I'm going to, dude, don't do that if that ain't you. Well, my boys went to Cartagena and they went to the clock tower. If that ain't you, and you a dude that said, I want to pay for play, ladies. Let's say you're a pay for play dude. Go to a brothel where it's safe. Brothels are legal in Colombia. The women have to have their body checked out for diseases on a regular basis. They have condoms if you don't bring any. The prices are already set, and they will march. If you want to be spoiled like Chris Tucker was in Rush Hour, go to a brothel, bruh. Because they bring all the ladies out, and the ladies walk up to you and shake your hand. And many strip clubs are like that in Colombia too. They don't make it rain in South America. Only in the United States and maybe some parts of UK and parts of Canada do they make it rain. That does not exist. Only idiotic Americans come down and try to make it rain. No country makes it rain. When the girl is up there on stage, she's danced to show you, when I get down from this stage, if you choose me, let's go handle business. That's why they dance. They don't dance for you to throw money around, because that's some idiocy that was created in the United States, because at that time period, that's what dancing was for in the United States. But somebody skewed it and started throwing money, and the rest of you clowns start following it. Or he threw 3,000. I'm gonna go ahead and get me a gun and put money in it. What are you thinking? Because the rest of the world looking at you like, we gonna drug him. We gonna drug him. Him that got the gun that's shooting out the money, we gonna drug him. Because they don't do that in these countries. So if it were me, brother, I kid you not, like I'm gonna tell you my steps once again. Reach out to expat groups. Medellin has an expat group on Facebook of 3,000 people. They will show you where to go, where to hang out, where the hot spots are. A. B. Do not imitate what other dudes have done on their trips. You saw something on YouTube, don't imitate them. Define your trip by what you want to see, what you want to enjoy. It may not be the ladies. It might be the nightlife. It may be the stuff to do in the daytime. Whatever you like, you do. Don't imitate them clowns. And lastly, if you're going to do pay for play, do not go down. Don't listen to them clowns talk about some go down to Parque Yeras, going down to the club section. I'm going down to the clubs. Them the clowns that get drugged and be found, their body get found, or they wake up 3 days later. Do not follow them clowns. Go to a brothel or go to a safe strip club to where if you're going to do that, there is safety. There is safety. That's the key thing. You want to get safely off the plane and safely back on the plane.
Right. Go subscribe to the American Brazilians channel, guys. And also thank you to everyone that's listening. Dre, I got a couple more questions, but in the meantime, guys, we're 10 away from 4,000. Let's do it. And
get them 10, man.
Let's get them 10. Let's go and get those 10, guys. Hold tight. Where is it? Yeah. So guys, so smash the like button. Let's do it.
Hit that like button. Go ahead. Do it now before I reach out into that screen and twist your hand like Aunt Esther. Hit the like button. Thank you.
Destroy. I'm about to twist your hand like Aunt Esther if y'all don't go give me those 10. But anyway, you give me some very comprehensive. Look at the American Brazilian laughing. I'm gonna twist your hand like Aunt Esther. But Dre, let me ask you a question, and then the American Brazilian. You guys have done an awesome job. I had a special guest. We had a family issue, so maybe we'll do it tomorrow. We'll do it whenever you get the time to do it. And he'll give his experience of Afro-Latin women. Is there a current American crisis? Is there a crisis in heteronormative masculinity, or is there a crisis in America? And the second question, well, actually, I'll let you answer that question first. So starting with Drake. Go ahead, Drake. I don't want to overload you.
Is there a crisis with masculinity in America?
Yes, there are crises with masculinity in America. Start with you.
Yeah,
talk
masculinity, true masculinity has been under attack for like the last 30 years. This is not a new segment. This is not a new attack. We've seen this ever since they told black women, you got a choice. We're gonna give you this Section 8 house for $35, 4-bedroom, 3 baths for you and your one child, but you can't have any men in there. Mm-hmm. They done already told black women, listen, you ain't gonna put them on child support. Don't worry about it. We will. Why? Because you got on welfare. You got the Section 8 house, right? You got the welfare checks coming, right? You got the food stamp money coming through, right? Oh, we need our money back. And since you can't give us our money because that's why we helping you out, dad about to come out that paper. So now dad is on child support. Even if the mama says she don't want to put you on child support, the state said we're going to do it anyway. And all of a sudden half your paycheck or a quarter of your paycheck is gone.
Right.
So now that dynamic of also been under attack the last 30 years is the of masculinity in regards to fatherhood. How many dudes sat back and said, man, I want to take care of my shorty, but she put me through living hell, just to get my weekends. And so now that's under attack. Now, every time you see, when the last time you saw a positive male-produced television show? Mm-hmm. Whenever it's a male producing it, a black male producing it, we're always producing something like power. Mm-hmm. We don't never produce us as black males in a positive light. Now you go ahead and look at the black women shows that's coming out over the last 20, 25 years, over the last 5 years. Power, standing strong, positivity, educated, ain't gotta be street hustling, working, networking with all different types of cultures, discovering herself, being sexually active with whomever she wants.
Right.
Look at the black woman go.
Right.
They're producing their own shows in a positive light, but the shows that we producing always got to do something got to do with the streets. It doesn't matter if you got a dude that has the ability, like my man Ghost in that show Power, had the knowledge and insight to where he could have quit doing that a long time ago. But to showcase the black male, the only way that a black man could ever make it in this world is by illegal pharmaceuticals. Every show that we produce, we always show the negative side of our black maleness. So yes, it's not under attack by the women; it's under attack by the men as well.
Right. And many times,
simps out there.
Oh yes, sir. And a lot of them dragging hyena, knucking dragon simps. You know, they're the ones that were raised by single moms, and when you disagree with them, they'll be the first ones looking at you ready to cut you out. And also getting the guns. and saying what Raekwon Man used to do in the inner city. They'll say, I'm going to kill you, and that's on my mom.
Yeah, put chain on them. Balls on my mom. That big brother mom. Kill some of my mom. Bro, like, he look like... Gang, that's on my monkey. Gang, that's on my monkey. Gang, that's on my monkey.
Y'all got some of them up in Detroit, don't you, Trey?
Oh, yeah.
Raekwon, the Raekwons and the Man-Mans of the world.
Yeah.
But
yeah, welcome to the East Side.
America Brazilian, is there a crisis in America? And so why? Why is there a crisis in America as it relates to masculinity? Why is there a crisis? Unmute yourself. It's okay.
I think my answer is kind of short, and I this is just my belief. I believe that masculinity has been downplayed and
Did he freeze?
Okay, every time he get good. Well, the one thing that I could say is, but until he comes back, hopefully he comes back on in a few seconds. Oh, he's coming back. There we go.
Yeah. You can't be a masculine man without. I don't know what y'all heard, but I'll just say this. I think masculine, pure. I like.
No, we didn't hear it.
I think pure masculinity in the form that we perceive it as has been pushed in the background, and now, at least in our culture, they focus on toxic masculinity. Mm-hmm. So there's nothing pure anymore about masculinity. When you see a man and he's talking about traditional values, as YouTube is replete about, with guys talking about traditional values, traditional roles, that's even looked at as toxic masculinity. When you talk about men going out and competing, it's looked at as toxic masculinity. Why? Because women should have the ability to compete just like a man. So now everything that a man has done for years and years and years, it's been challenged by this society with the word toxic in the front of it. Mm-hmm. So it's almost like we can't get a break. Anything that we do now, it's perceived as, oh, you're just trying to be domineering. Oh, you just want to subjugate us. Oh, you just want to put us on these thumbs. So, yeah.
Right. Yeah, Trey, I'm sorry. Trey, you said something last night, and Luke Casley, she hearkened unto it. But, we live in a society where having children out of wedlock is the norm. And with over 75% of our children being born out of wedlock, it's causing a pandemic in America. Is it safe to say that women that have out of wedlock children in America and Colombia are often seen as pariahs or social outcasts? And if so, how many kids is too many in Colombia? And then American Brazilian, I want you to parrot that sentiment.
It's kind of funny because for women in Colombia, on average, you usually notice a Colombian woman has maybe one or two, not old school, the grandmothers had 5, 6s, or 7s. But they were married to granddad for a while. But down here, it's normally, they got a lot of baby mamas, but it's normally just maybe 1 or 2 kids that they have down here. It's not too often that you see somebody in Colombia with like 3 or 4 kids. It's usually just 2 kids down here. And that's just how it is. Mm-hmm. But as far as a lot of guys date baby mamas, but they don't enter into serious relationships with baby mamas. Mm. The baby mamas oftentimes end up being the sad chick. Mm. Baby mamas down here end up being, somebody that that I know she horny, so I'm gonna show up. That's how they kind of like treat baby mamas down here. Some dudes get serious, but the other thing is that's part of that machista is you're taking care of another man's seed.
Right.
You actually raising another man's child. I can see you smashing her for a couple months. Okay, cool. But you actually raising another man's child. You're a stepdad. You getting married. They don't do that down here.
It's like a sucker move, man.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
It's a sucker move. Yeah. And the thing here in America, many times, you got chicks to have, like when we were growing up, Dre, you and I around the same age, and I think the American Brazilian. If a woman had kids out of wedlock, she was an humble woman. One was seen as bad, but you got chicks that got 4 and 5 and 6, and they say, well, it's a package deal. It's almost like it's an insult, because in that man's mind, I'm not going to take care of your seed. That's not my image. My image and my seed going to get all of my resources, not the seed and the image of another man. Talk about the American Brazilian, about why single parent women are not giving the same level of respect as women that have no kids, because in America, it appears to be a level of entitlement. Go ahead, American Brazilian.
I think Dre, he hit the nail on the head. I know in Brazil, a lot of the single mothers are jump offs. They're the women that messed around with men who either lied or who either they knew that were in relationships, serious relationships or marriage. They got pregnant and the man didn't want to leave his wife. So now they were left with 1 or 2 children. And it's true. The guys are not really going to take them seriously. See, you have to think in Latin America, things are still traditional. So when you bring a woman home, imagine bringing a woman home and say, oh yeah, by the way, I'm getting ready to be a stepdad. That doesn't really compute too well with them. So a lot of them, they were just kind of like women who fell for men who either, again, lied to them, or they just played around and they knew what time it was. They had unprotected sex, had fun, got pregnant, and they're just out there because there's a pretty high percentage of single women. I don't know about Colombia, but in Brazil there are. And I'm not saying they'll never get married, but it just depends on the guy, because there are so many women out there who are unmarried and who don't have any children and who are beautiful. And those are the first options that guys look for, not the single mothers.
Okay, this is what Houston said. I've been to Colombia for work. Over 80% of single women have children. What's your take on that, Dre?
I can't say 80%, but I'll have to agree with him in regards is a high number in regards to single mothers down here. He's absolutely correct. But realize the definition of the term single is a person that's not married either. So the true definition. So when you say single and the mothers that are single, yeah, but the reason why I'm saying this is 80% of the women in Colombia don't have kids. The number is not that high. You see what I'm saying? So the ones that do have children aren't married, in other words, most of the time. So 80% of the women here that do have children, and I don't have the statistical numbers of the ones that don't, but the ones that do, I'd have to agree with him in regards to that. 80% of them have not jumped the broom. Now, on that scale, I agree with the 80%. 80%, if you walk up to a woman and she's got a kid, 80% of the time, if you walk up on a woman in Colombia, she does not have a ring or does not have a man in the sense of being married. But a lot of times, Colombia also is a common law country. It's because if you with a woman, y'all living in the same address for 2 years, you get all the rights of a marriage. That's why a lot of times you may not see that. And they will say it. My husband, my wife, ain't no ring, no paperwork, nowhere. But common law, after he done put in all the work for 2 years, the law says that's your husband. And if you leave, in other words, if he leaves her or she leaves him, everything that they got together, she has the right to say, well, we had 50,000 saved up in the bank, we would buy a house. Well, y'all got to split that 50,000. What? But I did all the work. Don't matter. Y'all got it as a couple. You stayed together past the 2-year rule. Anything that you get in Colombia is like this. Anything that you get or acquire inside the marriage or relationship while it was going on, that gets split 50-50. There is no, well, she got this much, or she got that much, or she got a chance to dip into my retirement from ex-military. There is none of that. It's whatever it was between the window that y'all met and to the window that y'all ended. What did you acquire in there? Split it down the middle. You go your way, leave him alone. You go your way, leave her alone. That's how it is in Colombia. And that can happen under common law. So that's why, back to the statistics that Houston was telling, he's absolutely correct, because a lot of time guys who are the baby fathers aren't technically, the children's fathers aren't technically married, but are married under common law.
Oh, okay. Married under common. Okay. All right. I'm gonna ask, what's your take on about it, American Brazilian in Brazil? How single women or single mothers characterized in Brazil? And are those women that have children in Brazil, do they have a higher level of humility? or are they entitled based on your anecdotal evidence like some here in America?
No, they are perceived as single mothers. You know, she had a child. She's a young lady with a child and no husband. Again, it's a very traditional in a lot of regards. These are two very traditional countries. But you have to understand, these women, although they are single, unwed women with children, they are still very feminine Latino women. So
right.
Women. So you can't separate the femininity from them, despite the fact that they have a child.
Excellent. Is disrespect tolerated in Colombia? And if it is tolerated or not?
I can tell you that.
Let me take my notes, Dre. Hold on. Hold on. It's at the 307 mark. 307 mark. But is disrespect tolerated in Colombia? And what is femicide? Is disrespect tolerated in Colombia? And Dre, tell them what femicide is. Also, Dre, go ahead.
Femicide is heavy in Colombia, to where they will take the life of a woman just because basically she's a woman. And it's very, very, very common in certain circles, not in all circles. That's why you don't hear it too often, but in certain regions, it's very common. She did you wrong. A lot of times you'll hear that a woman, something happened to her, she probably hurt some dude's feelings, or she got caught cheating. It's usually not she owed somebody $15,000. It's usually not nothing like that. It's usually like she was the hot chick and she was the big boss's hot chick, and Big Boss found out Mr. Big found out what she was doing, and it wasn't no pack your bags like in the States. You're gonna end up in a bag in North America and South America. That's what usually happens. And that's what femicide is. It centers around the attack of women just because they're women. It's not something that they're proud of. And actually, they've made a lot of strides over the last 10, 15 years to put people away for one person just got 30 years for just taking the life of a woman just because of. And so they just straight, hey, you're going to give us 30 years real quick. So they're cracking down on that seriously. So a lot of times when you hear something happens to a woman, everybody already know, point back to a relationship that went bad. Something was going on, that this dude was unhappy, whether it was because of something she did or something that he was doing that caused her to be unhappy.
Yeah, is disrespect tolerated in Brazil? Is femicide an issue, American Brazilian?
Disrespect is not tolerated at all. Femicide is an issue. Basically exactly how it is in Colombia, it's like that in Brazil. Another thing, and I don't know if it's happening in Colombia, but what's been happening in Brazil is you have a lot of people that are coming to Brazil from here and other, from the Western world, that are feminists. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to say, well, we're gonna kind of help you guys fight and help you guys create laws to protect women, which they've already done. But what they're not telling people is this: they have an agenda. And so unfortunately, there's a small population of women that are kind of being indoctrinated slowly. And again, I don't know if it's happening in Colombia, but in Brazil it is, into that feminist mindset, because they feel like this is the only way that we can protect you. And that's not really the only way. There are laws that are being created. People are they just had something in Brazil where a lawyer, his wife, he beat her, and like it was literally on tape. He beat the brakes off her. And of course, he got in trouble. But they do have people that end up missing all the time. But you don't hear a whole lot about it, because you have to understand too, a lot of these countries, they're not necessarily third world, but they're second world. And so they're always trying to creep up to that first world status. And anytime you hear things about, something that can almost equate to genocide of a certain group, it's going to hurt their ranking. So they try to take care of that and handle that internally. But the feminists, they are creeping in under the guise of we can help you, and they're not really helping them. They have another agenda.
And that's because the feminists in the United States, feminism not only has laws that protect the freedom of speech, because they use it as a freedom of speech, and also they know that the men in the United States, let's be real, fellas, are so watered down and so feminine. Many men are feminine themselves that they can get away with certain behavior. Just like you can't bring that feminism to the Middle East, you can't bring it to South America and think it's gonna role player. There's too many women that you can find in them jungles of the Amazon. You keep on playing being feminine. They don't play that. It's already hard in South America. It's already hard enough for civil rights leaders. Like 150 over the last 3 years. You think you gonna bring, if the civil rights leaders who live here can't even make it through, you think you gonna come from your little United States with your little ponytail and your little womanism, and you gonna come bring it on down here? Oh, them men ain't playing that. Come on, bring it on. You gonna get found right back in there with a couple of pythons, a couple of cougars, and a couple of Black Panthers right on back there. And it's gonna be a condor waiting for your body. Keep on playing. They don't play that down here. That's the difference that caused feminism not to work in other countries, even though you try to bring it. The men ain't going for it.
Right.
Men in the United States, we go for anything as long as you give us the coochie. You know, my girl's a feminist, but she's sexy. So we cool with that. Men in South America, it's too much pretty coochie in South America. So they like, if you don't give it to me, and there's 3 of them standing by there waiting to give it to me. So at the end of the day, when women try to bring that, man, I've seen women get the taste smacked out of them in front of the police officer. Right there. The police will stay there. The domestic, they'll ask, what'd she do? Was she this, that, and this? And they're like, well, ma'am, you deserve that ass whooping.
Oh, wow.
The police ain't about to lock that man up because he checked his woman. That's some U.S. mess.
That's U.S. mess, right.
Now, I'm not an advocate of just beating on women, and most Colombian men not an advocate of beating on women. But when they see that mouth get popped, Colombian men look at it like this: if he popped her, it had to be for a reason. Now, are there domestic violence monsters in the world? Yes, that's everywhere. That's no matter what country you go to. But most of the time, if you see a dude and she running off at the mouth and she being slick and she get loud, police ain't gonna do nothing. The rest of us gonna look and keep walking because he popped her for a reason. It ain't like he does. Man, Andrew's just riding by the other day. It was like slow motion. Me and Andrew both look like this. Light-skinned, gorgeous sister. Sitting on the back of a motorcycle. Black eye looking like Petey the dog from the Little Rascals, standing right next to a man. It is not uncommon for these dudes, ladies, don't think you gonna come down here to South America and fall in love with these South American Brazilian dudes and dudes in Colombia and all this and think that you ain't gonna get chin checked. Man, these dudes chin check women in a heartbeat, but they don't want to go that route. That's not the first route they want to go to, but they will go there if you push them. All that yap yappity yap that you can do in the States. Go ahead, come on to the Middle East, or come on to South America, or come on to certain countries in Africa, one of those 54 countries, and go ahead yap if you want to. You're gonna lose your chin messing around with some of these men in the other countries. They don't play that. So feminism will not, the progression of women, the success of women. For example, I was just watching a documentary of Rwanda. Part of the turnaround of Rwanda, 54% of this, 54% of the CEOs in Rwanda and in politics are women now.
Yeah, I heard about
women
that.
Women are at the forefront of the success of this country that you wouldn't even recognize that they had the tumultuous past that they had. Same thing here in Colombia. Like I said, we got the first sister VP. Just to have a sister VP when they only had, out of the 100 senators here, they only got 2 brothers that's senators. So to sit back and see the progression of women, they want to see that. But that mouthy, I'm a feminist attitude. No, Colombian women want to remain feminine and successful for the family. But sitting up there trying to separate them from their man and their kids and their family, like y'all, like feminists did in the United States, man, please, it's gonna be some bodies. It'll be some bodies before the men let their families go down here. They don't play that down here.
No doubt, no doubt. What do you say about that American Brazilian? Real quick, go ahead, though. Excellent conversation.
I mean, he hit the nail on the head. There's really nothing that I can add to that because I think a lot of times when people from America come to those countries, there's almost like this subtle air of, sometimes it's blatant air of superiority.
Right.
Oh, you need to listen to us because we can help you. You know, poor little South American people, you can't do for yourself. Let us who know better do for you.
Right.
That don't always go well. In fact, 90% of the time, 95%, 98% of the time, it never goes well. And then if they make it back, oh, well, they just not ready for us yet. No, they'll never be ready for you. I hope they'll never be ready for you. But that's usually what happens. They have this air of superiority, and it's really not received.
What should Western women be afraid of as it relates to companionship? Because based on what Dre is saying, there might be a second great migration. What should American women be afraid of as it relates to companionship? Because watch this, there is a remnant of good women, I believe. I think there are some good women that are left. I got daughters that I've been raising right. I'm sure my daughters are striving to do the right thing as well. I've raised them to be respectable women. But let's say if all of those good women got married, it's still a large percentage of what Kevin Samuels called them leftover women. He said, I didn't. And so those women that are left over, Dre and the American Brazilian, what should they be afraid of? Because, there's some guys that are listening that are going to start wives in other countries because they're more traditional and more patriarchal. What?
Let me say this first because Dre, I like to listen to Dre talk. I'm gonna be very brief.
Right, go ahead.
You remember back in the day, they used to say, "Who can find a good man?" Or well, first of all, it was men ain't crap. Then it say, who can find a good man? Then it's hard to find a good man. The next migration or the next question is going to be, how can we get them back? Because I think people are starting to realize that a lot of people, black, white, and other, are leaving.
They're leaving.
Because we're not leaving an ethnicity. We're leaving a mindset. We're leaving an ideology.
Yes, sir. A mindset. It's a mindset. Excellent. Right.
And so that light hasn't gone off. Black women, it's like, no, we're not leaving you because you're this. We're leaving you because of the way you think, the way you act, the way you do things. We're telling you what you want. You're telling us what we need, but obviously you don't know what we need because you're continuing to lose. You're the last one picked out of all nationalities. And so I think that's going to be the question. How do we get them back? And that's going to be hard because let me tell you, when a brother get a taste of a Latino, you talk about something that ain't stepped on. You talk about pure and uncut. That's gonna be hard, brother. So that's gonna be a question.
Right. Yeah. Go ahead, Drake.
I really think, in all sincerity, that I agree 100% with American Brazilian in regards to there's gonna be a too late date. There's gonna be a too late date where it's not gonna. You can't turn that horse around. You can't slow that train down. We're in the early stages of this a new migration, this new generation migration. We're in the early stages, so black women think they still got a chance, but they still think they could be ornery with it. But there's an expiration date where you can't turn it around. You can't slow that tornado down. You won't be able to call that bird from soaring anymore. It's gonna come. When it happens, all you're gonna have is you're gonna start seeing nursing homes filled with nothing but women. You're gonna see. I tell people invest in Petco and PetSmart because you're gonna see women go through more dogs and cats in 30 years because a dog and a cat don't last that long. There gonna be women that's gonna have 5, 6, 7 pets in a lifetime. Like we get cars over and over again as men, they gonna be getting pets over and over again. I remember when I was 23, I had an iguana. Now I'm 27, I got my fish have died. Now I'm sitting up here with puppy number one. Puppy number one is grown and grew old and died. Now I replaced that with 2 kittens. Now the kittens have grown old, and I'm only 38. Some women are gonna die and had a whole zoo in their whole lives. And it's not just gonna be some. It's gonna be, dude. Petco, PetSmart, anything that got to do with dog parts, dog grooming, doggy hotels, all that. Invest in that, because women are going to turn to pets for security. Animals, you know when them animals be looking miserable because women be putting bonnets on their head and be putting ribbons and put them in adult clothes. I'm telling you, these women are going to be so lonely that's why they created the industry of dog clothing stores. Now in New York and LA and certain places, you can actually walk into a whole store where they got a fashion line for dogs. Now notice, when dog was man's best friend, the most he got was a handkerchief around his neck or a fancy collar at the most. Now dogs got different colors. They dyeing their fur. Dog was born with black hair. All of a sudden, he got pink hair. All this is going to continue to take place. I'm telling you, because the more men ignore, and I'll tell you what the final thing is going to be, the nail in the coffin, when you start to see black men treating black women out of church the same way we treat you in church. Hey, sister, how you doing? Praise the Lord, blah, 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 blah. I love you, sister, as a sister.
Right.
Not as a lover.
Right.
I see,
I see your
when
point.
black men start treating black women like we do, when white men start treating white women out of church, out of mosques, the same way we treat you in church and in mosques, that's when the rubber gonna hit the road. We're gonna meet the road. That's when the reality gonna hit. Ain't no brothers hitting on me no more. Ain't no more free meals. Ain't no more doors being open. Ain't nobody fixing my tire no more. Ain't nobody come help me move this furniture. I got 3 kids and ain't nobody. No, I only got one brother, and he living in Houston somewhere, or he living in Dallas somewhere. I ain't got no man to help me over here. I can't call my girlfriends because just genetically we don't have the strength to lift this couch. So now they got to pay for movers. You know how expensive it's going to be a woman in the next 10 years, when all the men are gone. Now, when many of the percentage of the men have passports and the rest of them are no longer simps, but they still live in the United States, and they realize, you know what? Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to treat you just like I treat you at work. I'm going to treat you the same way I treat you in a grocery store line. I'm going to treat you the same way I treat you in mosques, synagogues, and churches. But it's going to be on the outside. So when I see you, oh yeah, hey sister, how you doing? I'm going to keep it pushing. You was expecting me to flirt, weren't you? Let me go ahead down to these Latin sisters. Let me go ahead down to these sisters from Europe. Let me go ahead and mess with these sisters from other parts of Africa and other continents. Sisters ain't gonna catch on, because once this train start really taking off, it's gonna take off so fast. Well, we going to Europe, go. Well, we going to Africa, we don't care. Well, we going to South America, hats off to you. Every time I meet a sister that travel, we don't be jealous. If you ever notice, brothers do not get mad. We don't go out and make a video because women traveling. We actually invite them on our streams. Hey, you traveling? Come on, talk about how y'all monger too. Talk about your condom collection, because I always tell women, if you're gonna travel, you better bring some condoms with you, because that dude in DR can't afford condoms like you need them. So you bring the condoms. Oh, don't act like we the only one that's tricking, because we know the dude in DR can't afford that date that y'all went out on and got that nice steak meal. That was your credit card, baby. Don't act like you wasn't Stella trying to get your groove back. Oh, I know you went to Portugal, baby. You found another Tay Diggs over there. You paid for that, because the dude in Portugal ain't coming out of his pocket like that for you. They breaking your back end on the beach and sending you a little happy Dexter St. John. He might give you some marijuana, because that's what they ain't into. He got enough of that for you. But as far as like affording the condoms, you sitting up there waiting for a dude on the beach to afford the condoms. He don't even know where to buy the condoms. So I always tell women that travel, you should never let a man have more boxes of condoms in his bag than you got, ever. You should always have more, because you know what you want to do, and there's nothing wrong with that. We don't get jealous of women, but women, when we travel, they always got something to say. But the key part is, we are going to be at the point of ignoring all the noise.
Yes.
It's just going to be white noise.
I totally agree, man. I want to ask you guys this question. Gregory Scotland got a good question. I was about to ask Dre in a minute. But Kosha, how about American black single moms that think black men are selfish for not taking them or betraying the community? You know, it's such an insult when you hear that foolishness straight in American Brazilian, because so many voted for policies in this last election that was antithetical to the black man, black boys, and the black family. But now all of a sudden you voted for policies that hurt the black man, the black family, and black children. But now all of a sudden you were being selfish, but now you're trying to use reverse psychology and call these men selfish, which is a travesty in my opinion. Now I'm gonna ask you this question. Can women in Colombia and also in Brazil demand top tier men if they have kids?
No, man. Let me let the brother answer.
Go ahead.
Wow, that's a good question. Now I'm gonna tell you something funny. To answer your question, I will say no, because I think here's what people who embrace their tradition and traditional way of thinking understand. They understand what that scarlet letter, what that Hester Prynne type thing feels like. They understand, okay, I have a blemish on me. So now I need to make, going forward, the best image that I can, even with this blemish. Not saying that a child is not a blessing, but you have a child and you're unmarried. So no, I cannot go and try to demand a CEO or demand somebody that's a top earner. At best, I just need a husband that's going to take care of his responsibilities and treat me with respect. That's it. That's the most you can ask for.
That's true. That's true.
So Dre, go ahead, Dre. Go ahead. Yeah, Dre said no. Go ahead, Dre. But I want you to expound on it. I got another powerful question. I'm gonna drop the link.
Just like he was saying. They already understand and grew up with the dynamics of their community, and they already know what it'll be about in regards to trying to. I mean, every blue moon you will see a J-Lo find a bunch of simps to throw a ring at them. Okay, yeah, but you can't compare everyday women to a woman that happened to have a bunch of kids, but she's worth 150 mil. So, but every blue moon you will see somebody of upper echelon who he has a child or two and she has a child, and they may come together. But that's every blue moon. For the most part, dudes that got money already know I want a woman that's fertile, I want youth, and I want femininity. And a woman that is older can't give me youth, and she can't give me fertility, even though she may be the most feminine woman on the street. And in South America, it's not hard to find a feminine woman, so she's not bringing even that to the table as something that's special. So the answer is no.
You know, affection deprivation, that's something that the American Brazilian went through. Affection deprivation. Dre, I'm sure you went through it too. I'm going to show you you guys a clip right quick. I hope I don't get a copyright, but I'm going to make it real short. But when you got this moment, tell me what it felt like. Hold tight.
Okay, I know this.
Oh, no, that's not it. Hold tight. All right. Betcha by golly wow, man. You know, when you got that betcha by golly wow, Dre, because you were suffering from affection deprivation, tell the audience what it did to your psyche as a man. You know, when you finally got Andrea, you said, betcha by golly wow, you're the one that I've been waiting for forever. That's what James Turner, he be hating on us Leos. But you know, my man, American Brazilian, Aries, he a fire sign like me. But when you finally had that betcha by golly wow moment because of affection deprivation, what did it do for you, Drake? What did it do for you when you felt the joy of having that beautiful Colombian woman in your arms? I hear you talk about often about the joy that you felt, and I can see the joy in your eyes. The show that I did with American Brazilian last year with Al Grease, man, me and the guys could actually feel the joy coming from the screen, which is weird. We could feel this vibes coming from the screen. But when you had that betcha by golly wow moment, what did it mean for you, Dre? What did it mean for you?
It's not even had. I still have it.
You still have it. Well, gotcha.
I still have it. I kid you not, guys. I'm still trying to get used to a woman that walks into the room and just says, I just want you to know that I love you, and walks out the room. I'm still trying to get used to somebody walking up on me, giving me kisses on the cheek, kisses on the necks, and affection all day long. I'm still trying to get used to somebody that she might be driving, then she'll just reach over, put her hand on my knee, just to have that physical connection. I'm still trying to get used to this, man. I'm still trying to get used to the love in the pot. We say it in the States, grandma put love in the pot. To actually see somebody put love on the pot and then put love on a plate and put love in a drink and bring it to you and then come back to check on you. Do you need any more, baby? Are you good? You full? Okay, you want me to take your plate?
Right.
Okay, you done? Okay, let me take your plate real quick. To see this, I'm not used to this. I'm only 5 years deep in this. I was in 50 years of women in the United States not doing nothing.
Right.
I got a long way to catch up, so I ain't used to this affection quite yet. And that's that's the sad part about it. I am not used to this affection and love and care and the person that makes sure to keep distractions away from me so I can accomplish the goal that God put on my life for us as a family unit. I'm still getting used to it. And I'm telling you something, man, that I haven't told too many people. When I first started dating women in Tampa, I was dating a Brazilian, and she just come to the States she was only gonna be up there a few months. She was opening 2 Arabic restaurants back in Rio. She was a famous actress. She was a sportscaster. She raced horses. Her family was like famous for Formula 1 cars. I'm Googling this chick. I'm like, whatever. Come to find out her cousin got movies about his life on Netflix. I'm like, whoa, shit, okay. And so her daughter was like come to find out, I'm Googling and found out her daughter's in the Brazilian version of Destiny's Child. And I'm like, okay. So, and she told me one thing. She liked me, was happy I liked her. And she said, I discovered something about you. I'm trying to put my finger on it. I said, what is it? She said, you don't know how to love because you don't know what love is. I said, what? I know what love is. You know, I'm an Iron Man. I know what love is. What you talking about, girl? I know what love is. She said, I'm not asking you to love me. She said, I'm just seeing some of the things that you do. And in South America, that doesn't equate to the expression of love, how you will receive love and how you will give love. I said, you got down here, and everything she was saying was absolutely correct. I did not know how to receive affection because I never saw that type of affection.
Yes, talk on it.
I didn't know how to give affection. I thought I knew because I only knew the American United States version definition of love and affection and caring and how couples supposed to act. Right. Man, I got down here to South America. It was a whole brand new definition.
Right.
I had never seen in my life. I was like, what is this they doing? Wow, so that's what love looked like, huh? Well, okay, it's about 5 years later. I'm still learning.
It's a powerful feeling, man. And you know, I can see it in your eyes when you were dancing. I'm gonna show the clip in a minute. But shout out to my man Richard Mack. Richard Mack is in the house. Zoom to Thailand. Richard Mack, if you want to come up, man, let me know, man. I love for you to add to the conversation. I got the brothers in the house. Richard, if you want to come on and add to the conversation, let me know. I know you're a busy man. I know you're editing, but if you want to come up, let me know. But I want you to hold your thought because American Brazilian went through affection deprivation. And until he got his beautiful wife Talita, but let me show you. Dre got the moves like Jagger, man. Hold on for a minute. Let me see if I can find it, man. Because American Brazilian, Dre got it there. Dre got the moves like Jagger. He got the moves like Jagger. Hold on for a minute.
I think that's that night because I usually go out when some of you guys coming down, so we go out and hang out, get the dancing in.
Let me show y'all what Dre getting the swag on. Hold on for a minute. Hold on. Let me see. Hold on.
Yeah. You know, even try to. Nobody can match you. Don't you for life. Sexy mind and body. You already got me now. Loving you madly. Girl, you might be matching your body. She no even trying, she got it. I be here beside you. Anything I got you. You know play. All you do is shut down the runway.
All right, Dre getting the swag on. Y'all see Dre with them long shoes on, man. Dre got them Pinocchio shoes, rubber steel-skin shoes on.
I ain't mad at you. I got big feet.
I got big feet too. I got big feet, but he getting the swag on. But American Brazilian, you went through affection deprivation. But what was your betcha by golly wow moment when you met your beautiful wife, Talita? You went through it. Tell the audience about the struggles that you went through with affection deprivation. But when you finally had that betcha by golly wow moment, what did it do to your psyche as a man? James Turner out here hating, man. You can't, James Turner, you ain't got swag like me. It's okay. Everybody can have swag. But go ahead, man.
I think, you know, much like Dre, just for years and years and years, trying to prove myself that I deserved deserved this respect. I deserved to be treated with kindness. I deserved to be loved. I deserved to be celebrated and not tolerated. I mean, I did everything. I bought gifts. I went in debt. I did all kinds of stuff only to have those relationships dissolve. When I met my wife, I think the biggest thing, just like Dre, I had to get used to it. But I had an aha moment after having a conversation with my mother and my father-in-law. And basically, they were like, this is what we do. We are Latino women. She said, I will put my daughter up against anybody. My daughter will make you happy because she was raised to make a man happy. That man is just going to happen to be you. So I think at some point, I'm not completely there because I still get mesmerized, the little notes and stuff that she put around the house. But I think I'm to the point where I'm realizing, you know what? With all of the hell that I've been through, I actually deserve to be treated with respect. I actually deserve to be treated with kindness. I actually deserve to be celebrated and not tolerated. I'm not completely there, but I'm almost there. But yeah, I still have to get used to it. So for me, it's kind of like a flat tire that finally was inflated. You get to see it in its full glory, and that's where I am, man.
Yeah.
That's powerful, man. That betcha by golly wow moment. And Dre said he's still intoxicated. He's still high off that feminine oscillating. That's what I keep telling guys. I keep telling guys that there are 7 steps that a man must go through in order to become optimized. And when a woman is a feminine oscillator, it does something to what we call in the clinical world the psychosomatic response of a man. When men are struggling with violent woman, the gospel said it better than me, guys. The Bible said, who can dwell in the house with a contentious woman? She'll run you on to the rooftop. And see, many men have died and went to the grave early, Dre, because they were stressed. You know, it brings me great sadness. You know, I had my cousin, and I'm not saying he worked himself to death, and I think his wife loved him, but I think he did work himself to death. My cousin was 49, and he died in his sleep. He died in his sleep. And when I found out, you know, it crushed me to my heart because I've lost so many people. Classmates have died. My cousin, he died. He died last year. Didn't even know nothing about it. And then my sister died in February. And, you know, tomorrow is not promised to no man. And what Dre is trying to do and what the American Brazilian is trying to do is telling you guys that sometimes it's better later. Sometimes it's better later because as men, we're like fine wine as we get older. See, a man's peak is in his latter years if he put in the work in his younger years. A woman's peak is in her younger years, but her glory fades in her latter years. And as Bishop Charles D. Williams said, y'all ain't gonna talk to me. That's why it's important for men. That's why it's so important for men to start loving themselves, man. Richard Mack is having the time of his life in Thailand right now, you know, and he's having the time of his life. And Richard, come up in the house, man. I want the brothers to hear your position as well. But you know, many are dying before their time, Dre, and Love Crossing Borders. And what advice would you give men that it gets better later? You had a small snafu where you spent some time in prison and you talked about it. But look how God blessed you after the fact. Tell me why it gets better later.
That's just in general. That's just statistics. Statistics show that men make the most money in their lives between the age of 45 and 55. Even though you're balling right now, you think you're making good money. Wait until your business or your career takes off, even in your 40s. You know, in your 40s towards your 50s. So even though you're so just statistically in regards to that economics. Next term, psychologically, a man in his life sees things from a bird's eye view that you don't see in your younger years. In your younger years, you kind of in the midst of the experience of life. Now that you get to the point, you got a lot more experience, you can look down and pick and choose on which directions work best for you, which directions don't, which people to network in with, which ones not to network in. That's why network with. That's why it's so much easier for when men say, now my circle of friends or associates has gotten smaller as I've gotten older, because we realize that we looking down at everything from a bird's eye view. So that's another benefit. The other thing is physically, men, we look good in our 40s and 50s.
Oh, no doubt.
If you take care of your body and you go make sure you drinking your water, and you can still keep your little baby face going, and you go ahead and make sure you got the teeth taken care of, go ahead, pluck them nose hairs and ears hairs and whatever is sticking out. You take care of yourself, you going to the gym or at least walking. I'm telling you, most women in the world will look at you like, yeah, I'm trying to get a piece of that. What women in the United States may take for granted about a man in his 40s and 50s, don't think that they think that in other countries. I'm going to repeat that. What women, no matter what culture in the United States, take for granted about you being in your 40s and 50s, in some cases 60s, many women in other countries are waiting for your maturity to get off that plane and introduce them to things. My wife loves the fact that she ain't got to worry about childishness from her man. She loves the fact that she sees a man of ambition to where she's got to wait to see that from a younger man. Women love grays. I don't know why young dudes don't know that, but I guess that's because y'all young. But if you ever want to be caught in the crossroads of where young women want you and older women want you, go and show your grays off. I dare you just put your just for men to the side for 1 week. Women love, I don't know what it is about it. Every woman that I have met, and you ask them from younger to older about gray hairs, they all love gray hairs. Because it's that sense of maturity, and it also shows forth a sense of manhood that the butt naked face don't necessarily show off because you're younger. And one more thing is the fact that you realize that you don't have that much longer to go on this journey called life.
Yes, sir.
So you don't have time for the BS of what time for. Listen, a lot of you men in your 40s, 50s, and 60s, we already realized I don't have time to train the sexy feminists in the United States when I can get somebody that's sexy and feminine outside the United States.
Yes, sir.
I'll say that again.
Yes, sir.
We don't have time at this stage of life to try to convince these women. I don't care what culture you're dealing with in the United States or in Canada or in UK, baby, I'm a good catch. Give me a chance. Stop acting like you the man. Let me be a man. We don't have time for it anymore. That's why dudes are ignoring, looking at these women in the rearview mirror of an airplane and gone, because they know they can get femininity in a whole nother. It's 191 countries in the world. Don't you let them sisters and other ladies fool you into thinking that the one country known as the United States is the only place that you can find love that'll last you for the rest of your life. You got 190 more countries to explore before you make that decision of going back to the United States. I remember before closing my little statement, I remember I was in a WhatsApp group and a sister said, and it was male and females, and she said, well, what are you going to do when everything fall apart? And she was, trying to be slick. When everything fall apart in South America, what you going to do then? She said, then you black men will come running back to us. I said, baby, you got it twisted. There's over 100 and what? I say, I've lived in 2 of them now, Colombia and United States. That leaves me with 189 more countries to go before I come crawling back to you sisters in the States. I say, lady, listen here. You will be in a nursing home by the time I dare want to come back to the United States. I say, you going to sit back and have dead family members before I come back to
a nursing home.
Some of y'all going to have some of you ladies, y'all going to have grandkids before some of us brothers come back to the United States talking about want to get back with you. It's not gonna happen, boo. It's over. I keep trying to tell these, and some of you brothers, I love y'all. I love y'all because y'all got hope. Because there's some good sisters there. It's some good women in the States. It really is. And so y'all holding on like Kevin. I ain't Kevin.
No doubt. Neither am I.
I'm telling you, I'm looking through the rearview mirror of an airplane. I'm strapping rearview mirrors on airplanes. And I am taking flights, and I'm enjoying these last, 30 years that I got left. I ain't about to sit up here and waste 30 years trying to convince women, and then dudes talk about, well, we won't see the change of the black community for another 2 generations, and then black families will come back together because the black woman will realize that what she got, she needs a man in the end. I ain't got no time for no 2 generations for black women to get it together. White boys ain't got no time for white women to all of a sudden 2 generations to realize that femininity in the alphabet crew ain't where you may want to be. White boys ain't got time for it. Brothers ain't got time for it. Man, I ain't about to waste my last 30 years on this planet. Like I always say, I gave sisters 50 years to get me right. 50. 50 years to get this one man right. And it took this one woman half their ages, less than a few weeks to get me. Yes, ma'am. What if you need, ma'am? I'll do that, ma'am. If you need me to be the man of the family, I'll be the man, ma'am. You couldn't do that in 50 years. If I gave you 50 years to do something, if I gave you 50 years to learn how to type, and if I gave you 50 years to learn how to fly a kite, I'm expecting in 50 years you can fly a kite. I'm expecting 50 years you know how to type. You telling me black women in 50 years couldn't get this one man right? Could none of y'all? I've lived in 6 states, 10 cities. And y'all still couldn't none of y'all do it? And it took this one little young South American woman less than 5 weeks to get this man say, oh, she gonna be the one. I could tell this gonna be the one. Let me sit my butt down right here. I ain't about to creep on nothing. I'm enjoying my life. I'm building businesses and opportunities. I got my mind clear. She bringing me meals. She's keeping the distractions away and the dogs of life off me. Every morning this woman is getting up and she said, baby, I'm about to have my prayer. This woman is telling me, man. I'm about to pray for you, my family, my sanity.
Man. That's powerful. Talk to the people. Talk to the people. Talk to the people.
I go to church with them. We're a praying couple. We're a praying couple. No, that's the pretend.
That's the pretend.
What if I ain't praying that day?
Talk to the people.
Are you gonna pray for me that day? This woman does. I couldn't get a sister to do that in 50 years. Man, y'all can have them. Y'all can have them all. And I ain't hating on sisters. Like I say, I treat sisters out of church the same way I treat them with, you know how they get at that church hug with the shoulder? That's how I do sisters outside of church, not just in church. You know how when sisters need help, like the fundraiser for something? Oh, I'll give you a few dollars. I ain't got no problem with that. They need somebody to be a mentor to their little son at Boys and Girls Club. Or I can go there, work with the kids at the Boys and Girls Club. But as far as like smashing you, it's a wrap.
It's a wrap. Hold tight, Dre. Hold tight, Dre.
But be with them.
Hold tight, Dre, because I love Dre. Dre can go. Dre is like the minute, not the minute man. Dre is like the damn Energizer Bunny. He keep going and going. Hey, look, I call Dre Jack the Ripper. He's
Dre the Ripper. I'm telling you,
Dre used to kill him. Dre used to kill him back in the day.
Down to the train track.
Shout out to Richard Mack, Zoom to Tyler. Richard, come on up, man, if you can, man. If not, I understand. I love you, brother. Shout out to Jesse Jackson, Coach Andre, American Brazilian, the rest of the chat. Say it loud so the people in the back can hear you, and that's a deal.
That's a deal, right?
And I ain't forgot you, Richard. You gotta work on that project for me, man. I'm gonna finally get you that project, and I'm gonna start that Gen X Nexus series. I definitely want to have Dre, an American Brazilian. We're gonna kill the game, man. You know, it brings me so much joy, man, to see our men, white men, black men, all men in power. Because for so many years, Dre and the American Brazilian, we were never in power. We were always seen as the crux to the problem. But now men are beginning to wake up. They're beginning to see that they have inherent worth and value. And just like Aaron, when he came back to the camp and told them, he said there were giants in the land. Also, we got Moses as telling the men that there's milk and honey on the other side. And so it's time for men to go to that milk and honey. You know, it's time for them to get the love, honor, and respect that they need to be the best versions of themselves. You know, I saw a hyena come up in here. I know Flora. It's funny to me. We'll let the hyenas talk. She called us bussies. It's funny, but that's what hyenas do. You know, the shame language. It doesn't matter calling us incels. Shame, insults, guilt, and the need to be right, and death. And it's funny. It's because they keep proving our points. Shame and language don't work on the American Brazilian. It don't work on Andre, and it sure as hell don't work on me. I mean, I'm married. I've been married for 26 years. But it doesn't work. It's almost like a little kid. You ever seen a guy like I'm 6'6", Dre, and Flora is like somebody 4 feet tall hitting it at the air. I'm like, oh, shut up. You just pluck them. You just pluck them out of the way because you know, they mean nothing. Your insults is not going to change men. On your best day, you cannot touch the average South American woman in femininity and feminine demure. On your best day, you come nowhere near those women in those countries. The Afro-Latin women, the African women, or women from other countries, because they respect and honor men. Very violent. And see, they're so used to these old hyena simps, you know, Dre, and also, you know, you got the some of these boomers, man. And, you know, shout out to the boomers. I love the boomers. Some of them mean well, but you got some of these boomers, Dre and American Brazilian. They'll tell you, you know, just keep loving her and loving up on her. You know, we call them gravy train simps. Yeah, don't gravy train simps, American Brazilian Dre. They'll have you looking old like Grady and that hound dog. You ever seen a hound dog on that gravy train bag? You know, gravy train mean things gonna be easy. But just like that dog, that hound dog on that gravy train bag, over time, trying to deal with women here in the West, they're having you looking old and tired. Look at Dre. Dre is 54. Don't look at a day in his life. I mean, he looks young. Dre could pass 45 easy or even 40.
Oh, yeah.
Easy 40. You know, I call them the 6'3" Benjamin Buttons. And you look good for your age too, American Brazilian. You got a baby face too. But that's all about the peace that you guys are getting. It's the peace and the joy and the happiness that you guys are getting. You talked about it a little bit, but I want to ask the American Brazilian this. What did you not get in your relationship that you're getting there? And Dre, I want you to parrot that real quick. Go ahead.
Oh, respect, kindness, sex, celebratory moments.
Hold on. You said sex?
Mm-hmm. Celebratory moments.
Oh, so you had those kind of women that try to punish you through sex?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow, man. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Which is abuse.
Weirdness, competition, you know, the little subtle, how do you call it? Nice nastiness, that type of stuff. So you get all of it. I got a lot of that, but I don't get that anymore.
Wow. Dre.
Brothers, let me say this right here.
You gotta go.
Brothers, yeah, I got that.
Much love. Much love.
Thank you guys so much.
Okay, man. Okay, all right.
And I'm gonna say this to the panel. No deal, o jogo do, o deal, o jogo. You know what that means?
What's that?
Don't hate the player, hate the game. So, talk to y'all later.
No doubt. Real quick, Dre. What were you getting that you didn't get? What are you getting now? Because you know you 6'3", so I'm sure you had the women loving you. But when you compare your wife to your best American dating experience, how does your wife supersede those women?
Listen, the list goes on. I mean, the fact that she thinks, I don't want to say think for me, but she knows my thought pattern. And I never had somebody that knows my thought pattern, like in the sense of like, man, I need to get my visa paperwork completed. And Andrea will walk through the door. Hey, babe, you know we need to get your visa work completed. And or I'll be like, man, you know, I am in the mood for some chocolate cake. And Andrea will walk through the door and say, you know what? I know my baby was thinking about some chocolate cake. Here, I brought 2 pieces of cake for you. Those moments I never had with anybody else.
Wow.
Also, I never had anybody else consider what was distracting my life to where I wasn't accomplishing what was needed to be accomplished.
Mm-hmm.
She actually watches to see what is a distraction in Andre's life. And if she can handle it and take care of it without me having to step into it, she takes care of that. whether it be meals, whether it be Andrea be here 11 o'clock at night, scrub in the house like it's something like she just got the spring windows open. That's how she'll be in here scrubbing, because she knows I'm the queen of this house, and I want to make sure that my husband is not distracted by filthiness. A lot of women don't consider that in the United States. Not saying that your house is filthy and that there's not clean women in the United States. Of course there are clean women in the United States. But the fact that this person considers what might be a distraction to me, to where I can be focused, to where if I want to sit back and have a few hours or just preparing my notes for the live streams, she keeps all those distractions away, because she knows Andre is doing the consultations that I'm doing. She keeps those distractions away to make sure that I give the best work to individuals that's needed. The other thing that I can say, just like the brother said, sex. You know how you be with somebody, you like, we having sex, but we ain't having sex.
Right.
Bodies and with two reproductive organs are coming together. Yeah, but something is. You ever had sex with somebody for years and just something ain't right? Something. Maybe we're doing it on the wrong day. Maybe we're doing it in the wrong position. Maybe we should try some new rooms. Maybe we should try not in our house. Maybe you just something just ain't there. And so to be with somebody that you don't have to have that feeling with, because they consider it, and you don't have to do all the work or the repairing of the sexual relationship. Because the person that I was with, she was a great person, beautiful, gorgeous, but she was so caught up in her career and was such a workaholic. She worked for the white man, but never worked for her marriage.
Oh, talk to the people again.
She worked for the white man. Shout out to my white man brothers. But she didn't work for her marriage.
No doubt.
And that's how the marriage and relationships fell apart, because we literally grew apart. You have to have your sexual intimacy. Andre and I consider everything to be communication, even intimacy.
The attractive appearance, the sweet smile. Beautiful Latin women have enhancing smiles. Their lips look so sweet. Joyful faces, their honesty. Seductive body shape, the perfect skin tone. And these are the blancas. They're considered blancas. Dre, I'm going to assume your wife is Spaniard and Indian. Is that true, or is she more Spaniard?
Yeah, she is actually said it right on the head. She's Spanish and of Spanish European descent and indigenous Indian here in South America.
And then and inevitable hypersexuality. Richie Mack, the link has been dropped. Richie's going to join us, guys. The link is only for Richie Mack. Richie, come up, please. Let's have a conversation. But hold tight. Let me stop this real quick. Dre, how much time you got, man? I don't want to hold you out. How much time you got? Okay, well, no doubt. We got time, guys. All right, so shout out to my man, D-May. D-May said, affection deprivation is no joke. He said, I'm a young brother and deserve better. I'm glad I did 6 weeks in Brazil. He said, I'll never date in America again. This message needs to be spread around for brothers my age. No doubt. Man, look at Richard Mack, man. Richard got crust in his eyes, man. That's my dog, man. That's my dog, man. hey, what's up, Richie? How you doing, dog? Man.
Am I giving an echo?
Yeah. I think you get a feedback.
I feel like I got an echo.
Yeah. You get an echo.
Do you happen to have the live stream still on?
I think so. Let me see.
Like if you're listening to it on your phone.
Oh, I see. I got it. Okay, there we go.
Right. So man, this is an epic conversation, man. It keeps getting better and better, man. It gets better and better and better. You know, Rich, I want to show you something, man, because many of them are saying, you know, we want our kings, but like that song in the 70s, it says over now. Many feel that the West is done. You know, we know that there's a percentage of good women that are left in America, but overall, they're not acculturated to love a man. But you know, Shirley Brown said it better than me, Richard Mack. You know, she said it better than me because you and I are from the we're Gen X's, and I'm sure you heard your mom bumping the song by Shirley Brown when she actually said this.
Now you see, I don't want no trouble now. I hope you understand.
All right, so Shirley Brown She said it better than me. I love that man. What does it feel like being loved by an Asian woman? You got an Asian woman, a woman from Thai culture. You know, affection deprivation is real, but what does it feel like to be loved by a woman that's feminine, her body is tight, and she treats you like a God king? What does it feel like, man?
The God king.
Well, Jesse Jackson, I'm gonna put it to you like this. It's a song you used earlier called "Betcha by Golly."
Betcha by Golly, well, no doubt. No doubt.
You're the one that I've been waiting for.
No doubt, dog. No doubt. No doubt.
I mean, almost. Thank you, Drake. Come on, Drake. Come on, Coach Drake with the background vocals.
I'm just saying, I'm a stylistics fan, so just to hear people singing stylistics, man.
Big stylistics fan, man. Big stylistics fan. But yeah, man, it's almost like it seems surreal. But when I hear Dre, like nobody, Coach Clinician, you know you're my favorite YouTuber, but Dre, he brings stuff all the way down.
He does an excellent job, man. Excellent job.
Terms, you know what I mean? He gave up the cousin hug. He even brought up, he uses all these metaphors and stuff, but it's almost like the same thing. It's like, it's hard for me to like, it's almost surreal because what's normal for them is totally, what y'all call it out there? Simping or what is it called?
Yeah, gravy train simping. I call it gravy train simping.
Colorful words. They got all these colorful words.
Shame language.
Yeah, for the PWPs, I call them people without passports. That's what we call the PWPs.
Bang, bang, bang.
So the PWPs, they don't know no better, man. So like I say, man, bless their heart, man. But for people like Dre and myself, and even Coach the Clinician, man, I mean, you struck gold. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, it's not easy to do what you did and keep it going.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, shout out to Jesse Jackson because he is keeping it going.
Got no other choice, man. It's that Leo 5, man.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm just very, very, very proud of you because people don't understand how difficult it is.
It is, man. It's very hard. Very, very
it's hard enough doing it with the way Dre and I do it because it ain't
Right.
like a cakewalk. You still got, you know, hurdles
Right.
and bumps and stuff. But
Right.
but what you've been through, and you deserve an award. You know what I mean? Not to say you've been through
I
anything
appreciate it.
negative. I'm saying in terms of just the just dealing with everything. It's just the craziness out there. Everything's getting shot up. Everything is just like off the chain. So like for you to do that and maintain a relationship is amazing. But as for me, it's surreal, but now it's starting to become normal. It's like, okay, this is the get down. Okay, you're gonna cut my food, you're gonna serve me first, you're gonna look out for me, and I'm gonna look out for you. And then that's just the way it is. Like I'm telling you, man, I just dropped my latest episode called Tricking. Is the Travel OG tricking, right? And
Right.
Did you see that one, Coach? I don't know if you seen it.
I haven't, but I'm planning on watching as soon as we get done. Since you said it,
Coach,
you
be
know you
watching
got your quarterlies, quarterly videos.
But it was something you and Coach. It was something you and Coach the Clinician said earlier about y'all be young and vibrant, and I'm over here getting old up at 4 or 5 in the morning trying to edit these videos. It's so much work. But the point I was making is,
it is, man.
It is, and I still owe Dre a video, owe Clinician a video. I know I'm so far behind.
Well, I'm working on it. When I get the concept, I'm gonna get you to put it together. But don't sweat. But I'll let you know, and I appreciate it, man. Much love and blessings to you. But you're right. Being a licensed therapist, my wife, she's understanding, because I take a lot of time doing this, man. And then trying to finagle being a family man, being a therapist. It's hard. That's why I keep telling people, man, support the show, support the streams, because it's not too many licensed therapists. I'm doing what I'm doing. Richie Mack know me. He know my real name and all that. And I'm sure, I hope he looked me up and he'll tell you I'm the real deal. But I do this because I want to see men liberated. And, and it happens all the time, Richie, when men like you and Dre and myself begin to talk, you got hyenas to come out of the woodworks, trying to shame me.
I love it.
Yeah, it's funny to me calling them incels and, I mean, they prove our point. Every time they come out with their tail between their legs, they prove our points while men are looking for liberation, consistent with Dr. William Glasser of power, fun, freedom, belonging, and survival. It's consistent with it. It's consistent with it. Affection deprivation is a real, Richie Mack. Is affection deprivation real in America?
Absolutely, it's weaponized. It can be weaponized. But the thing what you say, like with the shaming and all that stuff, all it does, like you said, Coach Condition, is just validate why we're here.
Right.
Like, who wants to come home to that?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, think about that? Who wants to? Like, I did a panel a couple weeks ago, and there's a brother that really, really is trying hard, man. And I love it. We need to talk, man. I love the guy. I love his spirit, but he's 29 years old, so he's young. He still has that fight that I had in me when we was wearing the X medallions and we was Public Enemy, and we had that same fight in us. And after a while, you realize, man, what are you fighting with, and who are you fighting for, and why? It's like, and what is the end result? And it's just over. You know what I mean? It's like, I think it's going to take at least 1 to 2, like Dre said, who can wait that long?
Who can wait that long? Right.
It's going to take 1 to 2 generations. They're going to figure it out. It's just like how clothes change and people go back to flat tops, and the old clothes style starts coming back around. I believe it's going to turn around where women are gonna finally, realize that women's lib thing is capped. You know what I mean? All it's done is made things more. It's divided us and separated us more than it ever has. And the worst thing in the world, and I hate to say it, is the internet. It has given everybody a voice that does not even really, not to say they don't deserve a voice, but they don't deserve, like when you come to your channel and squirt hate juice, that's all they have, because they have a voice now. They can hide behind their emoji and say whatever they want to say and not be held accountable. We have to be held accountable. Why? Because we are brands. Culture Clinician is a brand. Andre and Andrea Love Crossing Borders is a brand. Zoom the Thailand is a brand. King and Dreams, like we're all like they mess with King and Dreams because of his brand. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I'm just about like, that's why I don't when they punch up, I don't even punch down. I just say bless their heart, man, because that's all they have is that. Oh, you know what I mean? That's it, because it's not gonna touch Dre and I where we at. We just laughing, you know what I mean? It's like, I look at Dre. I got jealous of Dre. Dre said, how Dre talk, hey man, I'm sitting like, man, just bring me some guacamole. I don't eat meat, so she know better to bring some meat. I just had my guacamole. And I'm like, this dude, I don't get the guacamole at 3 a.m. service like Drake get. Like Drake get a little extra. But yeah, but no, it's just a blessing, man. I just hope that we can be people on the forefront to let people know, man, you don't have to settle for that.
You don't have to settle, man, and it gets better later. Drake, you talked about your time you spent in federal time, and God gave you grace in the midst of your storm. And Richie, you talked about that you were married one time, but you said, you know what, I got to dip. Let's tell the people why it gets better later, even though you went through a tumultuous period in your life. Tell the people why it gets better later.
It gets better later because first of all, I had the worst divorce in the world. It was like unnecessary. My ex-wife's an attorney, so it was just like, it was all bad. It was every trick, all that Amber Heard, all that shit before him. It wasn't that bad, but I'm saying, but it was just, oh, here she come say hi, little. This what the morning time, no makeup.
That's exactly how Andre would be.
Got this beautiful Thai, it's beautiful Thai noodle, man. Got this beautiful Thai noodle, man. You so funny, man. What's your girlfriend name, Richie?
L. What's your name, baby?
L.
L. How you doing, L? It's a pleasure to meet you. Pleasure to meet you. How you doing, dear? Richie always speaks highly of you, and I always see you happy and laughing, man. It's an honor to meet you and to be in the presence of what I call the digital godfather in Richie Mack. But keep telling the story, Richie. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
She understood half of that, what you said. You know what I mean? She's working on it. See, there's my grits.
Oh, wow. Look at that. That looks good.
They ain't ready. They ain't ready for the grits.
That looks good, man.
I don't ask for this. Like I said, I didn't know it was coming. But let me answer.
Hey, Rich, ain't that the best part when you don't know it's coming? The meal just shows up.
Mm-hmm. You know well, Dre, you get a little more than I do, though, Dre. Come on, I don't get nothing at 4 in the morning. I ain't getting the Denny's after the club meals like you be getting.
Andre does do the late night cooking, so yeah.
But you guys are like that. You guys are like, I mean, you're all in. You know what I mean? Like me, my divorce was very traumatizing. So thank you, baby. My divorce was because I can't see, the M word. Like I just can't. People write in and say, "When are you gonna do it? When are you gonna do it?" It's like I was so traumatized, bro, because it was so bad. You know what I mean? It was a nightmare. So when you say the other side, Coach the Clinician, it's like I couldn't see the other side at that.
Yes, sir.
And ironically, it was my divorce lawyer who hit me to Thailand. I had no idea. I'm like everybody else. I'm like the people in the States. What's Thailand? Where Taiwan? Everybody gets it mixed up. They don't know what it is. I didn't know what it was. And he explained it to me in detail. He was like, you can live for like $1,200 a month. Remember, this was I got my divorce in 2011.
Right.
It went on for 4 years. So it was just bad. Just all the money we wasted in court. Our kids could have been going to ultimate private schools, but it was like that kind of a nasty divorce. But the point I was making is that you can't see the other side. You know what I mean? You can't see it. But once you get through, once you get through, it's a whole nother world, because it's the exact opposite when you go to places like Brazil, Colombia, Thailand, basically anywhere that doesn't have the Americanized thinking. You become the prize. You become the person, because as long as because especially out here in Thailand, it's impossible to fail. So they give you the benefit of the doubt, because they're like, if you made it all the way to Thailand, you got to have something going on about yourself. So you automatically, you ain't got to wear the chain. You ain't got to wear the Jordans. You ain't got to drive the Benz. You're here. So I can't speak for that in Colombia, but that's kind of like what it is out here. Just making it here is enough to, to give you the benefit of the doubt. Like, her family's here right now. Her mom and her dad came. I'm going to buy a car. Her father's a mechanic. He's going to help me. He's going to look at this car that I plan on buying. So it's like everything. It's just so like, it's so chill. The first thing I do is I just thank God. Like, I feel like I'm dreaming. But I hope I answered your question, Coach Clinician.
Yes, sir. You did.
Okay. Because it's you don't see it, but then when you get there, it's like having a second life. It's like having a second chance at life. Is basically what it is. Coach can tell you that.
No doubt. Guys, I don't know how many we're away from 4,000. We're almost there. But guys, in the meantime, go check out Zoom to Thailand. Go check him out. We got plenty of people that's getting consultations, not only from Dre, but Richie Mack. James Turner is one of my dear friends. He's been consulting with Richie, and Richie will get you guys right. But in the meantime, guys, that...
wait, Coach. Wait, Coach.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you for James Turner. I love that guy. Thank you,
good brother.
Good brother. I appreciate that. You said nothing but good things about
Shout
him.
out to James.
I appreciate that, man. That's what we do. Like, I on my own channel, I pump up Dre. I be like, Dre is the best to me. Yeah. Dre, because he the way he explains things.
Yes, he does. Awesome job.
Because we don't have the education you have, Coach Clinician. Now, Coach Clinician is best at what he does. Dre puts things in layman's terms for you, where and his freestyle game is incredible. Like Coach Clinician, I've seen you. He says stuff and he goes into the freestyle. I haven't even heard him say the same analogy. He goes into his freestyle. He can go, like you said, Coach Clinician. He can go, and he freestyles and he puts it where the common man can really get it. So, like I said, my consultations are: I'm gonna walk you through Thailand and show you exactly what you're gonna do, how much it's gonna cost, and I'm gonna take you from beginning to end. Dre is on some other level stuff, and Coach Clinician, I might have to book a session with you, Coach Clinician, just to hear your voice. Y'all don't understand how much I love Coach Clinician, man. The first time I heard him, I was like, this dude is like a gentle giant, but he'll step on you.
Oh, I'll step on you. Yeah, don't get it twisted, man. Hold on, Richie. I might be jealous, but that mouth gets slick, Richie. I had to let the line now. I'll give you some
fire for your mind. The Coach Clinician.
Don't sleep on them Leos, man, because Leos are fire signs like Aries, and we got big hearts. But like I said, man, there's a dark side to Leo, so don't take us there. We could be the kindest people in the world, but don't let the kindness fool you, because I can be a kitten or I can be a lion. And so don't like Keith Sweat said, don't get it twisted. Don't get it. Don't get it twisted. But you know what? Like you and Dre said, we don't have time, Richie. We don't have time. What's his name? Donna Hathaway said, "For all we know, we might not ever meet again." Kevin Samuels didn't know that his last time was going to be back in May. My cousin passed away back in last year, and he died in his sleep. Richie, he was only 49 years old. And I'm going to surmise that he worked himself to death. He worked himself to death trying to live up to a dream of pleasing. and trying to please everybody to the point he probably didn't take care of his health. And, and that's what men do. We work ourselves to the bone, to the point of death and exhaustion. But T.D. Jakes talked about something where he said you got to pour into her. But watch this. A man can't pour into her if she's not living up to her righteous duty of pouring into him. You see, the sun eventually will burn out if the moon is not orbiting around the sun. So just like a man is the life giver, he has the God spark in his loins. He still needs the woman to reflect his glory. Because if he's constantly shining and she's turning off his glory, then he can never be revitalized. That's why men like you and I, you and I are fiery. We're fire signs. Fire signs will burn out because we're so passionate. So you have to have a reflection every time like an L. You have to have a reflection every now and then like an Andrea to revitalize the callus inside your mind. But see, when men don't get it, Dre, and also Richard Mack, they burn out. And so T.D. Jakes was right, but you got to pour back into him too. Because see, the sun is the life giver. It can't give light if it's burnt out. And that's why affection deprivation is so real. And that's why these shows are so real, because you're not going to find licensed clinicians doing what I'm doing. Number one, they don't believe in male empowerment. It's always the men's fault. But I've been doing this, Richie and Dre, ever since I was 27. I've been liberating and advocating for men since 27. I'm going to show you guys a clip when I was at Pitt Community College, when I was going to school for law enforcement, where I was advocating. And the title of the show my speech was, is there equality in America, fact or fiction? And I was breaking it down about 20 years ago. So when, you got these charlatans that come on, they really don't care about men or the brotherhood. It's about money. And my point is this. We understand that it takes money. Being a content creator, you need to take care of content creators like Richard Mack and Andre with Love Crossing Borders, and even myself, because it's hard work. When you see all these fancy graphics and the editing, it took me about 5 to 6 hours to get this show ready today. So it helps us when you show us love. But they don't want us to be happy, Richie Mack. They don't want us to be happy, Andre. Like Michael Jackson said, they don't really care about us. And that's why so many men are defecting and going abroad, because they need to be recharged. They need to be revitalized. They need to hear the woman whisper in their ear, I see a king in you. But they're not getting that here in America. And so until women understand what men want and need, men are saying, c'est la vie. They're keeping it moving. And just like this woman here, I want you to check it out, Richard Mack, and tell me what you guys think. Dre saw her earlier, but she's a Negrita, but this woman was saying, we love our kings, and many guys think it's fake. Tell me what you think, Richard. Hold tight.
Okay, I know this is going to sound super weird to all the gringos out there, but listen to this. Yes, you can call us mi amor, you can call us bebé, mamacita, but this is overrated. If you are dating a brown skin Colombian woman, baby, you can call me mi negrita. It can't get any better than that. You can't call me mi negrita.
Dear black men, can you forgive us for becoming bitter? Because we couldn't stand the fact to see you all become the men that we wanted you all to be with somebody else.
Nope. We got to taste the foreign. Going overseas, dealing with women over there. Some of the most beautiful women on earth, and we saved on money. We got peace of mind now, right? We learned about discipline. We learned about the ins and outs of the globe. And you want us to come back from that? Never going to happen. For too many times we've seen them on talk shows and stuff like that disparaging us. All on talk shows, and I could go back to the 80s and 90s, Ricky Lake, Sally Jesse Raphael, Oprah, and the list goes on and on and on. We don't measure up. We're not good enough.
Right, the robot got to be fit. All right, destroy that like button. But when you heard that sentiment, Richie, when the woman said that kings, we love you and we apologize or whatever, what do you think about that, Richie? Is it genuine or you think it's too late?
I mean, that's a 2-part answer. I mean,
okay, 2-part. Mm-hmm.
It sounded beautiful. I loved it. Like the fact that even if it's fake, the fact that they're even making an effort sounds good to me. But it's more of the accent. I don't even feel like she's from America. She feel like she's from somewhere like one of Dre's cousin-in-laws or something. The way she sounded.
Right.
You know, it's absolutely too late. That's for sure. But the fact that it's never too late to turn around, though. You know what I mean? You can always turn around. It'll be too late for people like us, people in our age range, because there's no reason for us to come back.
None.
Other than family, if you have that. Somebody like Dre with no kids, what is he? I mean, that's a no-brainer for Dre. Dre finna start his own, and that's what. When I was on, when I had I say Think Smart Financials, but one master teacher, like he was saying, like his goal is to get 1 million black men out of here, and we spread out and start our roots all over the world, all over again. Just like I think Dre used this example as well. We all black people all started in the South, but we spread out. We went up north. Like my family went from Mississippi to Chicago. People went to Michigan. Some people went to New York. Some people went to California. Everybody spread out, and that's what we did. That's what we got to do now, because we can't settle for hot girl summers when men are making 6 figures plus.
Right.
Rocket scientists getting dissed by women that ain't worth nothing. You know what I mean? So,
but then also the insult, the self-insult of, for example, Colombia. You got on a date in the States, that date will run you between 150, 160 to 200, 250, depending on the city. And in the back of your mind, you're saying that is a flight to Medellin right there for 160, that I'm sitting down here dealing with this woman, and I could actually be in Medellin for the price I'm paying for one date. Your awareness. You can't go back and pretend like you don't know. And I think that's the part that a lot of women don't understand, that men aren't putting you down. It's the fact that we can't go back as if we don't know. When you sat back and look at the footage, you saw the Afro-Colombian woman and you saw the Afro-American woman in that footage you just showed. We are actually going to be doing an interview with that young lady this up and coming week, the Afro-Colombian young lady. I already hit her up on Instagram. We've been talking back and forth. She's traveled all over. She does her thing. And then you saw the Afro-American woman. The Afro-Colombian woman made sure before she got on TikTok that she had her hair right, makeup right, face glowing, beautiful teeth, great energy. Negrita.
Negrita. Right?
Yeah, hey, that's the most beautiful thing you could call us is mi negrita. She said, mommy, and all that stuff is cool. Amor, mio, that's cool. Now, as soon as that clip in, you got the sister in bed. Now she wants to apologize. She want the black man back. Just like the one sister just a moment ago made sure she had to look, and she just looked so sincere and just heartfelt and just call me this, baby. Call me this. And she's just enticing you. Now you got the other sister show up. She in bed, black man with a bonnet on. Would you? No makeup, cold still in her eyes, breath probably still smelling like garlic and grapes. And she's sitting there like, black man, before I roll over and play with my Bob, my battery operated friend, black man, before I kick the dog out the bed, because I told the dog he can't sleep in the bed no more, but he anyway. Black man, I know I got these 3 kids and I ain't took them over their daddy's house in about 3 years, but black man, let me straighten my bonnet up. Would you forgive us for being all the stuff that we shouldn't have been, which I actually am being right now? I'm being exactly the stereotype that you don't like, but yet I'm asking for an apology. That's exactly what she did. And you expect a man to unsee what he's seeing. He's seeing this Afro-Colombian woman right here saying with sensualness and femininity and beauty, telling you, if you're going to come here to Colombia, I'm going to give you a tip on how you should talk to us. Black man. Could you forgive me and us black women for catching attitudes and being mad and having babies by Pookie and Ray Ray and Nook Nim. Would you forgive us? You know how I'm gonna tell you. Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Do you know how? Am I the only brother that got tired of bonnet sex? Hair wrap sex. There was nothing that made you want to roll over and say, "I'm about to hit this real quick." At 6 o'clock or 3 o'clock 3 o'clock in the morning, or maybe 6, 7 o'clock before work or during the ladies don't know. There's nothing that makes a man want to roll over and hit that when he see that bonnet halfway to the curve on your head, or that hair wrap that don't look like. At least you can do like Gail the Southern Belle and make it look like it's an African wrap and make it look exotic, like you like, oh, I got me a little African queen over here. I'm about to beat this back in. Nah. These sisters ain't doing it like that. They just taking a little scarf, wrapping a little, and it's got a little knot in the front. And how many times have you guys have slept with a woman that had the bonnet on or the scarf, and that knot been the same knot that she tied 4 days ago? So every time she take the scarf off, she just go like this, and then she put it right back on with that same knot. But expects you to look at her with the equivalence of that Afro-Colombian woman. You supposed to see me in my bonnet the same way you see that Afro-Colombian woman. How dare you expect me to take my bonnet and my hair wrap off and clean my eyes and look respectful? How dare you expect me to not wear my slippers and my little slippers in the grocery store and my pajamas? You supposed to accept me how I am. How dare you expect me to go to the gym and get my body fit like that beautiful sister we were just looking at? And you wonder why men who don't hate you just don't want to be with you.
I want to be with them, right?
And women should really be, and I mean this in all sincerity, women should really be happy that we, like dudes like Richie and I and yourself, have matured to not hurt you. Because the old Andre, I'd have came to the States, broke your back end, left you in tears, your coochie crying and you crying, and I'm on the next plane out. The old Andre would have did you dirty. The mature Andre said, you know what? I'm not to mess no sisters' lives up. Right. I'm not about to pretend like I'm gonna date them. I'm not pretending like I'm gonna meet a pastor. I don't want to pet your dog. I don't want to meet your kids. I ain't gonna deal with you. At least they know that we're mature enough to not go back to the States and pretend like we want to be with them. No, I don't want to be with you. So I at least give us that grace, ladies, to the fact that, if it's a brother in the States, he want to be with y'all see that. But for us brothers that don't want to be with you, stop questioning us.
Right.
Here's the bigger question, though. Here's the bigger question to me, Dre, and that's a great salute. Right. The bigger question to me is, the coaching clinician, this is where your expertise comes in.
Yes,
the question is, why? Why now are you trying to be cool with us now? What is it now to make y'all want to be cool? And my thing is,
how you said that.
I have a theory. I have a theory, coaching clinician, because you got to remember, and I'm not trying to be mean or anything like that, but you got to remember, black men, we can go and flourish anywhere in the world. We've proven it. We're in different regions. So this is not like something we up for debate. Anywhere we go, we're wanted and loved. But other cultures are not going to put up with any of that stuff. Not to say that sisters aren't attractive and that they can't get men, but ain't no culture going to put up with that. You got 3 kids and an attitude. And you got your bonnet on, and you want to get live with me, and you want me to pay for everything.
Oh, my goodness.
That's going to put up with that. So, and the only reason why I believe the brothers at home put up with that is because they don't know any other way.
They don't know any other way, right? They don't know any other way, right? And that's why, we got Morpheus in the house, and and we consider you a liberator. That's why it's important for us to liberate these men. It's consistent with Dr. William Glasser. When men are not getting their needs met, then they look for it in other ways. But many men continue to settle for mediocrity because they don't know any better. Now, back to the question, it goes back to this. This is a fancy way of saying it. It's called corrective recapitulation. It basically means that they're trying to go back and correct what they lost in order to get what they need now. You know, there was a song back in the South that said, I'm going to clean up what I done messed up. I'm starting my life back over again. But what men are saying is too late. You know, there was a quartet group that said, it was too late. It's too late. I think it's too late. Men are waking up, and that's why they get mad at me. They get mad. I'm very respectful until their mouth gets slick.
Wait, why did mad at you? What did you do? All you do is give a psychological breakdown. Like, what is it?
Man, listen, man. What I've learned, man, anything with male empowerment and heteronormative masculinity, they want you to be a Mitch. I'm going to do a show called Hello, Mr. Mitch. They want you to be a Mitch. You guys know what a Mitch is. You know, you take the B off and put an M in front of it. They want you to be a man based on how they feel. I can't do that. I don't. That's goofy to me. I'm a man. I respect you, but I'm not going to let a woman, you know, make me do what she want me to do. That's goofy to me. That's
and they don't respect you for it. And they don't respect you for it.
They don't respect you for it, right. That's why I keep telling men they only respect power and strength. That's all they respect is power and strength. That's all they respect. And that's why men have to stand firm on their masculinity. They have to stand firm on it. But, you know, sadly, they've been so conditioned, Richie and Dre, to defer power instead of demanding power, that they have been saboteurs of their own ignorance. They have become slaves of their own ignorance because they don't understand that women only respect power. But and that's why I do what I do, man, to educate these brothers so they can get the best outcomes, so that they can be the best versions of themselves long term. Because what you're doing is God work as well as Dre. He's doing it, and you know he's living his best life now. You know the man is happy. You know you saw him get his swag on with his wife. And you look extremely happy as well. That food your wife cooked you, a girlfriend cooked you, it looked real good, man. What are those, some red hots you got in the back, man? Some eggs?
Where? Me? No, she made me, it's getting cold now, but that's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
No, I ain't tripping. She made me grits with eggs and chicken with barbecue. I know Dre don't eat meat. Excuse me, Jamie. Turn the chicken the other way for you, Dre. and jelly and toast, you know.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Some juice, you know what I'm saying? It's like, right. But it's normal, you know what I mean? It is what it is. But like I said, culture clinician, when you come out here, and that's another thing about Thailand too. People think it's just like a one-dimensional place, you know what I mean? And it's like there's so much to do out here. You come out here with your wife and have a great time, man. Y'all can come and get massages, go to the Tiger Zoo, whatever it is you want to do. Just travel and just get some really good, beautiful footage for your channel, you know what I mean? They got all these beautiful islands, man, romantic places. It's like, it's so much more to do than just, you know, Sesame Street. You know what I mean? Everybody just want to get to Sesame Street. You know what I mean? There's nothing Sesame Street, but, you know, and when I say Sesame Street, I don't mean no kid. Make sure, because people will flip you. I don't mean nothing goofy. I'm saying, you know, I'm just another word for a happy place for a lot of men. So
right. No doubt.
R. Kelly's, none of that going on. But I'm telling you, culture clinician, when you come, you just see, because that's the thing I've learned, man. When I do my consultations and when people come out here, if you look at my comment section or anybody, how often do you see somebody saying that dude Richie Mack is lying? He exaggerated. Ain't nothing he said true. It's all. I have not seen that yet. So even the haters and the PWPs, when the people without passports get a passport, come see if I'm lying, because you would love nothing better than to see I'm lying. You would love that, because then that would give you all the fuel you need to hate. So you know what I mean? So I challenge you, man. And same thing with Dre in Colombia. Dre done gave y'all all kind of warnings. He done told you where to go, where not to go, how to go. Don't give papaya. Culture clinician breaks down the thing psychologically that we need as men. And if a woman doesn't want to hear that, what are we supposed to do? Except getting hated on. Right. What are we supposed to do? Like, you know what I mean? It's like there's no other option but common sense. And men are generally logical people. So it's like, you know, it's just common sense, man. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button. Subscribe to Culture Clinician, man.
There you go.
To Coach Andre.
No doubt, man. I appreciate it, man. I'm gonna sign off in a minute. Real quick, James Turner asked, he said the L make them grits, man.
Yes. Yeah, James. James, you know what it is. You know what the get down is. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna teach you how to make some soul food in a minute.
Right.
You know what I mean? Grits, yeah, she gets down with the grits. She makes my oatmeal. She gets down. My turkey bacon. See, I'm like Coach Dre. I'm like one foot in, one foot out. I still eat a little bit of meat, little bit of pork, but I'm trying to slowly, like, you know, wean myself off. So I do oatmeal, turkey bacon, you know, the veggie sausages and all that stuff. So I kind of weaning my fat ass off of the stuff that's not good for you.
He's a weaning his fat ass off. All right, so in less than 2 minutes, Drake. I know I gotta go. Richie got to get his food. Rich, thank you, man, for popping. I know you just woke up, man. I appreciate that, brother. But but I want to ask you a question because I'm gonna try to get down to Colombia and Thailand at some point. I definitely got to get down there and check out my brother Richie and chop it up with him. But, you know, it's important as men that we find solutions. So the question is this.
This is the part of the show where we find solutions.
All right, in under 2 minutes, Dre, what are the solutions moving forward?
Wait, you go to that coaching clinician. We got to give a shout out to the coaching clinician. Right. He is working that OBS. He got all his little breaks.
I know, right? Believe you me.
You can't act like that didn't happen. We can't act like this all that work here, bro.
Oh man.
Work what he did. Y'all don't understand.
I try to tell him, man. Richie, I try to. People just think, you know, they get mad. They say, "Oh, I'm asking because I put a lot of work in. It's a lot of work." Doing this stuff, man, sometimes to the point of exhaustion. I walked about 6 miles before I did the show. Right, I walked about 6 miles, Richard, before I did the show, man. And I keep telling folks, man, I love the brotherhood, but see, I got to start slowing down, man, and start taking a break because, you know, God bless Kevin Sanders. I'm gonna decree that I'm gonna live until God take me home. I'm gonna decree that. I ain't gonna speak nothing to existence, but I'm just gonna say that, you know, if you don't take care of your health, man, your glory can be faded. And sadly, that's what happened to Kevin. You know, some will argue that he worked himself to death on top of having hypertension. Mm-hmm. But you're right, Richie. It's a lot, man, with these, you know, bells and whistles and putting stuff together, trying to make a uniform, trying to come up with the plan and the topic. You have to have a high IQ, but also critical thinking. And also you got to find a way to keep people engaged, you know. And you know, and so it's not easy. People say, "Oh, you know, I can get up." No, it ain't easy, man. You got to know what you're doing, and you got to be able to keep people's attention. The one thing I love about Dre, man, I could say, look, man, I could be sitting back editing while Dre talk. Dre can talk. So, y'all ain't gonna believe it, man. Y'all ain't gonna believe it, man. The first show I did with Dre, while Dre was there, I'm talking. I created 2 intros while Dre was talking. you think I'm lying?
Let him sip on something. Let him sip on something. Let him get the sipping on a Friday night and watch what happens.
Yeah. He had a glass of wine. Dre got wound up like a clock. He was gone, man. I made 2 short intros while Dre was talking. I said, "Shit, Dre talk. I'm gonna put my stop camera on, and I'm gonna let Dre talk. I'm gonna let Dre talk."
and it's all good information. You know what I mean?
It's excellent, man. He's an intellectual, man. He got that Libra swag. You know, very analytical, man. You know, I mean, I love working with the brother. Him, the angry man. You know, something about them Libra brothers. When I get with them Libra brothers, man, I'll let them take the wheel, man. I'll be the pilot. You know, I'll be in the passenger seat, let them fly the plane while I'm taking a siesta. You know, because you know, he's very cerebral and he knows what he's talking about. And because you know, you get people that come on and they him and the hum and they got, you know, closing the questions or closing the answers. But Drake can take a one answer and he can Drake can do a whole hour show off one question.
Turn into a eulogy. Hey, about the coach. I found something with the coach though. The coach can give advice, but you try to get a coach advice. I try to get a coach advice on something like that. Just now, I said, "Hey, I'm a fall back." Who is you to coach the coach? Fall back.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
All right, coach, you got. Hey, who argue with the coach? But that's a loving way, man. He made, man, Dre, man, when I first met Dre, it's a trip to Coaching Condition. You got to talk about this too.
Yes, sir, great brother.
You meet like yourself, Dre, the Fonz, who y'all call
Tailor-Made Dreams.
Tailor-Made Dreams.
Right.
You know,
I call him Red Fox. I call him Red Fox.
You call him Red Fox. I call him the Fonz because he always so cool. He like Dre big brother. You know, he give all that good information too. But the Black Chinaman, all these people, I met some of my best new friends on YouTube that I met over people I've known all my life. Because here we find like-minded people and we connect. You know what I mean? I vet everybody. I know who's cool and who's, you know, all it takes is time. You know who's
Yes, sir.
But everybody's like, you know, it's a love that you get, man, because we all understand each other. We all trying to see each other win. Like that's why I love to, like, you know, help people with YouTubes that may not be as big as mine. I'm not the biggest YouTube. saying? But to help people, because I know when I needed help. Y'all don't know, before I knew y'all, I was out here in Thailand struggling. Like nobody knew who I was. I couldn't break into the YouTube algorithm in America. And I just had to keep on. I was just hoping, somebody bigger would give me a shine. Shout out to the lead attorney. You know what I mean? It was like, I had to and then MTR, of course, once he did it, it blew up. That's what I'm saying. Something that Coach Clinician said real quick, Coach Clinician, I'll stop. It's like y'all don't realize how much work goes into this, man. And that's
tell him again, Richie. Tell him again, man.
Y'all, I'm gonna say it in my Martin Luther King voice. Y'all don't know how much work it goes to go into this shit. But I'm telling y'all, man, there's so much work, man. So, and y'all that like to hate, because haters motivate me. I'm like, okay, all right, cool, all right. I can't respond to you, but I'll just come up with a better episode just because I know you can't do it, hater. So, so the thing of it is, it's like, haters, if y'all believe what we doing is sweet, y'all need to step up and show us how to do it. Show us how it's done. Because it's easy to sit back with a fake picture and type, but come up here and get some of this work. So that's what it is. I was going to say that. So shout out to you, Coach Condition, and your OBS. So you got to show me how to work the OBS because I know you work. It's not StreamYard. I know what you're doing.
No, I'll tell you, it's not OBS, but I'll tell you about it. I'll tell you about it behind the scenes.
It's not StreamYard. It's definitely not StreamYard.
I'll tell you about it, man. It's that ingenuity, man. It's that ingenuity, man. I'll tell you about it. But real quick, so in 2 minutes, Drake, and we're gonna sign off. What are the solutions? Yeah, in 2 minutes.
Coach can't do it in 2 minutes. 2 minutes means 8 minutes. Well, give him 5, Drake. Can you do it in 5, Drake?
I can do it in 2. Let's see if I can do it in 5.
Okay, all
right. Ladies and gentlemen, let me get it going. Let me get it going for you. Ladies and gentlemen, you know him, you love him. He's gonna give it to you.
Wait, hold on. I got one for you. I got one. Hold on. So Bruce Lee said, be like water. Tell them why they need to be like this.
That's ISO. Rack it up. I got a bit of the bank to make me a safe house. Shake it up. She got her hands on her knees.
All right, why do they need to be like water? Why do they need to be like water? Break it down for them. I ask Richard Mack. Go ahead.
That's the question?
Yes, sir. Why should American men be like water as a solution? And then Rich, and then we can sign off.
Because water means, or like Bruce would say, be water, my friend.
Be water, right?
Water. And so that means to be, realize your options. Realize that yes, there are some cool women in the United States, and not all women are problematic. But if you want to take advantage of women in all the other countries in the world, before you decide to or not settle down, you have that option. And I think that's what the problem is when it comes to that we try to convey every episode of our shows. We try to two things that Rich and I try to do. We try to have men mentally prepared to have the best, safest trip that they can have, because if you're not mentally prepared, you can have a passport and you can end up putting yourself in problematic situations. But we also try to let these guys know who are still in the States, bruh, it's not too late. You got options. But I'm 47. Why you think we throw our ages around so easily? To let the guy in his 50 know he can do it too. That's why Taylor Made Dreams say I'm 60 and I'm just having my child right now. I got a newborn. To let guys know you have the option. You have the opportunity is still here. And so when guys sit back and say, but I'm scared, and we tell you the truth, I was scared too.
Right.
I didn't know what the future was going to hold on the other side of my passport. None of us did. Richie didn't automatically know everything that was going to happen in Thailand. And we didn't know that 2020 was going to go down like it did. So we all know what it's like to have that discomfort. And some of these black men just want to admit the reason why you ain't leaving the United States because it's just not your comfort zone. I don't want to say scared, you just not comfortable.
No, that's scared. Scared.
Oh, they're scared. Okay, let me go ahead and say it. You scared. You really are. And I don't blame you. And I was. When I first got to Medellin and I'm meeting Ace, it wasn't nobody down here. It was just maybe a few brothers walking around, ex-military brothers. Shout out to those brothers. But other than that, there was nobody. And so I didn't know the language, but I still did it anyway. But we just want to let you know that when we are done with YouTube and we moved on to other ventures, that you still have our videos to watch to let you know, bruh, you still got options. And ladies, you out of options. You running out. It's done. Let it go. Ladies, this is like in the movies where they choke you and they telling you, go to sleep. It ain't gonna hurt. You just go. Take that slow choke, ladies. Take that slow. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Take that slow choke. Just how when the dude be he trying to fight that. The dude tell me, say, go ahead, just go, dude, just don't fight it, just go. Ladies, that's you right now when it comes to Passport Brothers. Stop trying to convince us. What you need to be doing is trying to convince the brothers that's actually going to stay there. Because if you think your insults and everything else is going to convince us of coming back to the States, that's like beating on. That's like a man putting his hands on you and then you staying and then expecting the love to still be the same. That's not about to happen. We ain't coming back. You might as well forget about this. Over 2.2 million Americans right now that live outside the United States, and they ain't coming back. I tried it before I close out. I tried it. I told myself last December, I'm going to go back to the States for a week, hang out with some family, hang out with some friends, do some shopping, blah, blah, blah. December, the Christmas lights, all that. Man, I ain't last 2 days. I'm on a plane leaving the United States in 2 days. Once I got a chance to see everybody, you all right? You all right? You all right? I'm out. Literally, it was just like that. I can't stomach being in the United States anymore. I told God one thing, God, we'd have to have a long talk if I died in the United States. If my body passed on and I am in one of those 50 states, we got a long talk when I get the glory. What do you think you are doing, Lord, by having me die inside of such a place? And I love the United States, love it, but
Right.
I'd rather be found in the woods I'd rather be found in the middle of a journey, being gnawed upon by condors.
Damn.
Before I get buried in the United States. Because at least I knew that I was in the middle of a journey, and I died in the middle of a journey, and the condors came across my body, then to sit up there in a cubicle, and I keeled over because I was overworking in the United States, trying to keep up with the Joneses and dealing with that mess of the females in the United States, and stressed you dudes out. You know how many dudes in the grave right now because they got stressed out by some females?
Yes, sir.
Man, give me the condor death before I sit back, because I know, like I said, condors, if I'm out there in the middle of something and I pass out and ain't nobody around and the condors get a hold of my body, at least I know one thing when I get the glory. God, thank you that I was in the middle of climbing up a mountain and I just didn't make it up there. Or I was in the middle of seeing a volcano for the first time and I just didn't get a chance to see that particular one. Or I was on my way to see another waterfall and I never made it to that journey. Like Dr. Cornel West said, we all gonna die in the middle of doing something. But I'll be dang if I die in the United States in the middle of sitting in a cubicle or sitting up there with a heart attack and a sack burger in my hand. No, let me die in the middle doing something adventurous outside the world. Maybe, and I might just die in the middle of helping somebody.
No doubt. Richie, real quick, we're gonna sign
5 minutes.
No doubt. Richie, where do we go? What are the solutions going forward, brother? Where do we go from here? And what are the solutions moving forward, brother?
Coach the Clinician, how dare you have me go after Coach Dre with his speech? How you gonna let me follow that? I just want to give my shout out so you get. I want to give a shout out to Profe Don Omar, Tim Howard 5, Chapapa TV, Cortez Smith, Red Lord Black Sigma, Snuggle 668, all of the panel. I can't follow behind that Coach the Clinician. That's Dre. That's Coach Dre. But I will say, like you said with the Bruce Lee thing, and I figured out how you did it too, Coach.
Yeah, you figured out. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, I figured it out. But I salute you. I know it took a lot of work.
It did, yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
I know it did, brother. Congratulations to you, because you know what you do, clinician. You ask me, and then you go on and learn and figure it out and do it on your own. And that's how I learned how to edit.
Yes,
I used
sir.
to wait on people. I had to pay people, you know, and I had to learn, you know what I mean? Like, what's this button here? And what's that there? What does this do? And it's kind of like DJing a little bit. Okay, I get it. Then I saw my friend Gregory G. Bone Everett, who's like a mentor of mine. He passed away from COVID, since y'all think it don't exist. But I learned like rhythms and like, okay, this is like DJing, you know what I mean? But it took me to learn and do it myself to really get it, so I don't have to wait on nobody, you know what I mean? I don't have to wait on myself. So congratulations to you. Happy, what is it? What time is it up there? It's Sunday. It's almost noon here, Sunday.
Yes, it's 12:52. But I still listen, you still the best editor in YouTube. Listen. Nobody can touch you, man. Your editing is bar none. I ain't seen nobody that can come nowhere near you. So don't get it twisted. I'm still gonna pay you to do an edit for me for this upcoming sequel that I got. So I got you. I know I've been telling you for about a month, 3 months. I just don't have time, man.
The love never changes. The love never changes.
I appreciate it, brother.
Same thing with Coach. Yeah, man. We're gonna get it, man. And thank you for that compliment. Of course, there are a lot of people better than me because I'm not a real editor, but I appreciate it. That's why Dre gives me a hard time because I take so much time, because the hard part is making it look easy. That's the hard part. The hard part is making it flow. So that's what I got to do. I got to make it flow like water, like you said, Coach Connection. I'm about to get back on that. As a matter of fact, when we get off of this thing here, and so that's it, man. I'm gonna let y'all have it. I'm gonna sign off.
All right, man. Much love, man. Much love and blessings, man. Thank you, brother.
All right,
Thank you. All right, Dre. All right, no doubt. Thank you, Richie. Thank you, brother. Love you, brother. All right, Dre. We're done, man. We're gonna end it. We're gonna end it.
There
man.
we go.
We're gonna take it to
5 hour.
5 hour, man.
Do it just like Richie Mack.
I don't know how you do it, man, but I'm gonna call you the Energizer man. But we're gonna sign off, man. And like I said, man, appreciate it, man. I really appreciate everything you've done, man, thus far. I look forward to doing more shows with you, man. You are phenomenal. Like I said, you remind me of the Angry Man. You and him both are very intelligent brothers. I love that cerebral swag you got. And so signing off, man, get you some rest, man, and thank you for everything. If I can get you some business, man, I'll refer people to you from consultations, and you do the same, man, and we'll make it do what it do. All right? Salute, brother. Signing off. Be good.
All right, audience. We'll talk to you later.
All right. Now, listen, guys, I told you guys that there are 7 steps that a man must go through in order to become optimized. And knowing and dealing with world travel is paramount. So, guys, we signing off. Y'all take care of your health, get your rest, and I'll see you guys soon. Be well.
Pain. I've been there, locked up inside my head, broken from fear, illusions, disappointment, and hopelessness. Who heard me in my silence, where being a man means nothing? Despair. I've been there too, desperately seeking answers for the questions associated with manhood, hills and valleys, too bleak to compare. Stress, suffering in a utility silo, no comfort, no security, no freedom, no justice, just do it for others. Challenges, who will help me break the challenges? Lost in the vortex of darkness, hopelessness, fear, and abandonment. I've been there too. I've been there too. Take the next step to your destiny. Join me in this fight. Walk forward. Deep breaths. Head held high, men. Come join me, men, in the winds of time. Stories, hopes, visions, purified in the fire. I'm not a superhero. And I'm not the Reverend Knight. I'm here to help you. Join me men in this fight. Break the chains of your mind. Let's do it now. For now is all we have. Fire for your mind. The Kosher Clinician.
Got an H in my palm. My girl, she know she the one. I put the ice on her hand. I put some ice on her arm. See me shining in the light. Know you found me in the dark. Talking how you wanna leave. Girl, you made this far. Taking trips overseas. No, I won't be long. We came up from the weeds. Now it's top floor. All these big gas on her wrist. VVS is on her neck. Make it spinning, I don't stress. When I make it stretch. Double back to back then. Down broke, now we rich. Spend it on a let it spin. Down with me to the end. That my best friend. That my best friend. That my best friend. I'ma spend it on her cause she all mine. Spend it on a challenge cause she all mine. There for my first cake, then we hit on a cake. $500,000 on the way, then $1 million on the way. Eating good full plates, eating good say grace. Eat her up, get thanks. She got cake birthday. I can't waste no way, I can't waste no play. My girl, whoa whoa, something like the baddest chick. My girl, whoa whoa, came from the rags to rich. Hit the road running, I had to tell her I had to get it. She understood, but she spoiled, so when she get mad, she dip. All these big gas on her wrist, VVS is on her neck. Make it spinning, I don't stress. When I make it stretch. Double back to back then. Down broke, now we rich. Spend it on a let it spin. Down with me to the end. That my best friend. That my best friend. That my best friend. I'ma spend it on her cause she all mine. Spend it on a challenge cause she all mine. All these big gas on her wrist, VVS is on her neck. Make it spinning, I don't stress. When I make it stretch. Double back to back then. Down broke, now we rich. Spend it on a let it spin. Down with me to the end. That my best friend. That my best friend. That my best friend. I'ma spend it on her cause she all mine. All these big gas on her wrist, VVS is on her neck. Make it spinning, I don't stress. Spend it on a challenge cause she all mine. That my best friend. That my best friend. That my best friend.